Chapter 1, just after breaking up, they died together again? Maple Night Hotel. In a double room, Jiang Chen woke up from a hangover with a splitting headache. He looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, then stared at a dark red spot on the white bedsheet and fell into deep thought. Speaking of yesterday. Didn't I just break up with Shinsini? What the hell is going on? Jiang Chen, I just want a stable future. A woman's best years are only a few years long. I can't afford to waste them. I don't want to live a life with mortgages and car loans, or have to haggle over every penny when eating at a fancy restaurant. Jiang Chen, I really don't dislike you, it's just that Brother Cohen is so nice to me. He gave me an Hermes bag when we first met. On the crowded street, Shinsini asked Jiang Chen out yesterday and said this. He. If you dislike my poverty, just say so directly. There is really no need to do this. Jiang Chen, who had just got off work, agreed to break up on the spot. Shinsini was the famous campus beauty at Sihai University, the dream goddess of many boys. However, she was vain and disliked Jiang Chen in various roundabout ways. The two were together for less than a month. There is really a difference in our views. We broke up just after graduation. Jiang Chen didn't feel like lingering any longer, so he went out for a drink with some friends in the evening. When going back, I drank a little too much and unexpectedly met a beautiful woman who was also drunk on the road. The two talked for a while, and it seemed like they were getting along very well. Then, somehow, and no one knew who took the initiative, they checked into a room in a daze. Jiang Chen scratched his head after remembering it. What the hell? Speaking of which, did the two of them die together? For last night's beauty. He didn't have much of an impression. Of course he would still recognize her if they met. He only knew that she had an amazing figure and was extremely beautiful. And from the only remaining memories from last night, I expected her to be the type of girl who appears docile on the outside but is very wild on the inside, like a little wild cat. But even so, the other party left without saying goodbye and ran away first? Never mind. It's just an unexpected encounter. Just treat it as a beautiful dream. As for the future, no matter what, it's time to work hard and make money. You should make a plan first. For example, within 3 years, don't fall in love and earn a few small goals first? Such a happy decision. Jiang Chen shook his head in self-mockery. Thinking this, he packed up and got up. No way. It's time to go to work, and it's another full of energy day for office workers. He comes from an ordinary family. My mother is a civil servant and a small leader in the unit. My father is a technician in the factory. They are not rich, but the family is warm and harmonious. Because he is the only son in the family. His parents loved him very much, and even though he was beaten a lot when he was a child in men's singles, women's singles, and mixed doubles, almost 3 years ago, he bound to the legendary system. However, the system is in sleep mode. Only by signing in every day can it be officially activated. He has read various online novels. When he knew what the system meant, his life started to change and he was on his way to the peak of his life in minutes. As the saying goes, with the system in hand, the world is mine. So Jiang Chen signed in honestly every day, without missing a single day. But damn. It's been almost 3 years since I signed in, but this damn system still shows no sign of being activated. It's so painful. 9 months later. Jiang Chen received his salary that day, and several of his grandchildren, who had lived in the same dormitory with him, came over after smelling the scent. What else? Just eat and drink for free. They are all good buddies. It was a rare occasion that they all stayed in the world after graduation, and they often took turns treating each other, so he didn't mind and immediately found a nice place to go out for a meal. Oh shit. This is Su Qingchang? As expected of her, she is the #1 goddess of Sihai University. She is truly stunningly beautiful. It's just that I don't seem to have heard from Goddess Su recently. Yes, it's been a year. I think he resigned or went abroad as a visiting scholar. These photos seem to have been taken a year ago. What a shame. I wonder who will end up with this goddess. Not long after eating, several grandchildren in the same dormitory, Lu Wei, Zheng Chang, and Wu Hao exclaimed. Because they saw photos of Goddess Su attending a school event a year ago on their phones. The three of them gathered around and watched with great interest. Jiang Chen had heard of this Goddess Su before. It is said that she is a senior student at Sihai University with excellent character and academic performance. After studying abroad for a few years, she returned to China to teach and became a famous goddess teacher at Sihai University. But he really didn't know him. Although this goddess Su is very beautiful, but if you look closely, she is just that beautiful. Ahem, she is even more beautiful? Damn. Jiang Chen couldn't help but take another look at Su Qingqing's photo. Before, he had only heard how beautiful the goddess Su was and how she charmed everyone. Can wait until this time. After observing her carefully, her every frown and smile, to be honest, he had never seen such a beautiful girl in his life. And the key is, does it look familiar? Then, for some inexplicable moment, I thought of the beautiful lady in Fenglinwen Hotel. Could it be that night? The one who died together with me was Goddess Su? Damn it! Jiang Chen was immediately frightened by this thought. Not really. Not to the extent that. What did Lu Wei and the others say? Goddess Su had already resigned or gone abroad as a visiting scholar. I am a corporate slave. What the hell are you dreaming of? Bite. Host, you are dreaming. Sign in for 1000 days, triggering the activation conditions. Chapter 2. If my son is such a scumbag, I will beat him to death. Ding. The system is officially activated. System? Activated? Hearing a series of mechanical prompts in his mind, Jiang Chen felt excited. Damn, it's been 1000 days since I signed in, and the dog system is finally officially activated. However, I haven't had time to check the system yet. Suddenly, with a bang, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. Jiang Chen, you are here. What's wrong with you? You didn't answer the phone or reply to messages. It took me a long time to look for you. At this time, squad leader Yuan Yan suddenly broke into the private room. His sweaty and breathless appearance scared everyone. Squad leader, what do you want to talk to Jiang Chen about? Lu Wei and others asked. Yuan Yan couldn't contact Jiang Chen just now, and it was through Lu Wei that she knew Jiang Chen was here. When Yuan Yan saw that it was not far away, she hurried over. Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly took out his phone and found that it was muted. Sorry, monitor, my phone was muted just now. But squad leader, what do you want to talk to me about? Why are you so anxious? Of course it's a big deal. Yuan Yan wiped the sweat from her forehead and said after a breath, Jiang Chen, hurry up and come with me, Teacher Su is about to give birth. Jiang Chen was stunned when he heard Yuan Yan's words. It's not the monitor, Teacher Su gave birth? Which Teacher Su? Is it that goddess senior Su Qingcheng? But, she's about to give birth, what does it have to do with me? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, it's Teacher Su Qingcheng. What relationship are you talking about? Because the child that Teacher Su is pregnant with is your child. Okay, Jiang Chen, stop being in a daze and come with me. Yuan Yan didn't say anything and hurriedly pulled Jiang Chen out. In the private room, the remaining three, Lu Wei, Zheng Chang and Wu Hao, looked at each other in bewilderment. Looking at their expressions, they were about to break. This kid Jiang Chen. Without a word, and suddenly, the baby is about to be born? Is the child's mother or the goddess Su from Sihai University? I made a big shake. I'm not dreaming, am I? Su Qingcheng. She is the goddess of our Sihai University. Her figure, appearance and temperament are much better than those of the school belle. Now she is being taken advantage of by a pig, and the pig who is taking advantage of her is Jiang Chen. When did the two of them get together? Xiangzi, come and pinch me. Oh shit. I told you to pinch me, why did you pinch so hard but it hurts, so it proves I'm not dreaming. It's not a dream, but it's obviously impossible. Jiang Chen is handsome and looks good with Goddess Su, but the key is that they don't know each other. It's probably because Jiang Chen didn't want to pay the bill, so he and the squad leader were bragging and making fun of us. Yeah, that's bullshit. That's too much bullshit. Who doesn't know how to brag? I even said that the class beauty gave me imported candy. The girl I was secretly in love with suddenly flirted with me last night and even flirted with me to come in for some sugar water. I said I married a fairy sister. I said I married a celestial mother. On the side of the road, a middle-aged woman rushed towards an old Volkswagen car while talking on the phone. Her tone was urgent and her expression was anxious. Xiao Chen, what did you say? Qingcheng's water broke. Is she going to give birth now? This is too sudden. I'm still working overtime at the company. Then wait a moment, I'll be there soon. The middle-aged woman is called Song Mei. She just received a call from her niece, Sun Xian, who was also an obstetrician at the maternal and child health hospital, saying that Su Qingqing's water broke and she was about to give birth. Su Qingqing was pregnant with triplets, so if she wanted to give birth, she would have to have a cesarean section. So Song Mei finished the things at hand and rushed to the hospital. She and Su Qingqing are good friends. The two met while practicing yoga. Although there was a big age difference between them, they hit it off right away and soon became good sisters who could talk about anything. Regarding Su Qingqing's unexpected pregnancy. As her good sister, Song Mei felt heartbroken and cursed the man for his cruelty. At the same time, she felt a little helpless. Because, although the two were good friends and could talk about anything, Su Qingqing did not talk about the unexpected pregnancy at all and revealed almost no information at all. Triplets are not like an ordinary single birth. The 10 months of pregnancy are even more difficult and painful. Su Qingqing's parents were not around, and when she was 5 or 6 months pregnant, she could no longer hold on by herself, so she told Song Mei and asked her to help her. So Song Mei could only speculate. My good sister must have been harmed by some heartless and shameless scumbag. Oh, what a scumbag. He is ruthless once he puts on his pants and doesn't recognize anyone once he turns his face against you. He is a complete bastard. To put it bluntly, it's really like a dog without a mother. Auntie, don't be too anxious. The woman is in the hospital ward and her condition is stable. The problem now is that she needs a cesarean section, but she hasn't come yet. Ah, that scumbag hasn't arrived yet. Upon hearing this, Song Mei couldn't help but feel indignant. Does this person still have any conscience? She went through 10 months of hardship carrying the baby and didn't bother you at all. Now she's had a cesarean section and the baby is born, and you don't even come to take a look. Hey, luckily he's not my son. If my son was such a scumbag, I would beat him to death. Chapter 3 Oh my god, it's my mama's best friend. Sihai Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Su Qingqing was lying on the hospital bed. She looked extremely haggard, but even so, it could not hide her proud chest and extremely beautiful face. At this time, she stroked her belly gently. Sigh secretly. Just now she had no choice but to contact the person through Yuan Yan, whom she knew, because she didn't know much about the person. She only knew his name and appearance, but not his contact information. But that person. Will he come? She actually doesn't know. After a while, obstetrician Sun Xian came to her again, lifted the bedsheet, and took a look at Su Qingqing's lower body. It's almost time, but why haven't the mother's family members come yet? These are triplets, and this is your first baby. In your case, you will definitely need a cesarean section. But a cesarean section is an operation after all, and any operation has risks. You are having triplets, so it is best to have family members present to bear the risks of the operation. Well, I understand. Su Qingqing nodded. If it really doesn't work, I'm willing to take the risk myself. Sun Xian couldn't help but feel pity when she saw Su Qingqing's miserable state. She didn't know much about Su Qingqing. All I know is that she is my aunt's best friend, and this time she must have met a scumbag and got pregnant unexpectedly. The beauty is nice. No matter where she is, her face and figure are comparable to those of popular female stars. Especially her proud figure. If the children were born, even if they were triplets, they would definitely not starve. It's beautiful, but it's also beautiful in brain. He is just too stubborn and a little bit stupid. Otherwise, she would not have met the scumbag, and even if she was pregnant with his child, she would not insist on giving birth to the child and causing herself endless suffering. Why? Could it be the legendary fierce and brainless creature? Since the family members haven't come yet, let's wait a little longer. If they still don't come, we'll see what happens. Sun Xian said after carefully checking Su Qingqing's condition. Then he called again and told Song Mei about it. Auntie, when you come up, please buy some necessary items for the new mother, towels for the new mother, breast pads, etc., as well as diapers, wet wipes, and bottles for the baby. No problem, I'll buy it right away. Song Mei was driving and as it was not far, she had just arrived at the hospital. After hearing what Sun Xian said, she immediately went to the hospital supermarket to buy these necessities. After all, I have been through this. It was more than 200 months ago that I gave birth to my own child. These are quite clear. Now let us talk about Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I don't dare to believe it either, but this is really the situation. Yuan Yan took Jiang Chen out of the restaurant and told him roughly what she knew. Jiang Chen heard this. I was stunned. Okay, so. It turns out that the pig that was trying to seduce Goddess Sue was actually me. No. What a beast I am. How can I, And in this case, I became a father so soon? Have kids? But I am still not that old. Subconsciously, I always feel that I am still a child. Jiang Chen. My flight today is to the United States. It's almost time now. You can go to the hospital by yourself. The specific address is Sihai Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Okay, thank you, monitor. Yuan Yen had something urgent to do. I was going to study abroad and had booked a flight for today. Seeing that time was running out, I explained things to Jiang Chen and went straight to the airport. Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude. I hailed a taxi and went straight to the Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Of course, I was very anxious and wanted to know what was going on at the hospital as soon as possible. But there's no use just being anxious. Because the distance was quite far and the road was heavily congested in the middle section, the taxi had to stop and go all the way. About an hour later, we arrived at the Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Jiang Chen went straight to the 5th floor, to the ward that Yuan Yen had told him about on the phone. Unexpectedly, in the corridor outside, he actually found his mother. Mom, what are you doing here? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Song Mei bought a bunch of necessities and was just carrying them upstairs when she heard Jiang Chen's voice. She turned around and said, "Hey. Don't mention it. I'm helping a friend of mine. Come, help me carry it. There were too many people in the elevator just now. I climbed the stairs and it was so tiring." She handed the things in her hand to Jiang Chen to carry. But I took a breath. He immediately reacted and said, "No, this is a maternal and child healthcare hospital. Why are you in a place like this?" "You are not." Then he looked a little surprised. "You little bastard, tell me the truth, did you get some girl pregnant?" "Okay, you're capable." In today's social atmosphere, young men and women are straightforward and enjoy life. What can't they do? They can be on the news every now and then. Song Mei was of course well aware of this. As he said this, he gave his son a slap on the chestnut and then kicked him on the butt. The movements are done in one go, without any delay. Nothing else. Years of practice make you proficient. Mom. Jiang Chen was beaten in the women's singles match. He looked a little helpless. He thought to himself, how old am I? Why are you still hitting me? The last time you hit me was 10 years ago. No, it seemed like half a month ago. Mom, this matter is not what you think. Why, you still want to deceive me? Coming to a place like this is definitely not a good thing. Fortunately, I'm busy today, otherwise I would give you a good beating. Song Mei glared at Jiang Chen, then entered the ward first. Jiang Chen followed behind. Just as he was about to go in, he took a look at the ward number and his face changed. It was actually the same ward number he had told Yuan Yen. This is so meow. Two things collided with each other? Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a headache. After entering, he found that it was indeed Su Qingcheng. It was definitely her. "Qingcheng, this is my son Jiang Chen. I just happened to meet him outside, so I asked him to come over and help. If you need anything, feel free to ask him for help." Song Mei didn't notice anything unusual about Jiang Chen, and introduced him to Su Qingcheng naturally. Su Qingcheng, who was lying on the bed, glanced towards Jiang Chen when she heard this. Her expression suddenly changed, and her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. And saw Su Qingcheng. After hearing his mother's words again, Jiang Chen finally understood what was going on. It turns out that my mother's best friend is Su Qingcheng? This. I'm so mad, damn. Chapter 4 Triplets are coming soon. Ding, the host's status has been detected. The host has met his true love and is about to give birth to his own child. Ding, the host faces the following choices. Choice 1, think that the child is a burden, and that you haven't had enough fun yet, so it would be great to ride a horse and be free and easy. Reward, newbie gift pack, 1 million yuan in cash. Choice 2, think that the child is a treasure, and raise him up even if it means selling everything you have. Reward, newbie gift pack, 100,000 yuan in cash. Two options? Choice 1, think that the child is a burden, and want to be alone and free and easy. Choice 2, think that the child is a treasure and you will raise her at all costs. Is there any choice here? So what if it's 1 million in cash? you have to choose option 2. If you choose option 1, then you're no different from a scumbag. Jiang Chen immediately made his own judgment. No matter what others think, this is what he thinks anyway. Even though he is confused and feels that he is still young, there is no way he can abandon his child. Son. This is my best friend Su Qingcheng, also from Sihai University. She is a few years older than you. She was a top student back then. After graduating from a prestigious foreign university, she returned to Sihai University to become a teacher. Speaking of which, she is still your senior. Song Mei didn't notice the expressions of Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng and kept talking to herself. But you, senior sister, are a little unlucky. Now that I'm pregnant and about to give birth, the father hasn't come yet and doesn't care about anything. He's such a scumbag. I'm telling you, you can't do this. Okay, I won't say any more. I'll tell you a few words. Just go about your business. But remember what Mom said. No matter what, you must be responsible for the girl. If you really can't, just marry her. Anyway, you can't be a scumbag, understand? Song Mei taught on the spot and educated her son with earnest advice. This kid, he is no longer under the control of his mother. He came to this maternal and child healthcare hospital, and it was inevitable that he got an adult girl pregnant. As a mother, she took some time to digest it. Although she was angry, it was nothing. After all, the child had grown up, and now he had graduated from college. If Su Qingcheng hadn't been unable to leave her alone, she would really like to go over and see what the girl looked like. In case it's okay. Of course, I don't mind becoming a grandmother a few years early. Song Mei kept talking, but over there, Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng looked at each other and instantly recalled the night they met at Fanglinwen in about 10 months ago. There was shock in his eyes. It's you! There's no way, there's too much information. One was that I didn't expect that the beautiful girl I met was actually my mother's best friend. One was that I didn't expect that the boy I met was actually the son of my best friend. Oh my god. A blush suddenly appeared on Su Qingcheng's pale face. She didn't dare to look at Jiang Chen again, even though they were senior and junior students from the same school. But this is too shameful. Mom, let me tell you something. In order to avoid getting beaten up, Jiang Chen organized his words as tactfully as possible. What's the matter? Tell me. Well, actually, I am the scumbag you mentioned. Puff. Song Mei was thirsty from climbing the stairs. She had just taken a sip of water, and when she heard Jiang Chen's words, she almost choked on it. She looked surprised and asked, "What did you say?" Well, I am the scumbag you mentioned. Su Qingcheng is pregnant with my child. Jiang Chen repeated it with gritted teeth. Song Mei was stunned. What happened? The scumbag that I had been scolding for so long turned out to be my son. Not really. How could the son whom I had worked so hard to educate be such a scumbag? Turned to look at Su Qingcheng. Seeing Song Mei's questioning look, Su Qingcheng looked embarrassed, but finally nodded with difficulty. Sister Mei, he is right, the child in my belly is your son. These words shocked Song Mei to the extreme. Turns out it's true. My son is really the scumbag that I have scolded over and over again. Oh my god, how could I have given birth to such a son? What a sin. But, wouldn't that mean I'd be a grandmother? Wouldn't I be holding my long-awaited grandson? What a great joy. Ah ha 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 ha. But, this little bastard is so heartless. What have I taught him before? How could he be such a scumbag? Not to mention the harm he caused to his best friend. She was pregnant for 10 months and was pregnant with her third child, but he didn't even ask about it. Now it was time for a cesarean section, and he still waited for a long time before coming. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? When Song Mei thought of this, she immediately became furious and was about to kick Jiang Chen. Have the mother's family members arrived? At this time, Sun Qian came in and was surprised to see Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, why are you here? When she saw the expressions of Song Mei and Jiang Chen, she couldn't help but be incredulous. No way, Xiao Chen, you are the relative of the pregnant woman? Jiang Chen, who had escaped the disaster, only found out at this time that his cousin from his aunt's family now worked at the Sihai Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Hearing his cousin's question, he nodded awkwardly and with a wry smile. Yes, it's me. Ah? Sun Qian was shocked. It turns out that the scumbag is my aunt's son, and my aunt's best friend is pregnant with Xiao Chen's child. This is way off base. Song Mei couldn't bear it anymore and grabbed Jiang Chen's ear. You did a good thing, and now you still have the nerve to laugh? I'll make you laugh, and then twisted it. Jiang Chen was caught off guard. Mom, can't you be a little gentler? You still want me to be gentler? Okay. Song Mei was angry and exerted force with her hands. Jiang Chen. My biological mother, she is indeed my biological mother. Okay, Auntie, let's talk about it later. The woman will need a cesarean section soon. Sun Qian persuaded Song Mei from the side. She was shocked, but she smiled with her hands covering her mouth. She said to Jiang Chen, I can't believe you become a father right after graduation, Xiaochen. That's pretty impressive. Your partner is pregnant with triplets, a probability that is less than 1 in 10,000. Now her water has broken, so she has to have a cesarean section. As he said this, he couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen again. I thought to myself that my cousin is handsome, a little outrageous, but a bit of a scumbag. His girlfriend is about to have a baby, but he doesn't even want to acknowledge his own child. What? Triplets. Jiang Chen, on the other side, heard his cousin's words, and his head buzzed again. That night, he not only hit the target with one shot, but also hit it 3 times. This. Bite. Fuck. There are 2 choices. Which one do you choose? Give me a word. Why is there no sound after waiting for so long? Jiang Chen? Damn, is the fucking system getting impatient? I choose 2. Ding, received. Ding, the host has made a choice. Congratulations on receiving the reward, a novice gift package, 100,000 yuan in cash. The reward is reasonable and legal, please feel free to use it. Ding, a gift pack for newbies is distributed, full level farming skills, 50,000 yuan in cash. In addition to 100,000 yuan in cash, there is another reward of 50,000 yuan, which is not bad. Chapter 5, Don't Run, You Little Bastard. After Jiang Chen arrived, the operation was about to begin. Song Mei and Jiang Chen escorted Su Qingcheng all the way and sent her to the operating room. As they watched the door of the operating room close, Song Mei and her son just stared at each other. Mom, please listen to my excuses. No, please listen to my explanation. Jiang Chen saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly said something nice. But Song Mei didn't give him any explanation. She grabbed Jiang Chen's arm and dragged him outside to the corridor. Come on, talk. I want to hear how you, a little bastard, can argue. Because she was a little angry, Song Mei used quite a bit of force. Jiang Chen. Is this my biological mother? I'm afraid she didn't give it to me as a gift when I topped up my phone bill. Why? Although he felt helpless afterwards, Jiang Chen still told his mother everything he knew. Of course he only said what he should say and didn't say what he shouldn't say. I don't know if the meaning was expressed accurately, but Dudu talked for a long time anyway. And Song Mei frowned. I was secretly shocked when I heard it. I thought to myself that young people nowadays are too careless in some aspects. They didn't even know each other, but they had sex with each other after accidentally meeting each other? After having sex, they didn't even know who the other person was. This stinky boy. We were so conservative back then. For example, when I first met the brat's father. Bah, that brat's dad is not a good guy either. We just met on a blind date, had a few drinks, and he wanted to hold my hand, and even kept pulling me into the woods. So, you didn't know it was Su Qingqing that night? Yes, Mom, I swear to God. If I knew it was your best friend, I would never dare to do that. But you still dared to do it. Jiang Chen was speechless immediately. Seeing the murderous look in his mother's eyes, he knew that he would be severely beaten. Come on, run away. This is my biological mother. So he turned and ran. Song Mei followed and helped her best friend scold the scumbag for half a year, but it turned out that the scumbag was her own son. Isn't it infuriating? Does the son of a bitch deserve to be punished? Don't run, you little bastard. Look, I'm going to beat you to death. She snatched a broom from the cleaning lady and swung it at her angrily. The cleaning lady was confused? Although Song Mei was angry, she didn't really hit him. After all, he was her son, and she didn't really want to break his legs. It would be fine if she was just pretending. Sorry. Song Mei quickly returned the broom. It's all right. The cleaning lady had obviously seen the world, and calmly took the mop and said, This son-in-law, if he is not a good person, he should be beaten. Otherwise, he thinks his family is easy to bully, and his daughter will suffer over there. No, that's my son. It's your son? The cleaning lady was surprised. It's your son, why did you hit him? 2 or 3 hours later. Suddenly, the door of the operating room opened. A nurse in the delivery room pushed a baby carriage and came out, shouting, "Su Qingqing's family, your baby has been born." Mom, it's born. It's already born. Jiang Chen hurriedly reminded his mother, but she was even quicker than him and spoke from a distance. Hey! Here I come. I am Su Qingqing's relative. Song Mei immediately took 2 steps at a time and came to the door of the operating room. Okay, you have triplets, 2 girls and 1 boy, and both mother and children are safe. The nurse glanced at the anxious Song Mei and continued to introduce. Outside the operating room, there were 2 rows of chairs where many anxiously waiting family members of the pregnant women were sitting. When they heard what the nurse said, they were immediately excited and gathered around to watch curiously. Ah! They're triplets. 2 girls and a boy. Oh, this is great, 1 boy and 2 girls, everything is complete. Twins are rare to begin with, but these are triplets, a boy and a girl. TSK. This daughter-in-law is so enviable. When Song Mei saw the 3 little babies, her eyes lit up and she was overjoyed. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, she carefully held the baby in her arms. As angry as she was with Jiang Chen just now, she was now as happy with the baby. His eyes were full of kindness. It feels like a dream, I can hardly believe it. I, Song Mei, am 48 years old this year, and I have become a grandmother? I have 3 grandchildren at once? Moreover, the one who gave birth to her 3 grandchildren was actually her best friend. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to play it like this, right? Why? My dear son, you really make your mother proud. Chapter 6, Loving Mother and Filial Son. He. Song Mei was extremely excited. The same is true for Jiang Chen. I just glanced at the 3 babies and was a little surprised. Why are their skin wrinkled and red? They are obviously different from the fair and cute babies I remember. Mom, is the child okay? Why, does he look like this? Jiang Chen asked. What do you know? It's like this when you're just born. It will be better in a few days. Besides, when you were just born, you were born prematurely, so you were not as big as these babies. You were almost like a little mouse. For the sake of the 3 babies, Song Mei softened her attitude and was no longer so angry with Jiang Chen. Mom, I want to hug you too. Jiang Chen saw Song Mei hugging the 3 babies like they were her precious babies, and he felt a little envious and wanted to hug them too. But the child was so small and fragile that I didn't know how to start. Wait a minute, I'll teach you. One hand supports the back of the neck, the other hand supports the buttocks. Yes, that's right, hold it in your arms at an angle. After all, he was her son. Song Mei took a look and taught Jiang Chen step by step how to hold the child. Jiang Chen soon got the hang of it. He held a little baby in his arms, looked at the little face in his arms and the dark eyes that were barely half open. He still couldn't believe it in his heart. Is this his child? I am a father just like this? I couldn't let go of them for a moment, and then I hugged all 3 babies. And gave a gentle kiss on the top of the head. Song Mei saw this and was very dissatisfied. Hey you little bastard, you have bacteria in your mouth. What if you kiss my grandchildren and ruin them? I know. I kissed the hair. And it's true that they are your grandchildren, but they are also my daughter and son. Bite. The host kisses all 3 of his children. Congratulations and reward, a random draw. Is there a reward for kissing a child? Good. System, draw the lottery. Jiang Chen immediately said with his mind. Bite. The lucky draw was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning, 30,000 yuan and a complete set of parenting skills. 30,000 yuan was transferred to the bank card number. The complete parenting skills flooded into his mind along with a massive torrent of knowledge. After being quickly absorbed, it spread to every part of his body and became Jiang Chen's memory and instinct. It is not an exaggeration to describe Jiang Chen now as a top parenting expert. Xing Cheng. How are you? Not long after, the door of the operating room opened again, and Su Qingcheng was pushed out. Song Mei hurriedly went to greet her with concern. It's okay, I'm fine. Su Qingcheng lay on the bed, her face pale, with a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. It's all right. It's all right. Song Mei repeated it twice and then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was very happy to see her 3 grandchildren, she was always thinking about her best friend in her heart. Teacher Su, you've worked hard. Jiang Chen also came up and asked with concern. Su Qingcheng didn't know what was going on. She felt inexplicably nervous when she saw Jiang Chen. She wanted to say it wasn't hard, but when she came to her mouth, she said, "Forget it, let's talk about it when we get back." Song Mei winked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen understood immediately. Afterwards, Jiang Chen pushed Su Qingcheng's bed and Song Mei pushed the stroller with the 3 babies, and they returned to the ward together. Son. Now in front of Qingcheng, tell me what you are going to do next? Qingcheng was pregnant for 10 months. Due to her physical condition and the fact that they were triplets, Qingcheng was reluctant to abort the baby. However, she also had a falling out with her family because of this. Her parents were not around when she was pregnant. It can be said that she suffered a lot because of you. Be a man with a conscience. I'm telling you, son. Qingcheng is my best friend. If you dare to be so ruthless, I won't forgive you. In the ward, Song Mei questioned Jiang Chen seriously. There were threats and intimidation in the words. Over the past few months, Song Mei had witnessed Su Qingcheng's difficult situation with her own eyes. She was living alone in a rented house, with no one to turn to. She had to cook and go for checkups alone with a big belly. She once accidentally tripped and fell in the middle of the night and was unable to get up for a long time. She felt the same way and tried her best to help her good sister. But at the same time, I was extremely angry, thinking, who is this heartless, unfaithful, and scumbag? I just never expected. The unfaithful man and the scumbag turned out to be the good son that I raised. But she can't do that either. No matter what, she can't be a scumbag. This is a matter of principle. This time, she is determined to seek justice for her best friend. Of course I am responsible. I really didn't know before, I didn't do it on purpose. Facing his mother's accusation, Jiang Chen scratched his head and expressed his thoughts. Now I know. The child is already born. What else can I do? Then just raise him, after all, he is your own child. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with me, but... Jiang Chen glanced at Su Qingcheng and didn't continue. But what? Tell me. Song Mei was a little anxious, thinking to herself, this brat, why does he stop talking halfway? It really makes me anxious. However, at this moment, Su Qingcheng suddenly shouted and interrupted her question. Sister Mei, please help me push the stroller closer. I want to see the baby. Oh, okay. Song Mei responded, stood up and pushed the stroller closer to the head of Su Qingcheng's bed. As the effect of the anesthetic wore off, Su Qingcheng gradually felt the pain from her wounds, but she still sat up and looked at the 3 babies, her eyes full of doting. Jiang Chen was watching from the side, stunned. The best is the best. Although she looks a little haggard and pale, her beauty is still breathtaking. Get out here, you little brat. When Jiang Chen was watching intently, Song Mei suddenly came up to him, said something in a low voice, and then pulled his arm out. Jiang Chen. I mean, my mom is not in menopause, why is she so irritable? You little bastard. Why, from what you said, my best friend is so pretty and intelligent, and she's also a professor at a university. Is she not worthy of you or what? I asked you to be responsible for my best friend, and I think that's wronged you? Song Mei pulled Jiang Chen outside and questioned him. Mom, please be gentle. Jiang Chen's forehead was covered with sweat. I didn't say she was not worthy of me, and I didn't say I was irresponsible for her. Then what are you doing? I can't say it, I just don't know what Su Qingcheng means. This is a matter between 2 people, I can't just be too enthusiastic. Ah. That's right. Song Mei nodded and then let go of her hand. It's not a good idea to convince your son, but Qingcheng doesn't agree. But she really thought that it would be great to have her best friend as her daughter-in-law. After a 2-second pause, he suddenly took out a bank card and said to Jiang Chen, here is 30,000 yuan. Go pay the bill and complete the hospitalization procedures for Qingcheng. 30,000? Mom, didn't you say you had no money? Don't worry, I'm not being greedy. This is all the subsidies and bonuses I got this year, and this is all the money I have left. Oh. But Mom, no need, I have money. Jiang Chen declined. Not to mention the newbie gift pack or anything like that, he got 30,000 yuan just by kissing his child. As for money, he really has no shortage of it now. How could I not know you? Where did you get the money after you just graduated? Just take it if I tell you to. Bite. Detect current status, host trigger options. Option 1, Mom has a hard time, so I definitely don't want her money. Option 2, the mother is kind and the son is filial, and he accepted the money from his mother. Jiang Chen? Is this still a choice? Since the dog system has joined in the fun, what else do you want? Of course, choose option 2. What are you doing? Hurry up and take it. Okay then, thanks, Mom. Jiang Chen smiled, took the bank card, and relaxed his arms. The mother is kind and the son is filial, okay. Chapter 7, a woman 3 years older than a man. Faced with his mother's kindness, Jiang Chen was disrespectful and had to accept the money from his mother. A loving mother and a filial son are not just words. But I think about how hard my mom works to earn money. The worst that can happen is that I can just pay it back double the amount. Bite. Host has made a choice. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, a top-of-the-line BMW X7. The car has all the necessary license plates and is parked on the first floor of the underground parking lot of the Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Please feel free to use it. A BMW X7 as a reward? The system was much more generous this time. You should know that the bare car price of a top-of-the-line version of the BMW X7 is close to 2 million. Buzz. At this time, the cell phone rang. It was the beautiful squad leader Yuan Yan. Hey, Jiang Chen. I didn't lie to you, did I? Yuan Yan came up and said with a smile on the phone, congratulations. Thank you, monitor. But, aren't you in Shanghai? How do you know about Teacher Su? Jiang Chen asked. Hey, didn't I tell you? Teacher Su doesn't know your contact information. I'm the class monitor. I've participated in activities with Teacher Su before, and we saved each other's phone numbers. Teacher Su must have had no choice but to contact you through me. Okay. Jiang Chen, to be honest, you are really awesome. You actually let Teacher Su give birth to your children. By the way, how many children did Teacher Su give birth to for you? 3 little babies, 2 girls and 1 boy. It's triplets. Holy shit. Yuan Yan was shocked and couldn't help cursing. After a pause, she continued, Jiang Chen, you've made it big. You've even made Teacher Su. Well, you're awesome. Not bad, hee hee. Jiang Chen said modestly. Xingcheng, I'm not bragging. Although my son is sometimes unreliable and mischievous, he is actually a good person. He has a handsome appearance, is talented, and is strong in all aspects. Don't think that I always dislike my son. In fact, I have been very proud of my son since he was a child and I have been very concerned about him. But to be honest, he is handsome and he deserves credit for it. If you don't have any other ideas, I can really try it with my son. In the ward, because there were no outsiders, Song Mei began to persuade her best friend earnestly. What else could she do? Her eldest son had caused a lot of trouble, and as a mother, she had to clean up for her son. But Sister Mei, how can I try? Your son and I are just an accident. We are not familiar with each other at all. Besides, I'm much older than him, so it doesn't seem right no matter how you look at it. Facing Song Mei's persuasion, Su Qingqing's first reaction was to disagree, and she expressed her concerns. Sister Mei, actually I was willing to give birth to the child, and I am very grateful that your son can come. I will take care of the 3 children from now on. Your son is still young, and he should have his own life. What are you talking about? Song Mei followed up, my son is still young? He has already graduated from college and is 22 years old. I tell you, if he dares to ignore you and your son in the future, I, as a mother, will be the first to disagree. It's his child after all. He's so cruel and ruthless. I must break his legs. As for you being much older than him, how much? He is 22 this year, and you are 28, so you are only 6 years older. As the saying goes, a girl 3 years older than a man will bring him gold bricks, a girl 30 years older than a man will bring him gold bricks, a girl 30 years older than a man will bring him the kingdom, a girl 300 years older than a man will bring him elixirs, and a girl 3,000 years older than a man will become an immortal. You're 6 years older, but it's only 2 gold bricks, not much. But Sister Mei. Su Qingchang was still hesitating. No buts. Song Mei said directly, Qingchang, I'm an experienced person, so you'll have no problem listening to me. Being a single mother isn't easy. Besides, you don't want your child to be born without a father, right? This made Su Qingqing speechless, and she pursed her lips and said nothing for a while. Qingchang, I also understand your concerns. You and my son don't know each other at all, and we didn't have any feelings for each other before, but what does it matter? Take me and Jiang Chen's father for example. We met through a blind date, and now we are living a good life, aren't we? This feeling needs to be cultivated. Cultivate it a few times, and you won't know when it will come back. Take your time, don't rush. Seeing this, Song Mei struck while the iron was hot and specifically cited the example of what happened between her and Jiang Chen's father in the past. Well, actually, she met Jiang Chen's father through a blind date, and she didn't have any feelings for him at first. Jiang Chen's father was a big pig's hoof. He wanted to hold her hand not long after they met. She was quite resistant at first, but then she followed him to the woods, and then, the two of them inexplicably fell in love, and soon got married and gave birth to Jiang Chen. So, the matter of feelings. What to cultivate? Sometimes when monkey shit arrives, it really hits the spot. But Sister May. Su Qingqing still wanted to struggle. All the concerns she mentioned before were resolved by Song Mei. Now she had no better excuse, so she had to say with embarrassment, if I get along with your son in the future, what if something happens? How should we address each other? We are good friends and have always called each other sisters, but he is your son. If we really talk about it, he should call me auntie, right? When Song Mei saw this, she laughed. Well, I finally convinced him. It's not in vain for me as a mother. I just gave her advice with all my heart and worried about my son's affairs. Isn't it hard to say what this title is? It's all a small matter. At most, we can just talk about our own affairs. Qingcheng, you still call me Sister May, the brat calls me mom, and he calls you wife. Isn't that enough? Su Qingqing tried to persuade Song Mei for a while, and then she was speechless. At this time, Jiang Chen's cousin Sun Qian came to the ward. She had just finished her busy work in the delivery room and took some time to come and take a look. Auntie, how is the pregnant woman? Is she in good spirits? Sun Qian asked Song Mei. She was not familiar with Su Qingcheng, and no matter how old she was, she didn't know what to call her. From Song Mei's perspective, she should call her aunt, but from Jiang Chen's perspective, she should call her sister-in-law. That's outrageous. So he had to ask questions through Song Mei frequently. I'm fine, and in high spirits. Song Mei said happily. She had 3 grandchildren and just gained a daughter-in-law. She would be happy. That's fine. Song Mei smiled and nodded, came to Su Qingcheng, checked her, and explained some precautions. After a cesarean section, you must fast and cannot eat anything for the first 6 hours. After 6 hours, the gas is passed and you can drink some water and eat some liquid food. Okay, thank you, doctor. Su Qingqing said. It's okay. We'll be a family from now on. What are you thanking me for? Sun Qian said meaningfully. When Su Qingcheng heard this, a blush crossed her pretty face. After talking to Su Qingqing for a few words, Sun Qian came to the stroller. Looking at the 3 little babies, I couldn't help but laugh. Wow, so cute. Do you know who I am? I'm your aunt. Don't mention it, they all look just like your father's. After teasing for a while, he suddenly remembered and turned to Su Qingqing and said, by the way, have you started breastfeeding? Start breastfeeding? Su Qingqing was embarrassed. Not yet. Song Mei replied. She was an experienced person and had just been talking to Su Qingqing so much that she had forgotten about this matter. No? Then you have to start breastfeeding. Sun Qian said, colostrum contains many nutrients that are beneficial to newborns, especially lactoferrin and immunoglobulin. The earlier you start breastfeeding, the better it will be for your baby. Because the babies are triplets, their weight is lighter than normal, and they need nutrition at this time. As she spoke, Sun Qian picked up a baby and came to Su Qingcheng. What are you doing? I don't have any milk. Su Qingcheng looked embarrassed and for a moment she did not realize her role as a mother. It's okay. There's nothing at the beginning. Let the child suck it and it will be there. Sun Qian smiled as if she was used to it. Okay, all right. Su Qingcheng hesitated for a moment, and seeing that there was no one else in the room, especially Jiang Chen was not in the ward, she unbuttoned her shirt. When Sun Qian saw it, she was a little shocked. Song Mei's eyes also widened. After being good friends for many years, this is the first time I see her true face. That is fine. Now my 3 grandchildren will have a real treat. Chapter 8: The Young Couple's Little Troubles. Su Ching-chung held a baby in her arms. He fed for a long time with a flushed face, and tried both sides, but still no milk came out. Then the 3 babies started crying loudly, probably because they were hungry. Seeing this, Su Ching-chung couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. I am so magnificent, I can't. It's normal to have no milk at first. Most babies don't have milk until 24 hours later. Sun Qian consoled, it's okay, just let the baby continue to suck. He will have milk if he sucks more. Yes, when the little brat was born, I started breastfeeding on the 3rd day. Song Mei introduced her experience and turned to look at the 2 crying babies. Are you hungry, little babies? Grandma will feed you milk powder now, okay? So I took out the bottle and milk powder and prepared to make the milk powder. Mom, let me make the milk powder. At this time Jiang Chen came back and saw Song Mei was about to make milk powder. Seeing this, Su Ching-chung hurriedly tried to cover her chest. But at this moment, the baby in his arms was smacking his lips vigorously, so it was impossible to cover it completely. So Jiang Chen glanced over and happened to see it, and was immediately distracted. The sun outside is too strong. No, it's too hot. My eyes are dizzy from the sun. Su Ching-chung, can you make milk powder? Song Mei asked in surprise, not noticing Jiang Chen's expression. Who doesn't know how to do this? It's just making some milk powder, Mom, let me do it. Jiang Chen took the bottle and milk powder and started to make the milk powder. The parenting skills rewarded by the system are not exaggerated. Jiang Chen's movements are very skillful and his hands are very fast. He first disinfects each bottle, then fills each bottle with warm water, and then adds milk powder. Soon, the task of preparing milk powder for the 3 babies was completed. Song Mei was stunned watching from the side. Not bad, I didn't expect you to be so good at it. Of course I need to say that. Your son is very talented, you know that. Cut. You little brat, you're not humble at all. Song Mei scolded with a smile, and then she and Jiang Chen fed the babies with milk powder. Soon, the babies were full. The little baby who was originally sucking in Su Ching-chung's arms. At first he was reluctant to let go of his mouth. It took a long time to pull the milk, which made Su Ching-chung frown and hum. But as soon as the nipple of the bottle was put into her mouth, she stopped humming immediately and started drinking. A very satisfying feeling. Wow, I didn't expect Xiaochen. Not only can he make milk powder, he even knows how to burp a baby. He really has the potential to be a dad. Sun Qian saw it and couldn't help but praise him. Not bad, not bad. Song Mei was filled with relief. Her son was doing well and it was not in vain that she had raised him up. Su Ching-chung also saw it. She was surprised and her impression of Jiang Chen changed a lot. This guy was not so unreliable. But change? Bah! Su Ching-chung followed and remembered the look Jiang Chen had given her just now. This guy is also a big pig's hoof. It's okay. I knew a little bit about it before. Jiang Chen said. You only knew a little bit? Sun Qian didn't believe it. Yeah, of course a little bit. Jiang Chen looked calm. He had mastered all the parenting skills, so he knew a lot about how to take care of children. Bite. The host makes milk powder for the child. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. Chapter 9, My Biological Mother, She is Really My Biological Mother. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the reward, God-level massage skills, 1 free chance to draw a lottery. God-level massage skills? A free lottery entry? Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Chen was too lazy to complain. He thought to himself that he was not even familiar with Goddess Su, and he just volunteered to help her. What a big deal. How will Goddess Su see me in the future? I thought so in my heart. Jiang Chen still resolutely accepted the reward. After all, the God-level massage skills seemed to be pretty good. In less than a second, Jiang Chen had mastered God-level massage skills and was proficient in all kinds of massage techniques, which often had unexpected effects. System, draw a lottery. Ding, the lucky draw is successful. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 30,000 yuan. Just 30,000 yuan? Jiang Chen thought he could get something, but this is what he got. Damn system. Su Ching-chung on the other side was still shy. She turned around only after the fever on her face subsided. But when I saw Jiang Chen again, I still felt a little panicked for some reason. How should I put it? After all, I was seen naked. No, more than that, the shame I felt was definitely much stronger than the night when we both died together. Sun Qian covered her mouth and smiled secretly, then quickly returned to normal. After talking to Song Mei for a few words and giving Su Qingcheng some instructions, he left. After Su Qingcheng, she also felt tired to a certain extent and gradually fell asleep. Son, I'm going to cook for Qingcheng. You stay here and take good care of Qingcheng and the baby. Seeing that it was time for dinner, Song Mei said to Jiang Chen. She had already inquired about the place near the hospital that made confinement meals. If you buy food outside, whether it is nutritious or not is another matter, but the hygiene problem is definitely serious. I understand, Mom. Jiang Chen replied. Song Mei was about to go out when she suddenly glanced at her son and suddenly pulled him outside again. Jiang Chen was helpless. Mom, can't you just talk nicely? I told you clearly, but you don't learn your lesson. Song Mei glanced at the sleeping Su Qingcheng in the room, and then explained to Jiang Chen, I talked to Qingcheng just now, and in the end, she agreed to try to get along with you. For a while? It means to date someone. Oh. What? Are you dissatisfied or what? Song Mei looked at Jiang Chen's nonchalant look and became angry. You little bastard. You took advantage of me. You looked at me from head to toe. I gave birth to 3 children for you. What else do you want to do? Can you have a little conscience? Don't worry, I have a conscience and will take responsibility. Jiang Chen patted his chest and agreed. I'm glad you know it. Song Mei gave her son an unpleasant look. You little brat, I've already said it in advance. Qingcheng is my best friend, we are like sisters. She has given me 3 grandchildren. If you dare to be indecisive, treat Qingcheng badly, or even betray her, I will not forgive you. Do you understand? I understand, Mom. Please stop nagging me. I promise I will treat her well. So you think I'm being long-winded? What else? You. Song Mei was so angry that she laughed. She reached out to twist Jiang Chen's ear, but Jiang Chen turned sideways and stood on tiptoe to avoid it. If I can't reach your ears, can't I kick your ass? Song Mei then kicked her son on the butt. Unexpectedly, he kicked nothing as well. Song Mei laughed and scolded. Okay, brat, I'll settle the score with you later. After glaring at Jiang Chen, Song Mei left in a hurry. It was already time for dinner and many people were cooking. If she went later, she might have to wait in line. Jiang Chen returned to the ward. Seeing that Su Qingcheng was still sleeping soundly, he couldn't help but look at her twice more. Even now, he still feels like he's dreaming. He just graduated and broke up, and then the goddess Su, the beautiful teacher who is the focus of everyone's attention at Sihai University, gave birth to 3 children for him? It feels so unreal. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a faint strange smell in the ward. Jiang Chen immediately came back to his senses and looked at the 3 babies. Needless to say, at least one of them must have pooped. Then checked the diapers. Sure enough, among the 3 babies, 2 had poop and 1 had pee. Because of the physical discomfort, the 3 little guys began to twist their bodies and whimper. Don't worry, Daddy will change your diapers right away. Jiang Chen comforted the 3 little ones softly and changed their diapers skillfully. Ah! Why, the baby's forehead is throbbing. Su Qingcheng, who was originally asleep, saw Jiang Chen changing the baby's diaper at this time, and suddenly found that the baby's forehead was twitching, and not just one, but all 3. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and then couldn't help feeling a little worried. Could it be that 3 little babies? Is this a developmental problem? In fact, she had already woken up when Jiang Chen entered the ward. The physical pain, the unfamiliar environment, and the natural alertness of being a mother meant that even though she was very tired, she did not sleep for long. But after waking up, I felt really embarrassed. Jiang Chen and I were in the ward, and we didn't know what to say. So just now, I just continued to sleep until I accidentally discovered 3 little babies jumping on my head. It's okay, this is normal. This place on the baby is called the fontanelle. After birth, because the skull is not completely closed, the fontanelle will jump and move. The anterior fontanelle closes around 12 to 18 months. The posterior fontanelle closes relatively quickly, and it will be completely closed in about 3 months. Jiang Chen kept explaining to Su Qingcheng. Oh, so that's it. Su Qingqing nodded and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. You seem to be quite good at taking care of children. It's okay. I've read some related parenting knowledge on the internet before, so I know a little bit. The two chatted casually. An hour later, Su Qingqing passed gas, and Song Mei just came back with the confinement meal she prepared, including crushing carp soup, brown sugar water, and millet porridge. Qingqing, are you hungry? Come, let's eat. Song Mei spoke with concern, carrying the food box and excitedly bringing it to Qingqing. I don't know if it suits your taste or what you like to eat, but this is what confinement meals are like, relatively light, and focus on nutritional balance. That's it, thank you Sister Mei. Su Qingqing said softly. Since the gas had been discharged, she could now eat something. Why are you thanking me? This is what I deserve. Song Mei placed a small dining table on the bed, opened the lunchboxes she brought, and pushed them in front of Su Qingqing. Eat Qingqing, eat while it's hot. Because it was time for dinner, Jiang Chen's stomach was growling with hunger. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but feel something was wrong. Mom, did you forget to bring me food? I haven't eaten yet. You haven't eaten yet. I was so focused on Qingqing that I forgot about you. Song Mei slapped her head. I prepared all this food for Qingqing, why don't you go down and eat? Yes, she is really my biological mother. He even forgot that his own son hadn't eaten. Jiang Chen shook his head and had to go downstairs to eat. The maternal and child health hospital had a restaurant, located on the basement floor of the inpatient building. He saw the sign when he arrived. Unexpectedly, when I arrived at the restaurant, I hadn't had time to get my meal. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from behind. Jiang Chen? It's really you. Chapter 10 Awkward, Unexpected Encounter with First Love. Jiang Chen felt the voice was familiar and turned around to see that it was indeed an acquaintance. It turned out to be Wang Bingbing, his junior high school classmate. Speaking of which, Wang Bingbing was the class beauty back then and also my first love. The two hadn't seen each other for 7 or 8 years since graduating from junior high school. Wang Bingbing still looked the same as remembered, tall and slender, with delicate features and 2 small canine teeth showing when she smiled. However, she had grown a little taller over the years. Now she was wearing a nurse's uniform and it was obvious that she worked in this maternal and child healthcare hospital. Jiang Chen, you look like me from a distance, but when I got closer, I realized it was really you. Long time no see. Wang Bingbing said to Jiang Chen with a sweet smile on her face just like she did back then. Yeah, long time no see. Jiang Chen responded, looking a little embarrassed. Because I broke up with my first love at that time. He cried his heart out and tried to save the relationship with a broken heart. At one point, he wrote a suicide note, threatened to jump off a building, and even climbed over a wall in the middle of the night, hoping to elope with his first love. This scared his first love so much that she hid away from him. No matter how hard I tried, it was ultimately of no avail. For a long time afterwards, he kept talking about this incident, always thinking about it unforgettable, and imagined the scene of their meeting again countless times. But now, Jiang Chen finally saw his first love, who was like his eternal goddess, again. Apart from a little embarrassment, there was really no ripple in my heart. How are you, Jiang Chen? Have you been doing well these years? I'm fine. How about you? I'm fine too. By the way, why are you here? This is the maternal and child health hospital. My child was born. The child is born? It's not your child, is it? Wang Bingbing couldn't help but be surprised, but after taking a look at Jiang Chen, she quickly denied her thoughts, but it's impossible. According to the time, you just graduated from college. It must be your relative's child. At this time, a colleague called her, so she quickly answered, turned around and waved to Jiang Chen. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, we'll talk again when we have a chance, and left in a hurry. Okay, no problem. Jiang Chen continued to eat in the restaurant. I couldn't help but think back to those days, trying to find some of the feelings of my youth, but to no avail. All I felt was embarrassment. I still think that I was too immature and stupid at that time. Why? What's the big deal? Just seek death. Son, I have to go back. I am at least a small manager in the company, and I have a lot of work that I haven't had time to deal with. It's already evening, I'll just go back and take care of it. I'll come back tomorrow morning. This evening, I'm telling you, you better be careful. At around 8 or 9 in the evening, Song Mei was old after all and could not bear it any longer. As he still had a lot of work to do at the company, he planned to go back and take a rest. Before leaving, as expected, he used threats and inducements on Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen was no longer surprised by this. Even though his mother usually beats and scolds him and is very fierce, he actually knows that his mother has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She likes to nag a little, but is actually closer to him than his father. "Don't worry, Mom. If I can't take good care of you, you can break my legs. It's good that you know." Song Mei smiled and glared at her son. Then he said to Su Qingqing softly, "Xingcheng, I will go back tonight and come back the next morning. If the brat dares to bully you tonight, just tell me. Also, if you need anything, just order the brat around. The brat is young and is not afraid of getting dirty or tired." Jiang Chen's forehead was covered with sweat. "I'm not afraid of getting dirty or tired. Who told you that?" Seeing this, Su Qingqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. "I know, Sister Mei. Okay, I'm leaving now." Song Mei told Su Qingcheng with satisfaction, then looked at her son. "Take good care of my grandchildren, otherwise." Jiang Chen felt a headache when he heard this. "I know, Mom. Please stop talking. They are your grandchildren, but they are also my sons and daughters. If I treat them badly, I won't let myself off the hook, okay?" Without any explanation, Song Mei was pushed out. Chapter 11. The milk is successfully started, and the 3 babies are no longer hungry. "You and your mother are quite interesting," Su Qingcheng said to Jiang Chen after Jiang Chen returned to the ward. This was the first time she took the initiative to talk to Jiang Chen. "It's okay, we are used to it," Jiang Chen said. Suddenly, there were only 2 adults left in the ward. Jiang Chen felt a little awkward because in terms of seniority, he was actually lower than her and had to call her aunt. "Ah. So it's always like this. It's funny, but the relationship is really good," Su Qingqing said without envy. "It can be seen that you are your mother's biological child." "You also think I'm your biological child?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask in surprise. Suddenly, he became very interested in this question. "Of course. If you were not her biological child, do you think your mother would treat you like this? Think about it, if she is polite to you, very caring and concerned about your feelings, but also cautious and distant, then you won't have time to panic." 2. Jiang Chen patted his head helplessly. After a few casual words, the 2 of them were no longer so unfamiliar with each other. Because Su Qingcheng is so talented, and with Jiang Chen's help. After a while, the milk was successfully produced. Bite. The host helped his wife to successfully start breastfeeding. Congratulations to the host for getting a set of finely decorated apartments in Bishuaju. Bite. Congratulations to the host for receiving the extra reward, physical fitness plus 10 points. After completing the milking task, I was rewarded with a fully furnished apartment in Bishuaju. Get extra rewards, physical fitness plus 10 points. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Chen received a reward of plus 10 points of physical fitness in the bathroom. Then an inexplicable huge force spread to the body and every part of the body. Afterwards, there was a sharp pain, and all the bones and muscles in the body seemed to be transformed by that huge force. Less than a minute. The pain ended and I broke out in sweat. Jiang Chen simply took a shower in the bathroom. When I looked in the mirror again, I saw myself in the mirror, like a marble sculpture, with big muscles, 8-pack abs, mermaid line, dog waist, and my whole face seemed even more handsome. All right. Awesome, awesome. With only plus 10 points of physique, the body can be transformed into this state. If it's plus 100 points, well, I dare not think about it. Qingcheng, are you hungry? I've brought you breakfast. This is the breakfast I made myself, come and try it. At around 6 o'clock the next day, Song Mei came excitedly. Su Qingcheng had already woken up at this time. She looked after the baby for a while. Jiang Chen, who had been up all night, took the opportunity to take a nap. Although his physical fitness was plus 10 points, he still needed sleep. The breakfast Song Mei brought to Su Qingcheng was quite sumptuous. There are preserved egg and lean meat porridge, vegetable tortillas, toast, egg custard, fresh milk, etc. Su Qingcheng knew that the child's food was important, so she started eating without hesitation. Thank you, Miss Mei. Hey, you're so polite. Song Mei handed Su Qingcheng some food while asking about last night. How was it, Qingcheng? Was everything okay last night? Not bad, Su Qingcheng said after taking a sip of the century egg and lean meat porridge. What about that brat? How was he to you? Did he bully you? Song Mei asked again. He? No, no. Su Qingqing thought of last night, her face flushed slightly, then she glanced at Jiang Chen, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. I thought to myself, this brat. Why is this guy so handsome? But over there. After waking up, Jiang Chen was busy changing diapers for the three little ones. After hearing what his mother said, he was a little unhappy. Mom, look at what you said, why would I bully others for no reason? Okay, as long as you know it. Song Mei smiled and said, come here, son, this is your breakfast, eat it while it's hot. She is very satisfied with Jiang Chen's performance. Her biggest wish at the moment is that the couple live in harmony and the three babies are healthy. After visiting Su Qingcheng and her grandchildren, Song Mei hurried back to work. Because the unit is having an event recently, it is difficult for her, a small leader, to ask for leave at this time when she should set an example. Son, take good care of Qingcheng and the child. I know, Mom. Please stop nagging me. After Song Mei left, the ward became much quieter. Not long after, the nurse on duty for the morning rounds came in. When she saw Jiang Chen, she couldn't help but exclaimed, Jiang Chen? Why are you here? Chapter 12 Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. The nurse was tall and pretty. It was none other than Wang Bingbing, whom Jiang Chen met by chance last night, and also his first love. Wang Bingbing is a delivery room nurse at Sihai Maternal and Child Health Hospital. It was their turn on that day when the shift changed. In fact, she unexpectedly met Jiang Chen while having dinner last night. She hadn't seen him for 7 or 8 years, which made her particularly excited. But she was busy at the time and didn't even have time to leave her contact information. Unexpectedly, when I was on duty the next day, I happened to meet Jiang Chen again. What a coincidence! I didn't expect to see you again in the hospital. Wang Bingbing walked forward quickly and saw Jiang Chen's sunny, handsome, angular face, her eyes full of smiles. To this day, she still clearly remembers how good Jiang Chen was to her. When the two were young and naive and dating, Jiang Chen, who was still a teenager, bought her breakfast, books, snacks, and did her homework for her. He was as attentive as an old nanny. We broke up later because we were too young and didn't understand anything. She was actually just following the fashion and joking around. What is funny is that Jiang Chen actually took it seriously back then. After breaking up with him, she was so infatuated that she tried to commit suicide, wrote a suicide note, and threatened to jump off a building. Wang Bingbing knew everything about this matter. As for the feeling, I felt touched, wanted to laugh, and was a little scared. Because at that time, Jiang Chen not only tried to commit suicide, but also suddenly climbed through the third-floor window of her house in the middle of the night to look for her. He asked her in a childish and immature way whether her family disagreed with her breaking up with him. If her family disagreed, it was okay, he could elope with her, even if they had to wander to the ends of the earth, as long as the two of them were together, he could support her by picking up trash. She asked him if there would be KFC to eat if she eloped with him. Jiang Chen thought about it and said no, how could he eat KFC while wandering around picking up trash? But if she really wanted to eat, he could save up money for a week and treat her to McDonald's. So she made a decisive decision. It would be fine if they could wander to the ends of the earth together, but if there is no KFC to eat, then forget it. The man who asks her to pick up trash together and doesn't even give her KFC to eat is definitely not her Prince Charming. But now 7 or 8 years have passed. The childish Jiang Chen back then is now handsome and tall, and seems to be even more handsome than before. When Wang Bingbing saw it, her heart started beating inexplicably. After going around in circles, it seems that I still like Jiang Chen's type. So I saw Jiang Chen at this time. She was both excited and surprised, thinking that the boy she was back then had grown up. It is said that first love and the first time are lifelong things that can never be forgotten. Jiang Chen was so infatuated with me and it was so unforgettable back then, he would definitely not forget me. But if he couldn't forget his old love and pursued me again, well, of course I will consider it and will definitely give him a chance. And at this time, Jiang Chen finished changing the diapers for the 3 babies. Just sat down and had a glass of water. The nurse Wang Bingbing couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw Jiang Chen. Then she walked towards Jiang Chen with great enthusiasm and surprise, and even wanted to grab Jiang Chen's arm as she did in the past. Jiang Chen saw this. I secretly felt a headache. It's true that enemies often meet in a narrow road. So he slightly turned sideways, quietly avoiding the hand that Wang Bingbing was reaching out to him. Chapter 13 I'm sorry. Are you on duty today? Jiang Chen raised his eyes and asked. Yes, I had a meeting yesterday and it's my turn to be on duty today. Seeing Jiang Chen avoiding her hand, Wang Bingbing was a little surprised. Wow, little guy, you're being arrogant again. But she didn't take it seriously. After all, she had hurt him so deeply in the past, so it was normal for him to have a little temper now. But as long as she made a move, he might be very happy and would try to please her again. Just like the boy he was back then. Wang Bingbing took a quick glance and saw 3 babies beside Jiang Chen. Wow, triplets. Jiang Chen, whose relatives' children are these? They are so cute. The tone was one of surprise, without any falsehood. Because she never even considered the possibility that it was Jiang Chen's child. Jiang Chen scratched his head and said, "These 3 are my children." What? These 3 are your children? Wang Bingbing was stunned and asked in astonishment, Jiang Chen, are you married? No. How come you have a child when you're not married? Wang Bingbing asked in astonishment. She glanced at Jiang Chen and immediately smiled. Oh, I see. You are joking, right? This must be your relative's child. I didn't expect that after all these years, you still like to joke so much. No, you misunderstood. This is really my child, my biological child. Jiang Chen simply made things clear. What? Wang Bingbing saw that Jiang Chen was not joking and her face suddenly changed. Jiang Chen, this is impossible, right? According to the time, didn't you just graduate from college? How come you have a child right after graduation? A face full of shock and disbelief. Nothing is impossible. There are some college students who don't have children, not to mention I've already graduated. Jiang Chen said calmly, giving Wang Bingbing an answer that couldn't be more certain. When Wang Bingbing heard this, she immediately felt sad in her heart. Oh my God, it's true. But back then, you were clearly trying to commit suicide for me. You threatened to jump off a building, wrote a suicide note, and even climbed up the 3rd floor window of my house in the middle of the night to ask me if I wanted to wander to the ends of the earth with you. He even said he would use the money from collecting trash for a week to buy me a meal at McDonald's. Have you forgotten all these? Why didn't you wait for me? How could you give birth to 3 children without telling me? Why? Wang Bingbing's mind raced, and she felt frustrated. But at least she was not a child anymore, so she quickly calmed down and thought that based on Jiang Chen's words and tone just now, she could know several facts. Jiang Chen was not married, and his girlfriend was pregnant unexpectedly. Since it was an accident, it was uncertain what the future would be like. In other words, she still has a chance. What's more, she was the class beauty back then and the dream goddess of many boys. If she took the initiative. I don't believe that Jiang Chen is not attracted to me. Thinking of this, Wang Bingbing straightened her chest, smiled what she always thought was the most beautiful smile, and walked towards her rival in love lying on the bed. Unexpectedly, the next second, the smile froze on her face. Because that rival in love is so beautiful. She is so beautiful that she can make fishes sink to the bottom of their chests, geese fall to the ground, the moon hide in shame, and flowers blush. Just one look at her is enough to make even a woman feel moved. Compared to her, I am just a country girl. However, what shocked her even more was the other person's broad mind. Big. It's really too big. Wang Bingbing looked down at herself and suddenly felt extremely ashamed. Compared with others, she was obviously not worthy of a. Chapter 14 I let you love me and wander around the world. Wang Bingbing was originally full of confidence. No matter what, she was Jiang Chen's first love, the dream goddess of many boys. Moreover, Jiang Chen was infatuated with her, and was very attentive and a dog. But now compared with Jiang Chen's partner. It's such a shock. She had just given birth to a child, and was in a rather weak state. But even so, her beauty, facial features, and temperament were simply not something a country girl like me could compare to. Especially that figure. His broad mind made her feel ashamed of herself and humbled into the dust. In terms of appearance, temperament and figure, she is overwhelming in all aspects. So, the excitement of meeting Jiang Chen, the goddess mentality of being superior in front of Jiang Chen, and the expectation that Jiang Chen would become his bootlicker again when he met her, all disappeared in an instant. Not only was it gone, but she also felt like she had eaten 3 pounds of lemons and felt extremely sour. I thought we could rekindle our old love, but. Okay. I am just being sentimental and overthinking. Fortunately, there was nothing else to do. Wang Bingbing did her routine and asked about Su Qingcheng and the baby. When she found that everything was normal, she left as if escaping. There was no way. If she stayed for another second, she felt like she would turn into a sour grape. So sour that it might explode on the spot. After Wang Bingbing left, Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. I thought to myself that fortunately nothing happened. If my mother saw this, she would definitely criticize me. But when he turned around and saw Su Qingcheng breastfeeding, he was a little puzzled. Didn't you just feed the baby not long ago? Why are you feeding again? Not long? About half an hour, okay. I'm just worried that the child will be hungry. Su Qingcheng replied lightly. Actually, she knew that the baby had only been eating for a short time, but she just wanted to feed him, especially in front of Wang Bingbing. Turn out to be. As soon as Wang Bingbing came in, she heard the conversation between the two parties and felt that they seemed to know each other and might be old friends. Suddenly, I couldn't sit still for some reason. While the two were talking, she picked up a baby, untied her chest, and started feeding him. You can see that even though the little guy had just eaten not long ago, he still ate the food with relish. And the effect on the other side. Just take a look at Wang Bingbing's expression and you'll know that the effect couldn't be better. Are you worried that your child will be hungry? Zhang Chen didn't notice Su Qingcheng's thoughts and continued to remind her, you should be careful. It's not good to let the little ones drink too much milk at once. It may cause indigestion and poor digestion. But speaking of this, my eyes were unconsciously drawn to it. To be honest, it is really amazing. Will it cause indigestion and indigestion? Su Qingcheng heard this and thought about it. She stopped feeding the baby and put it in the crib beside her. If you are sleepy, take a nap. I will take care of the child. Su Qingcheng said again. It's okay, I'm not sleepy. Zhang Chen didn't sleep much last night, but because his body had gained 10 points of physical fitness, he took a nap for a while and didn't feel sleepy anymore. In the afternoon, Song Mei hurried to the hospital. After finishing her work at the company in the morning, she was really worried about the hospital, so she asked for leave from her boss. The boss knew Song Mei's usual work attitude and approved her leave. She carried a big bag filled with various fruits and nutritional supplements for postpartum women. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to enter the ward, she heard someone shouting from behind, "Auntie." Song Mei looked back and her expression changed slightly. It turned out to be Wang Bingbing dressed as a nurse. Of course she knew this Wang Bingbing. Back then, I was in a relationship with Jiang Chen and I came to her house several times. Although there wasn't any trouble during her relationship with Jiang Chen and they broke up in the end, there was still quite a stir afterwards. Jiang Chen did not agree to break up, and cried and swore to love Wang Bingbing forever and to travel around the world with her. Song Mei was so angry when she saw it. I thought to myself, you little brat, what do you know about love? What do you know about a lifetime? You haven't even got your hair fully grown yet, and you want to travel the world? Come, I'll let you love, I'll let you travel the world. Without saying anything, she caught Jiang Chen and started a women's singles match. Jiang Chen was beaten up but refused to accept it and said he would go on a hunger strike. Then his father showed up and drew out the 7 wolves on the spot. And then Jiang Chen gave in and went to eat obediently as he was so hungry. Of course, he was not in a good mood, but no matter what, he finally calmed down and was successfully admitted to university. Although he is still a little unreliable now, he has won over his best friend without realizing it. But at least she gave her 3 grandchildren. As a mother, Song Mei felt quite relieved when seeing this. So at this moment, when she suddenly saw Wang Bingbing, Song Mei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this brat was up to something weird again? Chapter 15. Dad draws out 7 wolves. Song Mei thought so in her heart, but as an elder, Song Mei still looked gentle and polite. Bingbing? It's you. Why, you work at the maternal and child health hospital now? Yes, I'm a nurse here now. Wang Bingbing saw Song Mei's gentle attitude, and a glimmer of hope suddenly emerged in her heart, which had been hit hard. Then she asked enthusiastically, Auntie, where have you been? Hey, what am I doing? My daughter-in-law just gave birth, so I bought her some fruits and supplements. Song Mei said, and she glanced at Wang Bingbing while holding the bag in her hand. Daughter-in-law? Buy her fruits and supplements? When Wang Bingbing heard this, she felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave. The little bit of hope that had just emerged was extinguished immediately. Previously, Jiang Chen's girlfriend crushed him in all aspects. I have a bad figure and bad looks in front of her, and I feel inferior like a country girl. I originally thought I could get some leverage with her, but who would have thought that her aunt already treated me as her daughter-in-law? Wang Bingbing took a look at the bag that Song Mei opened and saw that it was full of various valuable fruits and nutritional supplements. My heart felt extremely bitter. By so much. It seems that you care about your daughter-in-law very much. It's okay. After all, she is my daughter-in-law, and she gave birth to 3 grandchildren for me. It's never too much to be nice to her. Song Mei said this with a smile on her face. Wang Bingbing saw this. I feel so cold in my heart. There's nothing I can say. I have completely given up. After that, he entered the ward, checked some conditions as routine, explained some precautions, and left in a hurry. Even when Song Mei invited her to sit down and have a glass of water, she immediately and politely refused. After Wang Bingbing left, Song Mei immediately looked towards Jiang Chen with murderous eyes. You and Wang Bingbing didn't do anything behind my back, did you? Jiang Chen immediately broke out in a sweat. Mom, I already have a child, why would I do anything behind your back? It's better not to. Song Mei said, I'm warning you, little brat. You're an adult now, not the child you were before. If you dare to be indecisive about Qing Cheng in the future and do something behind her back, be careful of me. Be careful or you'll break my legs and skin me alive, right? Jiang Chen looked helpless as he finished the rest of the sentence for his mother. Song Mei chuckled. You little brat, just know it. After scolding Jiang Chen with a smile, Song Mei then said to Su Qingcheng, if Jiang Chen treats you badly, don't be afraid. Just tell me and I will take care of him. I know, Sister Mei. Su Qingcheng smiled. She had just been on the bed and witnessed the entire conversation between Song Mei and her daughter. She really thought that these two people were very interesting. Come on, Qingcheng. These are fruits and nutritional supplements. You've worked hard giving birth to a child, so I bought them especially for you. Song Mei put the bag on the bedside and handed them to Su Qingcheng one by one. Thank you, Sister Mei. What are you thanking me for? We are all family, so we shouldn't have different opinions. Jiang Chen took a look at the bag and found his favorite lychees in it, so he tried to ask, Mom, can I eat lychees? There's nothing I can do. I'm traumatized by my mom's scolding. Eat it, those lychees are for you. Thank you, Mom. You really are my mom. You little brat, if I'm not your biological mother, then who is? Mom, we actually have another important thing to do. A woman who has just given birth cannot eat too many lychees. After giving some to Su Qingcheng, Jiang Chen simply put the pile of lychees in front of himself and ate them to his heart's content while saying to Song Mei, what's the important thing? What else could be so important? It's just Dad. Dad shouldn't know about this yet, right? Your dad? Let's wait. Why? Jiang Chen asked. Your father just had an appendectomy and is currently recuperating. If he knew that you harmed my best friend and made her pregnant before marriage and gave birth to triplets for you, how do you think he would react? What would happen? Song Mei glanced at Jiang Chen, her tone gentle and persuasive. This. Jiang Chen immediately held his forehead. My dad has a bad temper and acts impulsively. Given his temper, if he knew that I had taken my mom's best friend, who knows what would happen? So what if I just had appendectomy surgery? So what if I'm still recovering? Nothing can stop him from drawing out the 7 wolves. Forget it. For the sake of my father's health, and especially for my own life, I should put this matter aside for now. Unexpectedly, just as I was thinking this, the phone suddenly rang. It was my dad calling. Chapter 16. You are professionals in cheating your son. Mom, it's Dad calling. Jiang Chen suddenly panicked and took the phone to show Song Mei. Song Mei took a look and cracked some melon seeds while looking calm. It's for you. What are you showing me? Take it. Jiang Chen. I had no choice but to answer the phone. Hello, Dad. Are you calling me? Why, I can't call you. Jiang Chen could feel his father's voice from a distance. Even without the speakerphone on, his mother could hear it clearly. Have you done anything bad again recently, kid? I didn't do anything bad. I work hard every day and try to make money. How can I have the time to do bad things? Jiang Chen tried his best to defend himself. I don't think you have the guts to do that. Jiang Dapeng on the other end of the phone continued, "It's strange, your aunt called me out of the blue this morning and said that you harmed your mother's best friend and made her give birth to 3 children for you. I felt it was nonsense as soon as I heard it and I didn't believe it at all. You said this was so absurd. My son is such an excellent and honest person. He was a 3 good student in school and an outstanding graduate. It is obvious that he would not do such a ridiculous and unreasonable thing. Besides, triplets, the probability is so low, and my son just graduated, it's impossible to even think about it." So I hung up on her before she finished talking. This is not the way to lie and slander my son. I just had surgery and am recuperating. It's not worth it to get upset with me. Jiang Chen listened to his father complaining on the phone for a long time and suddenly felt guilty. Judging from the tone of my dad's voice on the phone, he knew very well that my mom was right and that I shouldn't tell my dad for the time being. "Well, Dad. You did the right thing. You should have hung up the phone with Aunt. Your son is so outstanding, he really wouldn't do something as absurd and unreasonable as Aunt said," Jiang Chen said to Jiang Dapeng on the phone. Song Mei rolled her eyes as she listened. Fortunately, the call was answered outside the door, as Su Qingcheng probably couldn't hear it clearly inside. "That's right, don't I know my son?" Jiang Dapeng said proudly after hearing Jiang Chen's reply, "But son, the social atmosphere is not good now. There are all kinds of monsters and demons. You must not follow suit. Something like what your aunt said actually brought disaster to your mother's best friend. This is ridiculous, don't you know? You have to call your mom's best friend Auntie. There's a big age and generation difference between them. Remember this clearly, kid. Of course, if you're itching to try, you can give it a try." Just like his mother, his father's call ended with a threat. Jiang Chen felt guilty and broke out in a sweat. They were indeed an old couple, having taught him everything together. "Okay, Dad, I got it." "Okay then, hang up." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen looked at Song Mei. "Mom, what should we do next? What else can we do?" "Just leave it alone." Song Mei thought for a moment and said, "It's a done deal. What can your father do to you? When the time comes, put the 3 babies in front of him. Let's see whether he will hug his grandchildren first or beat you first." After his mother reminded him, Jiang Chen suddenly understood. "Although I did something ridiculous and inappropriate, the key point is that I gave my dad 3 grandchildren. When the time comes, just like my mom said, I will put the little ones in front of my dad. I believe that my dad will not hug his grandchildren first." "Okay, that's settled." Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that his mother was good at dealing with his father. But Song Mei looked at Jiang Chen and suddenly smiled sinisterly. "But son, your dad will hold his grandchildren first, which is definitely no problem, but I predict that you will not be able to escape the beating your dad deserves." "Jiang Chen? Well, you are worthy of being my dad's couple, you are professionals in cheating your son." Song Mei stayed in the ward for the whole afternoon. Seeing Jiang Chen serving Su Qingcheng and taking care of the 3 babies, whether it was changing the mat, taking the urine, changing diapers, or feeding, he did it very well and with skillful techniques, seemingly better than her mother could do. Although she didn't say it, she was very satisfied in her heart. Seeing Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng again, they gradually became familiar with each other as they got to know each other, and looked like a young couple. "I am also happy from the bottom of my heart. One is her son, and the other is her best friend. Now they both have children. If they could finally get together and achieve a happy ending, that would of course be what she wants most." In the evening, Song Mei cooked dinner for the 2 of them, brought it over, and then went back. After all, there is someone else at home. If she doesn't cook for that person, he would rather starve than cook for himself. Of course, if he cooks occasionally, the food tastes like pig food and only he can eat it. "Your mother's cooking skills are pretty good." Su Qingqing couldn't help but praise the dishes on the table. Although they were all confinement meals and home-cooked dishes, such as pork knuckles stewed with soybeans, stir-fried pork, home-cooked tofu, stewed tilapia, seaweed egg soup, they all tasted really good, not much different from the state banquets she had eaten before. "Is it delicious? If it is, eat more." Jiang Chen was used to his mother's cooking and thought it was just like that. When he heard Su Qingcheng say it was delicious, he immediately picked up a piece of fish for her. After picking up the food, I realized that I was using my own chopsticks. I immediately explained, "I'm sorry, I used chopsticks to pick it up for you." "It's okay, I don't mind," Su Qingcheng said. In order to prove that she didn't mind, she immediately ate the piece of fish. Of course, after eating it, her face suddenly felt hot for no reason. After the two adults finished their meal, it was time for the three little ones to eat. Wow! 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 Together, they cried loudly to express their strong desire to eat. Good boy, baby. Don't worry, the food will be here soon. Zhangchen prepared some warm water and after cleaning, he fed the rations into the little ones' mouths. He fed two at a time, and after they were all fed, it was the last baby's turn. As I have experienced many times. Su Qingchang was no longer surprised by such a process. To be precise, I'm numb. And over there was Jiang Chen. I'm used to it, and of course I'm very, very calm inside. After feeding the three babies one by one, Jiang Chen burped them one by one and coaxed them to sleep. Then, because it was hot and he was afraid of them getting prickly heat, he gently washed their bodies. Before I had children, I thought other people as children were fair and tender and very cute. It is taken for granted that raising a child should be easy. Just dress them, feed them, entertain them, and play with them. How wonderful it is. After I had my own child, I realized that my previous thinking was just to treat my child as a pet. In fact, raising a child is not easy at all and it is very stressful. I am afraid that they will be cold, and I am also afraid that they will be hot. I am afraid that they will eat too little, and I am also afraid that they will eat too much. Fortunately, Jiang Chen already possessed a complete set of parenting skills, and his physical fitness had increased by 10 points, so the parenting workload was a piece of cake for him. Chapter 17. Can I be discharged from the hospital tomorrow? After that, the two of them had nothing to do and stayed up all night until dawn. Song Mei came early again, carrying a bunch of things, including breakfast, fruits, etc. Jiang Chen got up as it was okay for him to sleep less due to his physical condition. Jiang Chen ate some fruit. He was worried about something else. How to tell or explain to my dad that I encountered one over my mom's best friend, and accidentally made her give birth to triplets for me. And to be honest, it's all my cousin S fault. If she hadn't told her aunt about this, how would she know? And how could she have passed this on to her father's ears, directly destroying her long-term plan? No, I must ask her for an explanation. This morning, Sun Qian finally came. After arriving at the ward, Su Qingchang was given a relatively comprehensive examination. Aunt Qingqing's recovery is relatively ideal. The wound condition, as well as the discharge and urination, are all within normal ranges. If there are no other problems tomorrow, you can be discharged from the hospital. Can I be discharged from the hospital tomorrow? Song Mei was surprised. After all, she was old, had a lot of work to do at work, and was still worried about Jiang Chen. She had been running between the company, the hospital, and home these days, and she was exhausted. Yes, Auntie, Qingcheng has recovered well in all aspects and can be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Sun Qian said. That's great. Song Mei was overjoyed. Su Qingcheng also felt relieved. Although Jiang Chen and Song Mei took good care of him in the hospital is still a hospital after all, not his home, and it was still inconvenient in many ways. After Sun Qian finished the examination, she was about to leave. Jiang Chen immediately stopped her and said, "Cousin, did you tell Auntie about me?" "No, I haven't." Sun Qian saw Jiang Chen's expression as if he was going to accuse her, and she subconsciously denied it immediately. "No?" Jiang Chen didn't believe it at all. "You didn't tell your aunt, so how could she know?" "Not only did she know, but she even called my dad to tell him that day." Sun Qian. My mother really couldn't hold it in anymore and told my uncle-in-law? But it's normal. No one can hold back when encountering such a thing. After all, it's too outrageous. My cousin actually got pregnant with his mother's best friend, and they even gave birth to triplets. Fortunately, I had strong self-control and only told my mother. As Jiang Chen's cousin, she certainly knew the temper of Jiang Chen's father, her uncle-in-law. He had a hot temper and was impulsive. Once he got angry, even 10 donkeys couldn't stop him. Thinking of this, Sun Qian couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen with pity. However, pity is pity, it is impossible to admit it. Seeing that Jiang Chen was determined not to give up until he gave an explanation, she played the sympathy card. "Xiao Chun, tell me, has your cousin been good to you since you were little? Does she love you?" "Not bad," Jiang Chen said. To be honest, this cousin was really nice to him when he was a child. Whenever he went to her house, she would give him all the delicious and fun things to eat and play with. Of course, she would be very fierce when she was angry. She would snatch his lollipop and hit him on the head until he cried. When you were little, did you like playing with your cousin? Good. Then you want to know, did your cousin tell your father about your affairs? You say. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. After denying it 3 times in a row, Sun Qian took advantage of Jiang Chen's days and ran away. There was nothing she could do. Although this was her fault, she really couldn't bear it. Jiang Chen? This. Are you the cousin who has loved me and treated me well since I was a child? He originally planned to blame his cousin and force her to help him think of a way to deal with the situation. The result is even less reliable than myself. Forget it, forget it. When water comes, earth will cover it. When soldiers come, soldiers will fight back. After all, I am my father's biological son. If I don't consider the monk's face, I will consider the Buddha's face. If I don't consider the Buddha's face, I will consider the face of my grandchildren. I don't believe that Zhang Dapeng can destroy me. Bite. Detect the host's current status and trigger a random task. Call your dad within 3 days and confess everything. Jiang Chen. Chapter 18. Hey, Big Pig's Hoof. Call dad and confess everything? What the hell? Isn't the dog system pushing itself into the fire pit? System, can I not accept the mission? Bite. The mission is mandatory. If the host does not accept it, the system will self-destruct. I wipe. The dog system threatens to self-destruct at any time. Is this okay? Or if you want to self-destruct, then do it? Forget it, why bother talking to this dog system? Jiang Chen had no choice but to accept the task. Fortunately, he did not have to confess to his father immediately, but within 3 days, which gave him some buffer time. Xincheng, listen to my advice and live together. The child has just been born, and you are in confinement. Although my son is clumsy, he is honest and well-behaved. He is still the father of the children. I think he cares about the children and you very much. Besides, you two can still develop feelings by living together. No matter what, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Because Su Qingcheng is going to be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, Song Mei naturally suggested to her best friend what to do after she is discharged, that she should live with her son. But Sister Mei. Su Qingcheng hesitated. In fact, she also thought that what Song Mei said made sense. However, once she was discharged from the hospital, she had to live with a man, or to put it simply, to cohabitate. She felt a little uncomfortable psychologically for a while, especially since this man was the older son of her best friend. Here we go again, isn't it? Seeing Su Qingqing's hesitant expression, Song Mei couldn't help but smile. My best friend is good in everything. Her looks, figure and temperament are all perfect, but she is a little reserved and too shy. Xincheng, you have given birth to your children. We should live together after we are discharged from the hospital, isn't that right? If you are worried, I will check on you often after you are discharged. If my son treats you badly, I will punish him on the spot. How can I feel embarrassed about that? Su Qingqing's face turned red. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. After all, I'm the children's grandmother. It's perfectly normal for me to visit my grandchildren and take care of my son at the same time. Well, all right then. Seeing that Su Qingqing finally gave in and nodded, Song Mei was immediately delighted. Su Qingcheng also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She knew the pain and suffering of being pregnant alone, and she didn't want to go through the experience of a single mother raising a child. With the guarantee from her best friend, she felt more at ease. What's more, that person. He's okay, he's handsome and has a nice personality. After spending a few days together, I found that he was taking good care of myself and my child. But suddenly she remembered that she felt a deep sense of shyness in her heart again, and looked at Song Mei with some resentment. You really think your son is honest and well-behaved, but in fact, he is not honest at all. I have been very careful in taking care of myself and my children these days. But to himself, he is both. I looked myself up and down, and realized that I am either a pervert or a pig. Song Mei was just happy. Who noticed Su Qingqing's little thoughts? She had just convinced her best friend and then came to Jiang Chen excitedly. Son, after Qingcheng is discharged from the hospital, you can live with her so that it will be more convenient for you to take care of them. Live together? Yes? Is this appropriate? To be honest, Jiang Chen was not mentally prepared. His mother said they were going to live together, but in reality, that meant he would be living together with this goddess Su from now on. Why is it inappropriate? Seeing that her son did not agree immediately, Song-mei was a little unhappy. What do you mean by this? Why, I asked you to live with my best friend, and you are not happy about it? No, I mean, what about Ching-chung? Does she agree or not? I'm sure they agreed, that's why I told you. Oh, all right then. Song-mei was unhappy when she heard this. Hey, you little brat. Why do you sound like that? I'm begging you for this, right? As he said this, he was about to use the ear-twisting technique. No, Mom. You misunderstood. I am happy to do it, very happy. Jiangchen broke out in a sweat and quickly replied, Hey, you always fight for the slightest thing, no wonder Dad said you are a violent maniac and a tigress. The second half of the sentence was whispered. But because Song-mei was right next to them, she heard it clearly. What? Am I a violent person? Am I a tigress? Song-mei was immediately furious. You are so rebellious. He immediately rushed towards Jiangchen. Jiangchen saw that the situation was not good, so he ran outside immediately. Mom, I'm going to go out for a while, to buy some fruit. Song-mei failed to catch up with her son, so she laughed angrily, shook her head and went back to the ward. Su Qingchang, who was lying on the hospital bed, saw this and covered her mouth with her hands while laughing. Song-mei immediately realized that she had gone too far, and smiled embarrassedly. Just now, as a mother, was I a little too harsh to my son? Su Qingchang smiled. Yes, a little bit. Song-mei was embarrassed. Okay. Jiangchen bought some fruits downstairs and brought them upstairs. Back in the ward, the mother didn't bother him. After all, she was his biological mother, and it wasn't right for her to beat her own son in front of her best friends and daughter-in-law. But Song-mei didn't let him go either. He was assigned a task, moving. Jiangchen thought about it and realized that, indeed, since he was going to live with Goddess Su after being discharged from the hospital, it was natural for them to move into their previous home together. So I agreed readily. In addition to moving, there is one more thing to do, which is to quit your job. After graduation, Jiangchen found a job with a good atmosphere and decent pay, but it was still not as good as his mother's job, which was state-owned and had been working for decades. So my mother went back to the office a few days ago to deal with some urgent work matters. Jiangchen has been taking leave until now. This time when I went to the company, I didn't even ask for leave and just resigned directly. After all, you are a cheater now. As long as you live with your wife and children, all kinds of rewards will come in an endless stream. Even becoming the richest man in the future is not impossible. There is really no need to go back to work at the original company. Jiangchen came to the underground parking lot of the maternal and child health hospital. After finding the BMW X7 rewarded by the system, he took out the key from his trouser pocket, opened the car, and sat in the driver's seat. The car purchase contract was placed on the passenger seat, and the license plate, procedures, receipts, etc. were all complete. It was indeed reasonable and legal, and the source was formal. It is worthy of being a luxury car with a top configuration of nearly 2 million. It's much better than the old Volkswagen my mom has been driving for 10 years. Jiangchen adjusted the seat, started the car, and stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The car let out a loud roar and immediately rushed out. Jiangchen drove out of the maternal and child health hospital. I suddenly felt thirsty on the way, and thinking that it was still early, I bought a bottle of water at a roadside convenience store. Unexpectedly, as soon as I came out of the convenience store, I saw a familiar figure in front of me. It was Jiangchen's school beauty ex-girlfriend, Shinsini. Shinsini turned around and saw Jiangchen. Chapter 19 Sister Yang, I also gave birth. Jiangchen, do you find it interesting to follow me? We've broken up, okay? I have a new boyfriend now and he treats me very well. You're only making me hate you even more. When Shinsini found out it was Jiangchen, she immediately said a lot of things in displeasure. At this moment, she was no longer the pure school beauty she had been before. She was now wearing heavy makeup, gorgeous clothes, a miniskirt, carrying a small bag in one hand, and holding the arm of a fat man with the other. Jiangchen? Which of your eyes saw me following you? When Shinsini saw Jiangchen, still dressed in his ordinary outfit, she couldn't help but snort coldly, her expression full of disdain. Before, I was blind because I thought you were handsome. But in this society, being handsome can earn you a living? Money is the most important thing. See? This is my new boyfriend. He drives a top-of-the-line BMW X5 worth $1 million. On the first day we were together, he bought him a set of LV clothes and this small bag. These alone cost about 50,000 or 60,000 yuan each. As she spoke, she tightly held the arm of the man next to her, with a proud look on her face. Jiang Chen held his forehead, feeling a little helpless. I thought to myself, at least we VE talked about it, so let us just part ways amicably. You despise the poor and love the rich, you love vanity, you think I have no money and no future, but that's okay, it's just human nature. To be honest, I also like rich people, but after we broke up, you slandered me and looked down on me, and took the initiative to give me your face. Then don't blame me for being rude. Anyway, it is impossible to be a virgin. I will never be a virgin in this life. TSK, I bought you with 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. You are really cheap. But it's still okay. It's a little more expensive than the chicken in the club. Shinsini almost exploded when she heard this. Jiang Chen, what did you say? You said I was cheap and called me a whore in a club? She also found it a little hard to believe that Jiang Chen, who had always been very kind and tolerant to her, would actually say such words to her. Someone knows it, so I don't need to repeat it. Jiang Chen continued, glancing at the fat man. Also, this is your new boyfriend? He's pretty good. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought he was your dad. He said these words lightly and walked away. This time, not only Shinsini was furious, but the fat man couldn't hold it anymore either. Your ex-boyfriend? He's such a piece of shit. He's poor, but he thinks he's right. If he wasn't worried that he couldn't beat him, he really wanted to stop Jiang Chen and beat him up. Shinsini's expression became extremely ugly, and she cursed at Jiang Chen as he left. Jiang Chen, you poor bastard. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. I was blind when I fell in love with you. After scolding Jiang Chen for a while, Shinsini turned to the fat man and said, Let's go, husband. Didn't you say you would buy me a cell phone today? There's no need for us to get angry over a poor bastard. Let's go, your husband will buy you a mobile phone. The fat man looked at Shinsini with a smile and said, But you promised me, you must fulfill it tonight. Don't worry, I always keep my word. Shinsini smiled, took the fat man's arm, and walked happily towards a BMW X5 parked on the side of the road. But when he looked forward, his expression suddenly changed. The expression on his face was extremely incredible. Because not far away, Jiang Chen got into a brand new BMW X7, sat in the driver's seat, and then whizzed past on the road in front. What? Jiang Chen actually drives a BMW X7. But how is that possible? Jiang Chen was obviously poor. When I was with him, I had to save money for a week to eat a high-end steak. The gifts he bought for me on my birthday never exceeded 1,000. The fat man obviously saw it as well, and looked equally surprised. Isn't this guy poor? Why is he driving a BMW X7? This is so. The top-end version of X7 costs less than 2 million, which is one level higher than my X5 and much more expensive. Jiang Chen drove the BMW X7 and sped along the road. When he met Shinsini just now, he felt like he had swallowed a fly. Fortunately, we broke up decisively. Otherwise you will feel disgusted for the rest of your life. Then I drove to the company. This company is his first job after graduation. The atmosphere is good. Although he has only worked there for a few days and is still in the probation period, Jiang Chen has a harmonious relationship with his colleagues. Seeing Jiang Chen coming to the company again, colleagues greeted him one after another. Hey, Jiang Chen is here. You took several days off in a row, and I thought you were quitting. Ah? Jiang Chen is here. Let me see you. Have you become more handsome after not seeing you for a few days? What do you mean by becoming more handsome? I've always been handsome, okay? It seems that I've become even more handsome. It's true after seeing this. You are worthy of being the most handsome guy in the company. Jiang Chen, here are cakes and fungus sandwiches. Do you want to eat them? If you do, can you let me be your girlfriend for a day? I want one too. Jiang Chen was sweating when he heard his colleagues' jokes along the way, but he didn't take it seriously because that was the atmosphere of the company, with harmonious relationships and peace with each other. Otherwise, he would not have chosen this company to join. But to be honest, his appearance has indeed improved compared to before. After all, it's 10 points of physique. It's not in vain, my appearance, physical strength, muscles, etc. have all improved significantly. Soon, Jiang Chen arrived at the office where his department was located. The department leader, Sister Yang, was drinking water while talking about work with two girls. When she saw Jiang Chen coming, she smiled and greeted him. Jiang Chen? I thought you weren't coming. The two girls recognized it was Jiang Chen. Then he came closer and felt a warm feeling. Since he and Jiang Chen joined the company at the same time, they had a particularly good relationship. Brother Chen is back. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back, Brother Chen. It's been a long time since I last saw him. Jiang Chen, you came back at the right time. Our department is full of old, weak, sick, and disabled people, and there is a lack of young people. The peak season is coming soon, but we don't even have a veteran who can fight hard battles. Sister Yang said with a smile. Jiang Chen looked back and saw that there were indeed empty seats. I couldn't help but feel confused. Why were all the people gone? Where are Sister Zhang and the others? Ms. Zhang got pregnant unexpectedly. She is an elderly mother and went home to protect the fetus. Where's Brother Li? Brother Li's wife gave birth, and he went to take care of his wife and children. Well, isn't there Sister Sue? She gave birth to her second child, so why didn't she come? She? I was just about to talk about her. She might have a fertility physique. She said she didn't want to have children, but she got pregnant for the third time recently, and this time it's twins. Sister Yang was speechless when she heard this. I don't know what's going on in our department recently. We broke into the children's nest. There were only a few of us, and we all had children all at once. Fortunately, I recruited you 3 new soldiers in advance, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do during the upcoming peak season. Jiang Chen held his forehead with his hand after listening for a while. Well, they all really got together. But after a pause, he still said with gritted teeth, well, Sister Yang, I actually gave birth too. When Sister Yang heard this, she immediately spat out a mouthful of water. Chapter 20 looks honest, but actually is a bit naughty and mean. What? You gave birth too? Sister Yang was startled. The two girls, Xinjia and Suna, were also shocked. Jiang Chen realized that he had made a mistake and quickly explained, well, it wasn't me who gave birth, it was my wife who gave birth. I'm a father now. But after hearing this, Sister Yang and the two sisters were scared again. Your wife gave birth? Becoming a father? This is too fast. Did I hear you right, Jiang Chen? You have a wife, and she gave birth to your child? Are you a father? Sister Yang took a breath and asked with difficulty, looking as if she had seen a ghost. Well, another one of the department has a baby. This year, I really broke into the children's nest. Yes, that's right. Jiang Chen nodded. Upon hearing this, the two girls, Xinjia and Suna, were surprised and then extremely disappointed. Their disappointment was not because the department had lost another capable person, but because Jiang Chen actually had a wife, and his wife had given birth to a child for him, so he became a father. Is there something he is worried about? He is so young, but he already has a wife and children. He is so young to have a baby. Why? So you want to take a leave too? Sister Yang had seen the world after all, and she quickly calmed down. No, I'm the one who came to resign. Resign? Sister Yang was surprised again. It's not like the company won't approve your leave. Why don't you just take care of your wife and then come back to work? Besides, your family owns a mine. How can you support your wife and children if you don't work? My family doesn't have a mine, but I'm short of money now, Jiang Chen said honestly. More importantly, my wife gave birth to triplets, and I want to spend some time with them. What? Triplets? Sister Yang, Xinjia and Suna. I was so shocked that I was speechless. Sister Yang smiled bitterly. Triplets. She had lost another capable person. However, seeing that Jiang Chen had made up his mind, he approved his resignation and his salary would be paid as usual next month. After a simple handover of work, Jiang Chen said hello and left. Goodbye, Sister Yang. Goodbye, Sister Jia and Sister Na. Goodbye, Jiang Chen. Goodbye, Brother Chen. Come visit the company again when you have time. Okay. After Jiang Chen left, Sister Yang stared at the empty office in a daze, and suddenly looked at her only two capable people, Xinjia and Suna, in a panic. I say, you two, are you going to have a baby too? Xinjia and Suna waved their hands when they heard this. No, it's impossible. We don't even have a boyfriend, how can we have a child? But before Jiang Chen, we didn't hear much about him having a girlfriend, and now he suddenly has a child. Sister Yang added. Sister Yang, we are different. You know the two of us. Since we started working, we have always preferred people like Brother Chen. Now that Brother Chen has a wife and a child, it's almost like we've just broken up. How can we have any other feelings? Yes, Sister Yang, I feel like I've been dumped, and I no longer have any hope for love. Hey, I don't know what Brother Chen is thinking. She's so young, but she already has a baby. Okay, that's right. Hearing what Xinjia Suna said, Sister Yang was relieved. The country hasn't issued any measures to encourage childbirth recently. The fact that our department is rushing to have children should be a coincidence. But it's a pity for Jiang Chen. He's handsome, capable, and at such a young age he's willing to let someone else bear his child. Oh, if I had known this, I would have taken action earlier. Sister Yang said this with a look of deep regret on her face. Xinjia and Suna were stunned when they heard this. What's going on? If you had known this earlier, you would have taken action earlier? This. Sister Yang, you hit it so well. At the same time, Jiang Chen, who was riding in the BMW X7, suddenly sneezed violently for no apparent reason. After the injection, my head felt a little sore. Who the hell is scolding me? After resigning, the next thing to consider is moving. Jiang Chen first drove the car to Su Qingqing's rental place. The things in Su Qingqing's room were quickly packed up and sorted for easy moving. After that, I went to the place where I rented, packed all my things, and called the moving company. I thought maybe there weren't enough people. Then he shouted again in the 303 WeChat group. I thought that everyone was busy, preparing for postgraduate entrance exams, working, so it would be good if one could come. Unexpectedly, my three sons, Lu Wei, Zheng Chang, and Wu Hao, all came at once. Those who are preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam stopped reviewing, and those who are working just asked for leave. As soon as they saw Jiang Chen, the sons came up and beat him up. Jiang Chen, are you still a human being? You actually let Goddess Su give birth to 3 children for you. You just broke up with the school beauty, and then Goddess Su came along. Fuck you. I didn't realize that you look quite honest, but you are actually a very bad boy. Besides, haven't you noticed yet? This guy is moving in with Goddess Su. Fuck. Is there any justice in this world? Beat him. Beat him to death. The few people became more and more angry as they talked, and then they beat him violently, extremely ferociously. Of course, after fighting for a long time, Jiang Chen was not hurt at all. We were classmates in the same dormitory back then, had a good relationship, and were used to joking around with each other. So there was a commotion for a while. Several people worked very hard to help Jiang Chen move. During the moving process, they soon discovered Jiang Chen's BMW X7 and naturally thought it was not his. During the 4 years in college, each family has a good understanding of each other's situation. Jiang Chen's family is just moderately well off, and they have an old Volkswagen that his mother has been driving for 10 years. Jiang Chen, is this BMW X7 rented? Of course, to save face for Goddess Su, I even rented out a BMW X7. This top-of-the-line BMW X7 costs nearly 2 million, so the rental fee is not low for a day. What do you know? You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Goddess Su gave birth to Jiang Chen's child, so she should pay this little money. Jiang Chen did not immediately make an excuse after hearing this. Should I tell them that I have cheats and that I not only have this BMW X7, but I also have a house in Bishuaju, and now I can easily earn tens of thousands of dollars a day? This is nonsense no matter how you say it. Seeing that Jiang Chen did not refute, Lu Wei, Zheng Chang and the others took it as their consent. But they didn't take it seriously. Renting a BMW X7 for several $1,000s a day was a great deal compared to marrying a beauty like Goddess Su. Even a dog would know how to choose. But when they found out that their moving destination was Bishuaju, suddenly I couldn't remain calm anymore. Because Bishuaju is the top high-end residential area in Sihai City, the cheapest small apartment costs 5 or 6 million. If you rent a house here, you will have to spend at least 10,000 yuan a month. If I say that I don't rent a house, but have my own house in this Bishuaju community, would you believe it? Jiang Chen simply didn't hide it this time. Believe it? We don't believe you. Lu Wei, Zheng Chang, and Wu Hao didn't believe it at all. Stop talking nonsense, okay? This Bishuaju community is the top-notch high-end community in Sihai City. Any apartment costs tens of millions. Even if you rent it, even if you earn 10,000 or 20,000 a month, you may not even be able to pay the rent. Yeah, Jiang Chen, stop pretending. We're all classmates, we know each other well, there's really no need to act cool in front of my buddies. If you pretend to be innocent, you will be raped. If you pretend to be awesome, you will be struck by lightning. Several people tried to persuade Jiang Chen to stop pretending, and they were trying very hard to persuade him. Suddenly, with a click, Jiang Chen put his hand on the fingerprint lock, and the security door actually opened. Chapter 21. Tell the truth, ill-gotten gains. Waji? You really have a house in Bishuiju? No way. Lu Wei, Zheng Chang, and Wu Hao were all staring in disbelief. After entering Jiang Chen's finely decorated house in Bishuiju, he opened his mouth wide in amazement. He saw that it had 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms and was extremely spacious. The building is open from north to south, with sunny terraces and very high-end decoration. Crystal chandeliers, leather sofas, Persian carpets. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. After realizing what was happening, he beat up Jiang Chen again. Because it is too obvious, a house of this level would cost at least tens of millions, and even renting it would be very expensive, which is simply not affordable for a college graduate. Fuck. Jiang Chen, you suddenly got rich. Get rich? I think it's because he hooked up with Goddess Sue. But Goddess Sue is just a university teacher, how much does she earn? Tell me the truth, where did the money come from? Was it ill-gotten gains? Don't tell us that you have an old grandfather who lives abroad and left you a large inheritance, and one of the inheritances is a house in Bishuiju. Jiang Chen, who was violently beaten, was speechless. Stop making a fuss, this money is really earned by me. What the hell? You really got rich. Several people's expressions changed instantly, and they immediately rubbed Jiang Chen's shoulders and back, trying to please him in various ways. Jiang Chen, how did you get rich? Brother Jiang, please share some of your experience. Dad, please share some of your experience. Dad, please share some of your experience. After 4 years of getting along, Jiang Chen knew these sons' tempers too well. They loved to play, make mischief, and joke around. They were as shameless as they could be, so he cooperated with them very well. Okay, sons. When Dad is in a better mood, I will teach you the secret of making a fortune in a few days. Cut. Get lost. I said you were fat and you were out of breath. Lu Wei and others laughed and cursed when they heard this. Everyone knew it was just a joke and no one took it seriously. After all, no matter how rich he was, he still belonged to Jiang Chen. Besides, buddies should be careful about talking about money, as it could hurt feelings. But jokes are just jokes. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao suddenly had some weird ideas. Brother Jiang, I don't want the secret to getting rich, can you teach me some tips on picking up girls? Yes, Brother Jiang, please teach me some tips on picking up girls. I've been single for more than 20 years, and I still don't even know what it feels like to have a girlfriend. This time Jiang Chen didn't even have time to speak. Lu Wei couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He glanced at the 2 men, one less than 1.7 meters tall and the other with a face full of acne, and said helplessly, forget it, both of you. I think it's better to let Brother Jiang teach you some secrets of getting rich. It's more practical. After Jiang Chen moved, it was already evening when he returned to the hospital. As usual, Song Mei prepared a sumptuous dinner for Su Qingcheng, including Jiang Chen's portion of course. Su Qingcheng had already finished eating and was lying on the bed to rest. The mother and daughter were eating at a table near the door. While eating, Song Mei asked Jiang Chen where he had moved to. My own home. Jiang Chen wrote lightly. Your own home? Song Mei said with disdain, your rental house, a place like a doghouse, can be called a home? After all, you live with Qingcheng, so you should change your house. I changed. Jiang Chen said. Well, it's better to change it, Song Mei nodded in approval. You have 2 adults and 3 children now, the house you live in can't be too small, and the conditions can't be too bad. By the way, the $30,000 has been spent. Without saying a word, he took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Chen. Chapter 22. TSK, who is your wife? Jiang Chen was a little flattered and waved his hands quickly. Mom, no, I have money now. Rich? You have a shitload of money. Where did you get the money when you just graduated? Raising children is very expensive now, and you have 3 to support at once, and you just rented a house. Besides, Qingcheng is my best friend, you have to be nice to her, right? Take it. Jiang Chen. But Mom, I really have money and I won't lie to you. Last time I accepted 30,000 yuan from my mother, I showed my mother how loving and filial she was. This time, he couldn't accept it no matter what. Are you sure you have money? I'm sure you're sure. I didn't touch the 30,000 yuan you gave me before. All right then. Song Mei then took the bank card back, but she was still worried and gave another instruction. Son, I won't say it before. Xingcheng got pregnant with triplets for you, but she suffered a lot. From now on, you have to pay more attention to Xingcheng and the children, and be nice to them as much as possible to make up for it. Money is not a problem. If you are short of money, just ask Mom for it. Do you understand? I understand, Mom. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a warm feeling in his heart. What a good mother she is. The dearest person in the world is still mother. But Mom, don't worry, your son has grown up and will never ask you for money. He will even honor you in return. In fact, he also wanted to confess his situation to his mother, especially the matter of the house and the car. However, with my mother's impatience, she knew that she suddenly had a property worth tens of millions and a top-of-the-line BMW X7 worth nearly 2 million. The first reaction is definitely to think that you have done something improper. What about the most profitable things are written in the criminal law, and one misstep will lead to eternal regret, and then when they catch me, I will get to the bottom of it. Apart from anything else, this meal will definitely not be eaten. Take your time. After all, she is my dearest mother who just touched me so much, so I should be nice to her. Xingcheng, these are sunshine rose grapes. They are sweet, crispy, thick, and juicy. They are good for the health of pregnant women. After dinner, Song Mei washed a bunch of grapes for Su Qingcheng and put them on a plate for her to eat. Jiang Chen saw this and also wanted to have some fruit after dinner. Mom, I want to eat grapes, too. I bought this specially for Qingcheng. A small bunch is so expensive. If you want to eat it, buy it yourself. Jiang Chen was confused. Real mother? Well, the touching moment just now is gone again. Song Mei packed up, gave a few instructions and went back. After Song Mei left, Su Qingcheng smiled at Jiang Chen, holding a plate of grapes and motioning him to come over. Come, let's eat together. I can't finish it anyway. Hey, sometimes I doubt if she is my biological mother. Jiang Chen walked over, feeling a little helpless. Don't worry, she is definitely your biological mother. Su Qingcheng chuckled. Based on what your mother said to you just now, I feel that no one in this world loves you more than your mother. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Qingcheng and said, Did you hear what I said to my mother at that time? Yes, I heard it. Besides being worried that you have no money, she also asked you to be nicer to me. Yes, she asked me to be nice to you and the child. So, what do you think? What do you think? That's right, your mother asked you to be nicer to me and the children. Do I need to think about this? Jiang Chen asked back, deliberately joking, Of course I love my wife and children well. When Su Qingcheng heard this, her pretty face turned red. TSK, who is your wife? Chapter 23, Let them handle the little issue. After this, Su Qingcheng was also a little tired. After returning to the ward, she yawned continuously and was too sleepy to open her eyes. He rubbed his eyes, explained a few things to Jiang Chen, and then lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Jiang Chen remained the same as before. While playing with his mobile phone, he was watching the child. His physique is now strengthened and he only needs to sleep 3 or 4 hours a day, so it is still early for him. Watch some funny music and play some games. Check on the 3 babies every once in a while. It wasn't until the second half of the night that I finally felt sleepy. Bite. The host has taken good care of his wife and 3 babies until they are about to be discharged from the hospital. He has done his best and taken great care of them. Congratulations on winning a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Bite. The host has triggered a special reward. Congratulations on receiving a set of finely decorated apartments by Swan Lake. The next morning, Jiang Chen was half asleep when he heard the system prompt in his mind. Yo ho! He was actually awarded 100,000 yuan and a fully furnished house by the Swan Lake. The dog system was generous again. Okay. After helping Su Qingcheng solve the problem last night, the 3 little ones started making trouble again, so I changed their diapers, cleaned them, fed them, burped them, and coaxed them to sleep. After all the busy work, it was almost dawn. However, due to his strong physique, Jiang Chen just dozed off in the chair for a while and was no longer sleepy. I'm just going to be discharged from the hospital today. But there is a lot of work waiting. Not long after Jiang Chen woke up, his mother came. In addition to some fruits, They were given a sumptuous breakfast, including steamed dumplings, tea eggs, 8 treasure porridge, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and Jiang Chen's favorite leek and mutton box. "Mom, I'm not hungry today, you guys eat." If it were in the past, Jiang Chen would definitely eat some if he saw his mother bringing so much food. But this morning, "I'm really not hungry." "You little brat, what's wrong with you today? I took the trouble to bring you breakfast, especially a leek and mutton box, and you don't want to eat it?" Song Mei was a little surprised. A few days ago, this son of a bitch complained that she didn't bring him breakfast. "I didn't eat this morning. The sun really is rising from the west." "Mom, why would I lie to you? I'm really not hungry," Jiang Chen said, picking up a bun with reluctance and taking a bite with a perfunctory expression. "Song Mei, if you don't want to eat it, then forget it. Xincheng and I will eat it." Now that he has a wife and grandchildren, Song Mei no longer spoils Jiang Chen. Seeing that Jiang Chen doesn't eat, she puts the breakfast in front of Su Qingcheng. "Xincheng, come, let's eat." "Yeah," Su Qingcheng nodded. Yes, Mom, you and Xincheng can eat." "She must be very hungry," Jiang Chen said. Su Qingcheng blushed and glared at Jiang Chen unhappily. "You are the only one who can talk, right? Song Mei is not stupid either." Seeing this scene between the two of them, it was estimated that something must be going on between them, maybe some shameful deeds, but Su Qingcheng had just given birth to a child by cesarean section, so no matter how impatient the brat was, he couldn't be too excessive. But never mind. Let them handle the little things. What are you guessing about? On the other side, Su Qingcheng was indeed hungry. "I ate almost twice as much as usual, and after finishing it, I stroked my stomach and felt a little regretful." So he said to Song Mei, "Hey, Sister Mei, I'm going to get fat again if I eat so much." Song Mei heard this. He looked at Su Qingcheng with a smile. "Don't worry, Qingcheng. With your physique, you won't get fat no matter how much you eat. Besides, you have 3 babies to feed now. Only if you eat a lot can you have enough milk. Only if you have enough milk can you keep the 3 babies from starving." Chapter 24, Great Strength Brings About Miracles? When Su Qingcheng heard this, her face turned red again. She originally wanted to emphasize that eating too much will make you fat. Unexpectedly, Song Mei brought up that topic again. "Why? Sister Mei, you don't know something. With my current talents, it is no problem to feed 3 little babies." Su Qingcheng sighed in her heart. "As soon as we finished breakfast here, the 3 little guys over there started making a lot of noise, waving their arms and jumping their legs. It only took a few days. The wrinkled appearance when the baby was born has completely changed. The skin is smooth, fair, and tender. So cute. One look at it makes you want to get closer. Hey, you hungry? It's okay if you're hungry. Grandma will hold you and eat right away." As soon as Song Mei saw the 3 little guys, she smiled and her face relaxed, as if she was 10 years younger. She said with a smile on her face, helped Jiang Chen change the diapers of the 3 little ones, and then carried them to Su Qingcheng. Su Qingcheng didn't care, she took the babies and fed them one by one. Song Mei and Jiang Chen were both nearby. Song Mei acted out of inertia and subconsciously wanted to chase Jiang Chen away. "I thought to myself, my best friend is breastfeeding her child, what is so good about a grown man like you?" Soon he realized that his son was not an outsider, but the father of Su Qingcheng's child. "If there is no problem with today's examination, you can be discharged from the hospital. You guys should also pack up in advance." Shortly after feeding the baby, Jiang Chen's cousin Sun Xian came in with instruments and several nurses to give Su Qingcheng a comprehensive examination before discharge. "How is it, Xiao Qian?" Song Mei, as Su Qingcheng's good friend and future mother-in-law, asked hurriedly. Sun Xian checked Su Qingcheng's wound recovery and various examination values, and nodded, "The recovery is not bad, you can be discharged from the hospital today." "Okay, that's great," Song Mei said happily. Su Qingcheng also felt relieved. Although the conditions in the hospital were okay, Song Mei and Jiang Chen, mother and son, took good care of her and the children, and she did not suffer any grievances. But it is a hospital after all. Living here is still very inconvenient. Of course, she would be more than happy if she could be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible. After being discharged from the hospital, pay attention to the healing of the wound, avoid strenuous exercise, avoid contact with water, and pay attention to hygiene. The recovery period is 42 days after a cesarean section. You should go to the hospital in time for a follow-up check to see how your castration has recovered. Also, during the recovery period, you should exercise restraint and try to avoid sexual intercourse. Of course, 42 days is an approximate date. Everyone's situation is different, so it depends on how you feel. If you feel pain, you can't do it for more than 42 days. If you don't feel pain, you can give it a try before 42 days. Of course, things like using great strength to create miracles are strictly prohibited. Sun Qian explained everything in detail about what to pay attention to after being discharged from the hospital. Hearing the suggestion about sex, Su Qingcheng blushed. Of course, I have learned something new, although it is some strange knowledge. It turns out that it takes 42 days. Don't worry. Who is in a hurry? Jiang Chen almost moved to Bengbu after hearing this. I thought this cousin. She must have done it on purpose. As someone who has experienced this, Song Mei heard what Sun Qian said, glanced at her son and best friend, and smiled, not taking it seriously. They are both a couple. It is normal for a mother to have thoughts and needs in that regard after giving birth to 3 children. After Sun Qian gave the instructions, she chatted with Su Qingqing for a while. Song Mei and Jiang Chen were busy with a lot of things related to discharge from the hospital, packing their belongings and going through the discharge procedures. Suddenly Song Mei's cell phone rang. Received a phone call. After the call, Song Mei looked solemn, and her expression looked a little strange when she looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask, "Mom, who hit me?" "Your dad called me. He said he wanted to come see you." "What, my dad wants to come see me? Didn't he just have an appendectomy? He'll need 4 drips for the next few days, right?" He was receiving in 4 drip, but he said that he felt something was wrong, so he pulled out the needle and hurried over to the maternal and child health hospital. What should I do then? Jiang Chen suddenly panicked. Thinking of his father's violent temper, his scalp went numb. "It's not my son. Don't worry. There's one thing I haven't told you yet." "Mom, what is it?" "Your father is here now. He should have arrived at the hospital. I just sent him the ward number." Chapter 25, Watching the Fun. Jiang Chen heard what his mother said. I was speechless for a moment. First you told me not to worry, then you told me that my dad had already arrived at the hospital, and you sent him the ward number. Well, you two are teaming up to cheat your son. No, son. You know your father's temper. He insisted on coming and asked me for the position. I couldn't just refuse him. Besides, I can't keep this from him forever. Song Mei also felt that it was a bit too much, so she made an excuse. Jiang Chen scratched his head. Sun Qian and Su Qingcheng were talking over there. After a few days of contact, they gradually became familiar with each other. Hear the conversation between Jiang Chen and Song Mei. Sun Qian couldn't help laughing immediately. Su Qingcheng almost laughed out loud. She is a person with a cold personality and usually doesn't laugh unless she can't help it. My best friend is so funny. She always tricks my son in different ways. But it's worth it. It's all because this big pig's hoof is so tasteless. Actually snatched. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Dad is here? Jiang Chen was immediately startled. Go and have a look. What if your dad comes? You've already graduated from college. Can he eat you up or something? Song Mei said calmly, at most, your dad will just beat you up. Jiang Chen. It's easy for you to say that. The one who got beaten was me, not you. No, beat up Mom? Dad doesn't have the guts to do that. In front of Mom, a real tigress, even if Dad has a bad temper, he has to be as docile as a kitten. If you are a dragon, you have to coil up. If you are a tiger, you have to lie down. But my father was quite strict with me. I was very naughty when I was a kid. Because he was too playful and didn't want to go to school, he tore up his homework book, and his father grabbed his ear and personally took him to school. Because he was scolded by his father for not concentrating on doing his homework, he wanted to take revenge by pouring 3 bottles of mutai that his father had collected for several years into the sewer. After the matter was exposed, he naturally received a warm greeting from his father. All 2 or 3 brooms in the house were broken. At the same time, of course, my mother is indispensable. Men's singles, women's singles, mixed doubles. Why? As the saying goes, a loving mother holds a sword to chop her wandering son, and a father, seeing that his son is still alive, pulls out 7 wolves. Bite. The system reminds the host that the task of confessing to your father within 3 days is about to expire. Please seize the opportunity to confess, especially now, as the opportunity will never come again. Special reminder, the reward for this mission is linked to the completion of the mission. To be specific, it is linked to the degree to which the host is beaten by his father. What? Is the reward linked to the extent of being beaten by dad? Could it be that the lighter the beating, the greater the reward? Jiang Chen asked. Bite. No. The harder the host is beaten, the greater the reward. Jiang Chen? Damn, the dog system is just looking for fun. Damn. Jiang Chen's communication with the system seemed to take a long time, but in fact it was only a moment. He shook his head helplessly and came to the door. When I opened the door, it was indeed my dad. Ahem, Dad, why are you here? You didn't tell me in advance. You should have told me so I could pick you up. Jiang Chen greeted his father as soon as he saw him. Jiang Dapeng had a gloomy face. He glanced at Jiang Chen, said nothing, and went straight into the ward. When Jiang Chen saw his father remain silent, he suddenly felt panicked. Dad, listen to me. This was all an accident. I was drunk and confused at the time. Then I made some mistakes and did some stupid things. But don't worry, I will take responsibility to the end. Really, I will be a man as upright as you. Jiang Chen was anxious to explain, no, to confess. Jiang Dapeng still said nothing. After entering, she glanced at the room and saw Su Qingcheng and Sun Qian. She nodded to them kindly and went straight to the crib, where Song Mei was, holding a little one in her arms and playing with him. Jiang Dapeng saw it and was surprised. There really are 3? What do you think? Song Mei said. Then, let me hug you. Jiang Dapeng couldn't help but feel a little excited and stretched out his arms to hug the child. Song Mei glanced at her husband and handed the baby in her arms to him. After Jiang Dapeng took it, he carefully held the baby in his arms, and couldn't let go of it like a precious egg. He was not satisfied with just holding one, so he hugged the other 2 little ones one by one. His eyes are full of grandfather's love for his grandson. This looks pretty good. Why do you say Jiang Chen will get beaten? Su Qingcheng whispered to Sun Qian. We're just getting started. Sun Qian continued to explain, hey, you don't understand my uncle-in-law. This is just the calm before the storm. Let me give you an example. My good cousin was still in primary school. Because my uncle-in-law quarreled with him, he was angry and secretly poured all the moutai that my uncle-in-law had collected for several years into the sewer. When he saw that the truth had been revealed, my cousin ran away. My uncle-in-law searched for him for a whole day before he caught him. Seeing that he was dirty and very hungry, he gave him a bath and cooked him a delicious meal. After he had eaten and drunk his fill, my uncle-in-law picked up a broom and chased my cousin around the house. In the end, I broke 2 or 3 brooms and finally put the matter behind me. This. Su Qingqing couldn't help but worry for the big pig's trotter when she heard it. She thought that although the big pig's trotter was uncultured and actually snatched food, he was still the children's father after all. As expected. Jiang Dapeng held the child for a while and satisfied himself. Finally, he turned his gaze to Jiang Chen. Come with me. He said in a deep voice. His face became gloomy again. He stood up and walked towards the door. Jiang Chen. Well, it's finally here. Uncle, Xiaochen didn't do anything wrong. Besides, he's already that old. Seeing this, Sun Qian hurriedly persuaded Jiang Dapeng. Song Mei followed up with some advice. Yes, Xiaochen is right. Your son has already graduated from college. You should be fine. Well, Uncle, Jiang Chen didn't mean it. In fact, he is an okay person. Su Qingqing couldn't help but say. It's okay. I will be careful. Seeing the 3 girls persuading him together, Jiang Dapeng responded very kindly. However, while he said it was okay, the next second he pulled out a belt from his pocket. Everyone. Seeing that I couldn't persuade him, I had no choice but to give up. Over there, Jiang Chen followed Jiang Dapeng out. Jiang Dapeng saw that there was no one in the next ward, so he pulled Jiang Chen in. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to say that he was not nervous at all at this moment. There was nothing he could do. He was scared because he was beaten when he was a child. Seeing his father like this was like a mouse seeing a cat. But now that things have come to this, it doesn't matter. At worst, I'll just get beaten up. As I said before, at least I gave him 3 grandchildren. I don't believe that Jiang Dapeng would really kill me. After Jiang Dapeng went in. With a stern face, he looked at Jiang Chen carefully. Jiang Chen felt uneasy watching this. Just when Jiang Chen felt the atmosphere was getting tense and his father was finally about to take action, he saw his father suddenly pull out another card from his pocket and handed it to him. Here, take this. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Dad, why did you give me this? What did you say? You little bastard, I can't stand you. There's 800,000 yuan in this card. It's your mother and I's life savings. Use it to buy a house. Chapter 26. Ouch. Dad, are you really going to hit me with a belt? I had already prepared myself for a beating, but my father not only didn't beat me up, he also gave me a bank card with 800,000 yuan in it and asked me to buy a house with it. My dad has changed his gender, this is. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. Dad, what do you mean? Hey! Little brat, what else can daddy do? I just want you to buy a house. Jiang Dapeng's expression softened and changed into a serious look. When I first heard from your aunt, you harmed your mother's best friend and asked her to give birth to triplets for you. My first reaction was of course disbelief. Your mother's best friend is of a different generation than you, so you should call her aunt. Besides, the probability of having triplets is so low, 1 in hundreds of thousands or even lower. How could it be possible that you were the only one to get it? After that, I felt something was wrong. Your aunt couldn't have made up a rumor about you for no reason. I called your mother again, several times in a row. At first, your mother denied it, but later she admitted it after being annoyed by my questions and told me the location. Jiang Chen scratched his head. So you were getting in 4 and you pulled out the needle and ran over here? Of course. It's such a big deal here. I'd be surprised if I could just sit still. Jiang Dapeng continued, but little brat, it's not terrible for people to make mistakes. The important thing is to be a man. You have to have the courage to admit your mistakes and take responsibility. That's what a man should do. Do you understand? You are not a child anymore. Since this has happened, you should be nice to the mother and child and take responsibility. This 800,000 yuan was originally saved for you to buy a house and get married in the future. Take it now and buy a house for the mother and her child to stay. It also gives the girl peace of mind, letting her know that our family is serious. The next step is to get the marriage certificate and hold the wedding. Give the girl a name as soon as possible so that she won't be criticized when she goes out with the child. Jiang Dapeng said as he stuffed the bank card into Jiang Chen's hand again. Dad, no thanks. I have money. I have both money and a house. Jiang Chen quickly refused. You have no money or house. Jiang Dapeng scolded his son when he saw that he refused to take it. You just graduated, and I don't know you? I told you to take it, so you took it. Why are you still arguing with me? Without further ado, he stuffed the bank card into Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen. Forget it, I'll find a chance to return it. Jiang Dapeng cursed, and when he saw that his son didn't push the bank card to him again, he smiled with satisfaction. Tell me the truth, are you worried that I will beat you up this time? What do you think? I'm scared by your beating. Jiang Chen glanced at the belt in Jiang Dapeng's hand and felt a little uneasy. Jiang Dapeng patted his head and laughed embarrassedly. But tell me yourself, were you a naughty kid? Did you deserve to be beaten? We were still in elementary school. I quarreled with you because of doing homework, and you were so angry that you took out your anger on the mitai I had collected for several years. There were 3 bottles of Feitian mitai in total. I am so greedy just thinking about them now, but you poured them all down the drain. I didn't want to go to school in junior high school. I hung out with people from society, stayed out all night, and dyed my hair yellow. I was so angry that I arrested him and brought him back home overnight. In high school, not to mention the premature love, the girl broke up with you, but you actually tried to commit suicide and even eloped with her, wandering around the world. I was working on a project at the company at the time, and when I heard your mom say that about you, I was furious. After your mother and I beat you up, remember I threatened you that if you act stubborn again, I would beat you with a belt. But think about it, I and your mother beat you pretty hard on those occasions, but in reality, after you cried out in pain, you were fine soon, right? Jiang Dapeng recounted a lot of past events in one breath. Jiang Chen initially felt uncomfortable when he heard his father recounting his past embarrassments. To be honest, this naughty kid was really naughty, so naughty that he wished he could travel back in time and give himself a beating. But it was the first time I heard what my father said afterwards. Listen to what my dad said. He also has a mother. Over the years, he has been scaring himself more than really fighting? If you think about it carefully, it seems to be true. There was much thunder but little rain. Almost every time I committed a crime and was beaten, everything would be fine soon. I would eat and drink as usual, and go to school as usual the next day. Dad, are you saying that you've actually felt sorry for me all these years and couldn't bear to hit me? Isn't that nonsense? You are my only son. What if I hurt you? Zhang Dapeng said as a matter of course. To be honest, there were 2 times when your mother and I were terrified. One time was when you were in junior high school and you skipped school to hang out with some young people. You dye your hair yellow, smoke, drink, and fight. Your mother and I are really worried that you will become a bad person. Another time, we were in high school and had a premature love affair. After we broke up, he suddenly wanted to jump off a building to commit suicide. That time, my heart was in my throat. Your mother and I didn't sleep for several days. We were so nervous and secretly observed your situation. I'm afraid you'll do something stupid out of impulse. But fortunately, you got through it smoothly, were admitted to university, and graduated successfully. Your mother and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although I made a small mistake again this time, but Zhang Dapeng wiped his eyes casually, suddenly punched Jiang Chen on the shoulder, and laughed happily. You gave me 3 grandchildren in one go. To be honest, they are better than I was back then. Ha ha ha. Good. Jiang Chen said modestly. But his father's words really moved him. Poor parents in the world. I used to think that my dad was a rough guy with a bad temper who liked to beat people up, but in fact he was very considerate and worried about me all the time. And at the same time, the impression I have of him is that of a tall, upright, rude man who was once omnipotent and good at convincing people with reason. It's a bit old now. His back is a little hunched, his hair is a little gray, and there are more wrinkles on his face. Gradually, he begins to show signs of being an old man. Time makes people grow old. Dad, thank you for all these years. Jiang Chen choked up. You little brat, why are you thanking me? I am your father, and I owe you my whole life. Zhang Dapeng said with a gentle expression, smiling, I hope you will have a good life in the future, and you haven't forgotten me and your mother. We are all satisfied. Jiang Chen was so moved that he burst into tears. I never thought that my dad and mom were so thoughtful to me. Why? I really want to throw myself into my father's arms and cry like I did when I was a child. However, just as Jiang Chen was deeply moved and grateful for the kindness of his parents in raising him, he suddenly saw the belt that Zhang Dapeng had been holding move. That's right, there is action. Looks like he's going to slap himself? Jiang Chen was shocked when he saw this. Dad, what are you going to do? Beat me with a belt? Yeah, Zhang Dapeng nodded and said with a smile, didn't I warn you at the beginning? If you do something wrong again, I will beat you with a belt. You don't want me to break my promise, do you? No way, Dad? Are you serious? Don't worry, it's okay. I won't really beat you with a belt, I'm just pretending, for the sake of my family throne. So that your mother can understand the majesty of your father as a man of kingly aura, and who else is qualified to be the one in charge of the family? Jiang Chen hesitated. Well, then, please be gentle, Dad. Rest assured. Bang. Ouch. Dad, are you really going to hit me with a belt? Are you okay, son? Of course I'm fine. It's this chair, look at it yourself, it's almost torn apart by you. Bite. The host completed the task of confessing to his father, and was whipped by his father with a belt. Task evaluation, outstanding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Chapter 27 The Majesty of a Man's Domineering Aura. Congratulations on winning 1 million cash prize and a chance to win a lucky draw. 1 million in cash? Awesome. Finally, it is no longer a small amount of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Draw a lottery. Jiang Chen said with his mind. Ding, the lucky draw is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining god-level cooking skills. Xiao Chen is in trouble now. Given my uncle's violent temper, I must give him a good beating. Oh. Sister Mei, Jiang Chen didn't do anything wrong. It was just an accident. Do you want to persuade your uncle to stop being angry and let Jiang Chen go? After Jiang Chen was taken away by Jiang Dapeng, Sun Qian and Su Qingcheng became very worried. Sun Qian felt guilty. If her mother hadn't tipped off Jiang Dapeng wouldn't have come in such a hurry. After all, she was a relative and knew Jiang Dapeng's temper. Anyway, Jiang Chen was going to get a beating this time. Su Qingcheng's identity is a bit embarrassing. But after all, I am older than Jiang Chen. The cause of the incident was indeed an accident, and after getting to know him over the past few days, he felt that Big Pig's Hoof was an okay person, so he couldn't help but say something for Jiang Chen. Even though she calls Song Mei's sister and Jiang Dapeng uncle. It's really awkward. Song Mei was also a little worried at first, but after listening for a long time, she didn't hear any noise from inside, and there was no sign of beating. After all, they had been married for many years, so she immediately understood Jiang Dapeng's intention. So he said with relief, "It's okay." Jiang Dapeng said he knows his limits, so he knows his limits. "Aunt, are you saying that uncle-in-law won't beat Xiaochen?" Sun Qian said. Su Qingcheng also looked at Song Mei when she heard that. "No." Song Mei waved her hands with a firm tone. "Don't you see how old Xiaochen is now? He has graduated from college and is now a father, giving him 3 grandchildren. If Jiang Dapeng beats Xiaochen like he did when he was a child, that would be ridiculous. Besides, Xiaochen is also quite big. If they fight, it's hard to say who will beat whom." That's right. Sun Qian and Su Qingcheng looked embarrassed. It was not certain who would beat whom. What was this saying? How could a son beat his father? But anyway, the two of them agreed more with Song Mei's words that Jiang Dapeng would not beat Jiang Chen. But unexpectedly, the next second, bang! There was a sound of a belt whipping from inside, followed by Jiang Chen's scream. Sun Qian and Su Qingcheng. Song Mei was stunned for a moment, then she became angry. "This old guy, he really hit me." He was about to rush into the room angrily. I didn't have time to push the door. With a creak, the door opened from the inside, and Jiang Dapeng walked out with a belt in his hand and a dignified look on his face, followed by Jiang Chen, who had obviously been taught a lesson. Song Mei was stunned at first when she saw it. Then he asked in surprise, "Jiang Dapeng, did you really hit your son?" "Why, my son made a mistake. As his father, shouldn't I teach him a lesson? Besides, being able to admit one's mistakes and correct them is what a real man of our Jiang family should be," Jiang Dapeng said confidently. Song Mei. He turned to Jiang Chen and asked, "Son, did your dad just hit you?" Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Dapeng and nodded. Song Mei was surprised. "Son, does it hurt?" "How can it not hurt? I beat him with a belt this time to teach him a good lesson." Jiang Dapeng, who was 1.8 meters tall and strong, put one hand on his waist and looked down at Song Mei. Song Mei cursed, "You old thing. You actually beat your son with a belt. Your son is already this old. He may have made mistakes, but after all, he is going to give you 3 grandchildren. How could you have the heart to do that to him? And you beat him so harshly, using a belt. Jiang Dapeng, I think you are capable. So what if I hit him? It's only natural for me to teach him a lesson. You're just a woman, why are you meddling in other people's affairs?" Jiang Dapeng showed no sign of weakness. "Wife." "Ha!" Song Mei was so angry that she stood on tiptoe and grabbed Jiang Dapeng's ear. Jiang Dapeng was prepared. With a dodge, he successfully avoided the attack. Song Mei attacked again and Jiang Dapeng dodged again. Jiang Dapeng was just about to feel proud, but unexpectedly Song Mei attacked again. This time, Jiang Dapeng failed to dodge. Crunch! Jiang Dapeng was grabbed by the ear by Song Mei. Jiang Dapeng, who was originally a bit arrogant, immediately wilted, and cried out in pain and begged for mercy. "Ouch! Wife! What are you doing? Can you be gentler?" There was a sudden silence at the scene. They were all a little surprised. Even the 3 little babies who were originally a little noisy calmed down at this moment, and tried to look somewhere following the sound. Sun Qian was a little surprised for a moment. "Before, I only heard that my uncle-in-law had a bad temper and liked to beat Jiang Chen. Once he gets angry, he is so furious that even God has to give in to him. But I didn't expect that in front of my aunt. The burly uncle-in-law is just a kitten and my aunt is the real tiger." And Su Qingcheng? One look at Song Mei's smooth movements revealed that her best friend had done this many times before. I have to say, wow, my bestie who is only 1.6 meters tall has such strong fighting power. She looks like she is 2.8 meters tall. Jiang Chen held his forehead with his hand. Family throne? The majesty of a man's domineering aura? The boss of the family? Hey, Dad, why are you doing this? Not only was your domineering majesty shattered to pieces this time, but you were also stepped on and rubbed hard by Mom. Snort! You old bastard! You beat your son with a belt, and you think you're so powerful? My son has finally grown up, and you want to beat him? You beat him with a belt instead of choosing a proper method. Why are you so majestic? Ha! Song Mei said this while exerting force with her hands. Ouch! Ouch! Jiang Dapeng cried out in pain continuously, as if Song Mei was holding his lifeline, and he was completely exhausted. He immediately told the truth. Wife, please let go. I didn't hit my son, really, I just scared him and convinced him with reason. I didn't beat my son with a belt. Song Mei turned around and asked Jiang Chen, Son, did your father beat you? Well, no, Jiang Chen scratched his head and answered truthfully, my dad did convince me with reason and taught me a lot of principles, but he never beat me with a belt. Then what were those sounds of beating and screams of pain just now? Song Mei asked again. That was a chair that my dad used to beat me. As for the screams of pain, I was just cooperating with him. He said it was for his family throne. Jiang Chen then advised, Mom, just let go. That's right. We only have this one son. You feel sorry for him, and I feel sorry for him too. Jiang Dapeng echoed. Your father really didn't beat you? Song Mei still didn't believe it. Really? He hit a chair with the belt. If you don't believe me, go inside and see. The chair was almost broken apart. Jiang Chen said. Song Mei went into the room and took a look. Sure enough, I found a chair that was about to fall apart. Then he let go of his hand and said, You're smart. I'm telling you, Jiang Dapeng, you really hurt my son, I'll make you pay for it. How can that be possible? Jiang Dapeng laughed and said, You beat up your son and asked me to pay for it. What a coincidence, I only have this one son, right? Song Mei glared at Jiang Dapeng unhappily. Then he turned to Sun Xian and said, Xiao Qian, remember to ask your uncle-in-law to pay for this chair. He deliberately damaged the hospital's property. You should make him pay for it anyway. Don't forget it. Well, okay, Aunt. Sun Xian reacted. Jiang Dapeng was speechless. Damn it, she is a real tigress. He broke a chair and even asked me to pay for it. Now I have no money for cigarettes for next week. Alas, farewell. My family throne, the majesty of a man's domineering aura. Chapter 28. You young people are hot-tempered. However, as an old comrade who has been tempered for a long time, Jiang Dapeng has long been accustomed to these things. What family status? What a man's dignity of dominance. It has never been good. So Jiang Dapeng didn't think much of it. Besides, women have long hair but short knowledge. As a man, why should we bother with a woman with short knowledge? It would only make us lose face. As soon as Jiang Dapeng was free, he didn't even stop. He ran straight over to see his 3 grandchildren. Looking at the 3 cute, fair and delicate little ones, Jiang Dapeng was overjoyed. He couldn't look at them enough, and couldn't hug them enough. I'm 50 this year, and I'm a grandfather already? Ha 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 ha. Mom, my dad is actually very nice to me. Just now, he didn't mean to hit me at all. He told me a lot of things, and then I realized that he and you, Mom, had good intentions for me. I was so moved. Also, my dad gave me this bank card with 800,000 yuan in it, and told me to buy a house. Seeing that his mother was still a little angry, Jiang Chen came over to speak well of his father. Then he took out the bank card. When Song Mei saw the bank card, her face changed immediately. Where did Jiang Dapeng find the bank card? He found it even though I hid it so secretly? Well, no wonder, this old guy has more private money. He can even afford to smoke de Zhonghua cigarettes. Jiang Chen. I didn't expect that my dad took this bank card on his own initiative. This. But in this case, you should return the bank card. Anyway, I am not short of money. I have a house and a car. I was just beaten with a belt by my father, and then I was rewarded with 1 million by the system. Mom, take this bank card. What should I take? Just take what your father gave you. The money in here was originally for you to buy a house and get married. Song Mei immediately stuffed the bank card back to Jiang Chen. Then he deliberately glanced at Su Qingcheng. Qingcheng, don't you think so? Hey, Sister Mei, please stop making fun of me. Su Qingcheng couldn't help but blush. I understand that my best friend is completely ready to treat me as her daughter-in-law. A good sister of many years became my mother-in-law. My best friend's eldest son became my husband. Punish him. Punish him. Song Mei was very satisfied with Su Qingcheng's reaction. A good daughter-in-law like her best friend, who knows her well, is well-educated, has a good figure and can give birth, is hard to find even with a lantern. Said 2 sentences. Song Mei also thought of the crib. The reason was simple. Although she had held babies many times before, she still felt jealous when she saw Jiang Dapeng holding his grandchildren all the time, especially in the crib, with one arm around a baby. I couldn't help but want to get closer to my eldest grandchildren. Come, let me hug you. Song Mei came up to him and stretched out her arms. There's another one, take that one. I want to be like you, and take care of 2 at once. No. Jiang Dapeng refused without even thinking about it. You've hugged me so many times, and I'm just starting to hug you now, why are you arguing with me? Jiang Chen was speechless listening to this. I was thinking, these 3 little babies are not enough for the 2 of you to hold? Just about to step forward to persuade. Suddenly, I heard my mother exclaim in surprise, oh, Jiang Dapeng. Why is there blood here? Jiang Dapeng was holding 2 babies in his arms, and was very happy. Suddenly, he heard Song Mei's words and was stunned. He lowered his head and looked in the direction she pointed. He found that there was indeed blood. What a bloodstain! Let me take a look. Sun Chen heard it and hurried over to check it out. Uncle-in-law, what happened to you? The wound has burst open. Sun Xian said after checking. I don't know if Jiang Dapeng was too happy, too proud of himself, or for some other reason, but the wound from my appendectomy surgery was a little broken, but it wasn't bleeding. Ah? The wound burst open? Yes, uncle-in-law, but I'm an obstetrician. In your case, you need to find a surgeon to help you. Sun Xian said cautiously. Jiang Dapeng took another look at the wound, which was about 4 or 5 centimeters long, and the blood that was flowing out. He waved his hands and didn't take it seriously at all. It's not a big deal, I won't die. After saying that, he was still smiling happily, holding 2 babies in the crib with his arms, and even wanted to hold the 3rd little guy in his arms. You are in your 60s, but you act like a kid. You just had an appendectomy. Don't you know what's going on? Song Mei got angry when she saw him. Are you going to see a doctor or not? No, I won't go even if I die. Jiang Dapeng was having fun with the children and didn't want to leave for even a moment. You won't even go to die? You want to die, but I don't want to be a widow. Song Mei stood on tiptoe and started to attack. Oh, my wife. Can you be gentler? I'll do it, okay? Why didn't you just tell me earlier? I don't know why you're being so stubborn. Song Mei grabbed Jiang Dapeng's ear and without saying anything, took the reluctant Jiang Dapeng away to see a doctor. Others covered their eyes. It's okay, we didn't see anything. Jiang Chen shook his head and felt sorry for his father for 3 seconds. Sigh. My dad is a bit henpecked. After Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei left, Jiang Chen said to Su Qingcheng somewhat helplessly. Yeah, I figured it out. Su Qingcheng smiled. Then, if we are together in the future, do you want me to be a henpecked husband? I don't know about that, but I still hope to be free. It's too troublesome to care about so many things. I'm too lazy to care. There is 800,000 yuan in this card. My parents asked me to buy a house. However, in Shihai City, 800,000 yuan may not buy a very good house. What do you think? That's up to you. I don't have high requirements anyway. Not too demanding? Jiang Chen deliberately asked jokingly, if I live in a doghouse, will you move in with me? Tisk. Su Qingcheng spat and rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. First, I don't necessarily have to live with you wherever you live. Second, if you really live in a doghouse, I can't live with you. It's okay for adults to suffer a little, but no matter how wronged you are, you can't let your children suffer. That's right. Jiang Chen laughed. But don't worry, I will never let you and the kids live in a doghouse no matter what. Sun Xian, who had been checking the children's jaundice conditions while she was nearby, suddenly felt a toothache when she heard their conversation. Speaking of the young couple, were they flirting just now? TSK TSK. I have to say, the couple is quite a good match. Okay, you're leaving the hospital today, so you need to pack up and handle the paperwork. There are a lot of things to deal with. By the way, Xiaochun, have you memorized the precautions for pregnant women after they are discharged from the hospital? Remember this. Avoid strenuous exercise, pay attention to hygiene, and prevent the wound from getting wet. What else? Besides? Yes, there is a 42-day recovery period for sexual intercourse. If you want to have intimate contact, you should ask the woman for her opinion. The standard is that she should not feel pain or other discomfort. Jiang Chen. I know, cousin. You've already explained it, so you didn't do it on purpose, did you? How is that possible? Sun Xian denied it flatly, eyes wide open. I'm an obstetrician, this is just medical advice for you. Besides, I'm not afraid that you young people may be too hot-tempered and unable to control yourselves. Chapter 29 3 seconds, no, 3 minutes, husband. Jiang Chen was packing up and going through the discharge procedures when his mother called and said that his father's condition was a little serious and that he would need an 4 after the wound was cleaned. Anyway, if he wanted to be discharged from the hospital in the morning, he would have to rely on Jiang Chen himself. On the phone, of course. Song Mei also complained, I can't help, I'm just causing trouble. Zhang Dapeng had no choice but to smile along. Fortunately, there weren't that many things, so it didn't take Jiang Chen too long to pack up almost all of his belongings and complete the hospitalization procedures. At this time Sun Xian came again. Brought a cash-red envelope and a baby stroller for triplets. Xiaochen, Xingcheng. This is my gift to you, don't despise it. Jiang Chen saw that the cash-red envelope was 5,000 yuan, and the baby stroller for triplets was also very valuable. He couldn't help but secretly smack his lips, thinking that his cousin was very generous. Su Qingqing also felt that this was a significant contribution. Cousin, isn't this a bit too much? Su Qingcheng had known Sun Xian for a few days and felt that she was a nice person. So she followed Jiang Chen and called Sun Xian cousin. You've only just started. Sun Xian said with a smile, next time, I'll give you a bigger one. Next time? Su Qingcheng wondered. Of course. Are you and Xiaochen not going to get married after you have a baby? You can't just get on the bus without buying a ticket. Xingcheng, let's take it. Jiang Chen said happily. Not to mention the money, the more the better. This stroller specially designed for triplets is also what they need. There is no reason not to accept it. After all, this is a token of my cousin's kindness. It would be disrespectful to refuse it. Besides, our cousin is very wealthy. This little bit of money is nothing to her. It's just a few days' salary. Sun Xian? What do you mean by rich and powerful? What do you mean by a few days' salary? I am just an ordinary citizen, okay? The monthly salary is several thousand, and the bonus barely exceeds 10,000. It is really just my love for my nephew and niece as a cousin. Alas, this cousin is so heartless. He is ungrateful and doesn't appreciate the kindness of others. I loved him in vain when he was a child. Thank you, cousin. Su Qingcheng said. We're family, why be polite? Sun Xian said with a smile. Her sister-in-law is really good at talking. Because she had something to do, Sun Xian went back to work for a while and said that she would come over to see Jiang Chen off when he left. Su Qingcheng was able to stand up now and walk alone for a while. Together with Jiang Chen, she put the 3 babies in the stroller, played with them for a while, and then fed the 3 little ones. After a pause and some packing, you can set off. Unexpectedly, at this moment, an uninvited guest, Wang Bingbing, suddenly arrived. She also came to give gifts. Jiang Chen, having a baby is a major event in life. As an old classmate, I just happened to meet you and I can't be rude. Congratulations! She gave 1,000 yuan in cash, a fruit gift box, and several sets of children's clothes. She was previously defeated instantly by Su Qingcheng, whose looks, temperament and figure were all crushed in all aspects, and she was also ignored and snubbed by Jiang Chen. Later, with Song Mei's identity as the future mother-in-law, it was officially certified that Su Qingcheng was the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. All this made Wang Bingbing feel discouraged. She no longer had any hope that Jiang Chen would change his mind and take care of her as he did in the past. From then on, in order to avoid embarrassment, she switched shifts with her colleagues and deliberately avoided the area in charge of Su Qingqing's ward. As for the gift this time. After all, we were classmates. It would be embarrassing if we met but did not say anything about the old classmate's student and pretended not to see it. So when she heard that Jiang Chen was about to be discharged from the hospital, she rushed here again. Of course. She didn't have the slightest other thought in her mind, and it was impossible. After all, Jiang Chen was so good to her back then. He was willing to give her everything, his heart, even his life. Although some of his actions seemed silly and ridiculous, he was absolutely sincere to her. She didn't understand and didn't cherish it back then. And these years have been going around in circles. Among the many boys she knew, she still felt that she liked sunny and handsome boys like Jiang Chen. How stupid I was to miss Jiang Chen back then. Although I can't afford A and can never compare with Su Qingqing's broad mind, everyone has their own preferences. What if Jiang Chen also likes my A? We still have to have hope. What if it comes true? After all, I am his first love. And he? I was willing to die for myself. It was precisely because of this little bit of thought, the desire to make a last-ditch effort, the regret for not cherishing it back then, etc., that drove Wang Bingbing to meet Jiang Chen again under the pretext of receiving gifts from old classmates. But when she came, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet. Jiang Chen held his forehead, feeling a little embarrassed. I didn't know how to deal with it for a moment. If you don't accept any contribution, the other party may be well-intentioned and is an old classmate, so it would be embarrassing. After accepting the gift, Su Qingqing felt uncomfortable. Don't look at this girl, she seems generous in every way, she is actually very narrow-minded. Damn, the best ex must be like dead, it's absolutely true. What's more, back then, I was not even an ex. I was just a bootlicker, the kind that ended up with nothing. Hubby, since it's a kind gift from your old classmate, just accept it. Just when Jiang Chen was hesitating whether to accept it or not, Su Qingqing next to him said in a calm tone, and what she said surprised Jiang Chen a little, the girl just called herself husband? Not bad, it sounds really nice. Thank you, old classmate. I'll accept the gift. Jiang Chen reacted quickly and said to Wang Bingbing. It's okay, it's what I should do. Wang Bingbing said politely, but she felt very jealous in her heart. That Su Qingqing has started calling Jiang Chen hubby? For a moment it felt like being pricked by a needle. However, the pricking feeling she felt was yet to come. Su Qingqing walked slowly to Jiang Chen and naturally took his arm. We are going to be discharged from the hospital today. You and my husband are old classmates. You are welcome to visit our home when you are free. As he spoke, a large headlight pressed very intimately on Jiang Chen's arm. Jiang Chen also consciously stretched out his hand and embraced Su Qingqing's slender waist. When Wang Bingbing saw this scene, she wanted to vomit blood. Welcome to my home. So, they started living together after they were discharged from the hospital? Moreover, one of them held the other's arm, playing with the weight that life could not bear, and the other held the other's slender waist. This. Show affection on the spot? Also, men are really visual animals, they still like big ones. Wang Bingbing suddenly felt as if there were 1,010,000 needles stabbing her heart. Fine, she came here just to get tortured. What a fucking idiot. I shouldn't be here, I should be under the car. Okay, thank you. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving now. After saying a few polite words, Wang Bingbing ran away as if escaping. If she stayed for another second, she was really afraid that she would burst into tears. You just called me hubby? After Wang Bingbing left, Jiang Chen looked at Su Qingqing. That sounds nice. Call me that from now on. You wish. Su Qingqing's pretty face turned red, and she pushed away Jiang Chen's hand that was around her waist. I only let you be my husband for a few minutes, and you want me to be like this in the future? Just dream on. So I was only your husband for a few minutes. Can I ask, how many minutes was it? Jiang Chen asked with a deliberate smile, which hinted at something else. Su Qingqing didn't understand it at first. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, he also joked, then I have to calculate. From the time your old classmate came in to the time he left, it was probably about 3 minutes. Oh, so it's 3 minutes, that's okay, it's not 3 seconds. Now, no matter how slow Su Qingqing was, she could understand what Jiang Chen meant. Her pretty face suddenly turned red. Get lost. He immediately gave Jiang Chen a fierce look. You have such a dirty mind, I won't talk to you anymore. Jiang Chen laughed wildly. After laughing, he began to worry about how to deal with the gift from Wang Bingbing. So he looked at Su Qingqing again, wanting to ask for her opinion. Su Qingqing understood Jiang Chen's meaning immediately. Since you've received it, just take it. After all, it's a token of love from an old classmate. 1,000 yuan can buy a lot of things. And this fruit gift box, it would be a waste to just throw it away. Su Qingqing quickly regained her normal expression and gave her own suggestion. Yeah, then let's all stay here. Jiang Chen said. Since Su Qingqing had said so, he had nothing to worry about. This children's clothing set looks very delicate and the price is not cheap. It should look good on our 3 babies. Jiang Chen was going to put away the children's clothing set that Wang Bingbing had given him and put it together with Su Qingqing's belongings. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by Su Qingqing. Forget about the child's clothes. Of course our babies have to wear the clothes we bought. The children's clothes your old classmate gave them are of really good quality and are just right for 3 babies to use as diapers. Jiang Chen. Well, as I said, this girl of ours is very generous in every aspect, except that she is a little narrow-minded. Then I was discharged from the hospital. Sun Xian finished her work and came over to help. She pushed the stroller with 3 babies. Although Su Qingqing can walk, she can't walk for too long. Jiang Chen found a wheelchair and asked her to sit in it and go downstairs. After going downstairs, I picked him up and went straight to the hospital entrance. Sun Xian couldn't help but laugh when she saw it. As expected, Su Qingqing felt some discomfort again. No need to think, it was the cell phone in Jiang Chen's trouser pocket. So it's not surprising. However, a few minutes later, when Su Qingqing unexpectedly discovered that Jiang Chen's phone was in his hand instead of in his trouser pocket, she couldn't help but panic. Chapter 30 Rich Woman Happy Ball. Oh! Su Qingqing screamed. Her face flushed red, and then she got out of Jiang Chen's arms. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked. Nothing. Su Qingqing said, I just met some hooligans. Did you encounter a hooligan? Jiang Chen was confused for a moment. He was holding the baby, so how did he run into hooligans? He asked Su Qingqing again, but Su Qingqing refused to say anything and insisted on walking by herself, although she had to walk very slowly. Jiang Chen had no choice but to just not hug him if he was not allowed to. I had no choice but to put Su Qingqing down. After Su Qingqing went down, she walked slowly and glanced at a certain part of Jiang Chen. She was secretly shocked and her face turned red. He was so. No wonder. Bite. The host hugs his wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward 80,000 yuan. Is there a reward for having a wife? The dog system is great. Xiaochun, what's going on with my uncle now? My dad is on 4 drip and my mom is with him. But judging by the time, he should be done soon. You asked what happened? Is it serious? I asked, but my dad still said the same thing, I can't die. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. When Sun Xian heard this, she also laughed. This is really how my uncle-in-law behaves. Just when I was about to ask Jiang Chen how to get back and whether he wanted to take a taxi, I heard a creaking sound. It was Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei who drove back. The car was none other than their family's 10-year-old Volkswagen, which was still in good condition. Just in time. Son. Come on, I'll take you back. Jiang Dapeng, who was still in the driver's seat, said excitedly. It turned out that Jiang Dapeng's wound had burst open, so he went to see a doctor. The maternal and child health hospital had a surgery department that could see adult men, but Song Mei saw that there were many people registering and the waiting time was long, so she drove Jiang Dapeng to another hospital. When they arrived at the place, the doctor took one look at the condition of Jiang Dapeng's wound and blamed him for not paying attention. This was just after surgery and the wound was not an ordinary wound. Jiang Dapeng still didn't care and said that he wouldn't die, which made the doctors laugh and cry. At Song Mei's request, Jiang Dapeng agreed to treat the wound and give him another infusion. Even so, Song Mei was still worried and watched closely from the side. Otherwise, she was really afraid that this old guy would do what he did before and pull out the needle and run away before the infusion was finished. After the infusion, Jiang Dapeng insisted on driving, saying that he wanted to personally pick up his 3 grandchildren. The doctor said it would not affect driving. The veteran driver Song Mei then glared at Jiang Dapeng and asked him to sit in the driver's seat. Son, don't despise your father's car. Even though it's a little old and your mother is driving it now, there's nothing wrong with this car. It has made great contributions to our family over the years. Zhang Dapeng said cheerfully to Jiang Chen. Ever since I learned that I have 3 grandchildren and have become a grandfather, I feel as if I have eaten honey and everything makes me happy. When people encounter happy events, they feel refreshed and their life suddenly feels like it has taken on a second spring. Dad, no need. I have a car. What, you have a car? Jiang Chen nodded, walked towards a BMW X7 parked on the roadside not far away, took out the car key and pressed it, and the headlights lit up immediately. BMW X7? What the hell? This time, not only Zhang Dapeng, but also Song Mei, Sun Qian and others were shocked. Son, is this really your car? Yes. Jiang Chen said. But this is a BMW X7, it costs 2 million when it lands. Zhang Dapeng looked surprised, and his first reaction was disbelief. He said, I have never driven such a good car, so how could my son drive it first? This is a BMW X7. You didn't steal it, or rent it, did you? If I say I bought it with the money I robbed the bank, would you believe me? Get lost. Tell me the truth, is this your car? Of course it's mine. But this car costs 2 million. Didn't you just graduate? Where did you get so much money? It's only over 2 million, it's not bad, besides, it's normal for a fresh graduate to have $1 million luxury car. Jiang Dapeng. Well, this brat is trying to show off to me? But it's still surprising. People like Song Mei also had a lot of questions. However, he was about to be discharged from the hospital, and it was not a good idea to stop Jiang Chen and interrogate him at the hospital gate. So everyone came forward. The 3 babies, the stroller, and various items were placed in the car one by one. Jiang Chen's BMW X7 had a modified rear seat with child seats, so the 3 little ones could lie comfortably in the back seat. Song Mei saw that her son's car was still spacious. Then he sat in. As a result, Zhang Dapeng's car was empty except for himself. Then it's time to go back. As for the destination to return to, according to Song Mei's idea, where else could it be? It must be Jiang Chen's rental house. However, half an hour later, the car actually drove directly to the gate of Bishuiju community, which was beyond Song Mei's expectations, because Bishuiju was the most famous high-end community in the entire Sihai city. Any house there costs tens of millions. Even if you rent a house, the monthly rent would be at least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Not my son, you live here? But this is Bishuiju, it must cost you a lot to rent it, right? I'm not renting, I own a house here. Jiang Chen's car drove directly into Bishuiju. After greeting the security guard at the door, Zhang Dapeng's car also followed in. After coming in, he came to Jiang Chen's house. Looking at the luxurious decoration in the house, the old couple was stunned and confused. They just found out that their son bought a car worth 2 million yuan, and now they found out that their son actually had a house worth tens of millions. I think they are just an ordinary working-class family. I'm afraid that even if the old couple goes without food and drink for decades, they still can't afford such a garage. But son, is this cheating? Zhang Dapeng and Song Mei strolled around and looked at Jiang Chen's house. They were not very happy after seeing it. Instead, they pulled Jiang Chen aside to question him. Their faces were all solemn. Son, tell me the truth, are you hooking up with some rich woman? Otherwise, where do you get so much money? Yes, son, you are still young, don't just think about living off others or taking shortcuts. Besides, what's so good about shortcuts like rich women? Besides being rich and having fun, they also have the rich women's happy ball. Zhang Dapeng said, his expression was full of grief. Chapter 31 Gambling and drugs are incompatible in this life. Rich ladies' happy ball? Song Mei asked in confusion. It means steel wool. Zhang Dapeng explained with gritted teeth. Steel wool? Song Mei looked even more confused. Hey! Well, just search it yourself. Zhang Dapeng had no choice but to say again. Upon hearing this, Song Mei immediately searched it herself. After reading the explanation, Song Mei blushed slightly and glared at Zhang Dapeng fiercely, you old pervert. You know a lot, don't you? I'll deal with you when I get home. Zhang Dapeng's mouth twitched involuntarily. Afterwards, the couple still acted in unison and pressed Jiang Chen to find out whether the rich woman had done something to him. No. How could your son do such a thing? Jiang Chen looked helpless. Although young people like to take shortcuts nowadays, who am I? A righteous young man with excellent character and academic performance. It is absolutely impossible. Ahem, even if I want to do it, I have no chance. If not, then did you do anything illegal? Song Mei asked. Yes, the methods of making a lot of money quickly are all listed in the criminal law. You must not do anything stupid. Jiang Dapeng followed up, staring at Jiang Chen. For example, the person who sold rock candy recently, have you ever done that? Selling rock sugar? Song Mei asked again. They are drug dealers who make drugs look like rock candy and use the cover of selling rock candy as a cover. Ah? Song Mei couldn't help but be surprised. She turned around and asked Jiang Chen nervously, her voice trembling, Son, don't tell me you're doing that to make money. That's a capital crime. Jiang Dapeng just casually asked Jiang Chen if he was selling rock candy. Seeing Song Mei like this, he couldn't help but be shocked and immediately looked at Jiang Chen nervously. The brat, could he really? That's impossible. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, looked at the two elders' serious and nervous expressions and felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What the hell is going on here? Selling rock candy? Are you kidding? Gambling and drugs are incompatible with me in this life. But it's normal to think about it. I suddenly became so lucky. I just graduated and already have luxury cars, mansions and assets worth tens of millions. No one can believe it, and my parents are no exception. To avoid worrying my parents, Jiang Chen then took out the property certificate, car purchase contract, etc. to prove that it was his car and his house. Afterwards, he showed the old couple his mobile phone and bank account. All the rewards given by the system are reasonable and legal. Therefore, even if you buy a car or a house, there is a legal source of funds, and this source is the income from stock and Bitcoin speculation. Every detail is recorded. Both Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng have received higher education. After carefully looking at Jiang Chen's various incomes for a long time, I found that they were all legal and compliant, with clear sources, and not illegal gains, and were not paid for by some rich woman. I am completely convinced and relieved. I didn't expect this brat to be so awesome. Okay. You little brat gave birth to 3 children at once, that's better than me. Making money is better than labor. Jiang Dapeng was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. This son is awesome, and as a laborer, shouldn't he also benefit from it? If his son has meat to eat, he can also drink soup. Song Mei was also very relieved. The brat was not raised in vain, he is so awesome right after graduation, he can afford a car and a house worth tens of millions, and even then, he still has more than $1 million in cash in his bank account. But I am much better than him. No matter what, I have a daughter-in-law, 3 grandchildren, a promising son, and a successful career. This is the perfect moment of life. Thinking of this, Song Mei was overjoyed. Just when she was feeling happy, she suddenly slapped Jiang Chen in the face and said, "You little bastard, you make so much money, why are you still cheating your mother?" She said this with a somewhat angry expression. Jiang Chen? Seeing his parents so happy, he, as a son, felt a sense of accomplishment. I was suddenly slapped by Song Mei, which was a bit confusing. I thought to myself, what's wrong with this tigress? How could I have let my mother down? Come on, I just got your best friend, what's the big deal? After all, I gave you 3 grandchildren, why are you still not done with it? Could it be that menopause is coming on early? Mom, how did I cheat you? Not yet? Song Mei insisted, you are playing tricks on me, right? You first cheated me out of 30,000 yuan in bonuses and subsidies, and then you cheated me and your father out of our life savings of 800,000 yuan. You call this not cheating? After Song Mei said this, Jiang Dapeng also reacted. Not to mention the 30,000 yuan my wife received. That 800,000. This is truly the result of half their life's hard work. That's right, son. Your mom is right. You're already so rich, why do you still need our money? The 30,000 is given to you for free. As for the 800,000, although I originally planned to buy you a house, you already have a house, a mansion worth tens of millions. You said you still want that 800,000. Isn't that a bit too much? A barrage of questions. There's no way. Jiang Dapeng is a technician and earns an average of 8,000 yuan a month. It's only in these few years that my salary is higher, and I can barely get by. Although Song Mei works in a public institution and looks good on the surface, in reality, the work is heavy and the pay is low, with only 6,000 yuan a month. Over the years, after the family's food and drink expenses and the couple's support for Jiang Chen's schooling, there was not much money left. The 800,000 yuan was really saved up by them bit by bit, and it took them more than 10 years to get this amount. To be frank, the 800,000 yuan is the lifeblood of the old couple, and it is not an exaggeration. Jiang Chen understood his parents' feelings. He smiled silently and took out the 2 cards. He handed his hands back to the past, Mom and Dad. I'm just keeping it temporarily, how can it be called cheating you? Besides, you forced it into my hands at that time. We forced it upon you, but why did you accept it? Yes, at least you should be more humble. I was being humble. I told you I had money, but you didn't believe me. If I didn't accept it, you would have beaten me up. Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case at that time. At that time, I saw that the brat clearly needed money, but he was still being stubborn. I really want to convince people with reason on the spot. Dad, Mom. You have had a hard time these years and have worked hard to support me through college. You have a little money now, so I will take this opportunity to give you a gift as well. Jiang Chen said sincerely. When Song Mei and the other person heard this, their first reaction was to refuse. Give us presents? No, we are old and weak, what gifts do we need? By the way, could it be that you, the boy, have been unfaithful and harmed some girl again? Could it be that you have given us some grandchildren? Old man, what nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense? My son inherited my handsome genes and charmed a few girls outside. It's normal for him to do that. Hey, wife. Can you be gentler? Don't be gentle. I'm going to make this clear today. If my son dares to be indecisive about Qingcheng, be careful or I'll turn him into a lackey. Yes. If he dares, I will break his legs. Chapter 32, You peed in your grandfather's mouth, what a filial son. Seeing my mother catch my father, I felt very cruel. Jiang Chen held his forehead with his hand. I thought to myself, Dad, when did you become so funny? Where is that grumpy old antique and domineering macho man? Never mind, let's just feel sorry for my dad for 1 second and spend the remaining 99 seconds laughing. Ha 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 ha. Mom and Dad, don't let your mind wander. My gift to you is a house. Jiang Chen took out the house title and keys and said to the 2 elders in a serious tone. What? Give us a house? Song Mei and the other 2 were surprised, but as usual, they objected repeatedly. Silly boy. Even if you have money, why not give us something else? Give us a house. Are we homeless or something? We wanted to buy you a house before. We can buy your house with the 800,000 yuan, but there are so many affordable communities in Sihai, and buying a smaller one would be enough with the full payment. Even for the light luxury Swan Lakeside community, it would be easy to pay the down payment. Yes, son. We know you are very filial. You can keep the house for yourself. By the way, son, which neighborhood did you buy a house for us? It's from the Swan Lakeside community. From Swan Lakeside community. Well, although it's not as good as Bishuaju, a house by Swan Lake would cost 2 or 3 million yuan in full. You silly boy, why did you buy such an expensive house for us? That's right, it's a waste of money if you can't eat or drink it. You've just started your business, and you're already spending money lavishly. It's not good to form a habit like that. Song Mei and Jiang Chen were both blaming him for spending money recklessly. They were determined not to want the house, and comrade Jiang Dapeng's performance was particularly obvious. He was heartbroken by Jiang Chen's wasteful spending, but he remained calm and took the house deed and keys. It makes sense. The son was also very filial and couldn't refuse the kindness. I can't let my son down, right? Jiang Chen saw this and was also very happy from the bottom of his heart. After all, they are my parents. I've been worrying about myself all these years. They have worked hard and saved all their lives, so it is only right for them to enjoy the good life with me. No matter how good I treat them, it is not too much. Giving them a house is nothing. Is this really your house? Jiang Chen had just finished answering his parents' questions and concerns when he came out and ran into Su Qingcheng, who was walking around the room. The 3 little ones were sleeping soundly, so it was a good opportunity for her to have a look around the new home they were about to move into. She didn't know much about Jiang Chen. According to her good friend Song Mei, her family background is just average. There is no prominent family background. Jiang Chen himself was just a college graduate, but he first had a BMW X7 and then a house in Bishuaju. Even though she was used to the world, she was still shocked. The price of a BMW X7 is 2 million. The most notable feature of the houses in Bishuaju is that they are expensive. The house we are about to move into will cost at least tens of millions. For a freshly graduated college student, this level of assets is a bit excessive. Of course it's mine. Jiang Chen said with a smile. How is it, Teacher Su? Does it feel good? Yeah, it's good. Su Qingqing nodded, looking at Jiang Chen with a strange look. I thought you were just a poor student, but I didn't expect that you have so many advantages and are actually a hidden rich man. Then Teacher Su will be a bit busy from now on. I have a lot of advantages all over my body, just waiting for you, Teacher Su, to slowly discover them. Tisk, who's going to find out? Hearing the hidden meaning in Jiang Chen's words, Su Qingqing's face was inexplicably hot, and her heart was in turmoil, but she was very disdainful. After calming down, she suddenly said, By the way, can I make a request? What's your request? Tell me. Can you please stop calling me Teacher Su from now on? Then what should I call you, wife? Daughter-in-law? Don't want. Mother? Roll. Then what do you think I should call you? Calling you by your name is not respectful enough. How about, I call you Auntie? Why? Because I call you Auntie, Shiji. Su Qingqing suddenly felt so embarrassed that she wanted to hit someone. I almost cursed, Shiji? Shiji, your sister, have you ever seen an aunt who gave birth to several children for you? Jiang Chen was secretly delighted when he saw Su Qingqing's expression, which showed that she was almost dying. Girl still can't stand being teased. Ha 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 ha. Su Qingqing turned her head away angrily, with a deliberately cold face. After a while, he suddenly remembered and asked Jiang Chen again, Did you just give your parents a house by Swan Lake? Did you hear that? Your parents are so loud, it would be strange if I couldn't hear them. That's right. I gave them a house by Swan Lake. Why are you reluctant to give it up so soon? What do you mean I can't bear to part with it? It's not my house. I just think you're very filial. It's not in vain that Sister May and your father love you so much to have a son like you. Of course. Filial piety is a traditional virtue of our Chinese nation. I have always been filial and would rather give my best to my parents. Jiang Chen patted his chest and boasted about himself. Su Qingqing blinked and asked, The house in Bishuaju is much more expensive than the house in Swan Lake. Since you are so filial, why don't you let Sister May and the others live in Bishuaju? This. Jiang Chen was immediately speechless and scratched his head. Aunt Su, what you said? You have no friends when you ask this question. What do you mean, since I am so filial, why don't I let my parents live in the Bishuaju house? I do this because I consider that the old couple may not be able to get used to living there, so that I can live comfortably. As the saying goes, filial piety is the most important virtue, and it's the heart that matters, not the actions. Su Qingqing saw Jiang Chen being humiliated. I couldn't help but chuckle with my hands covering my mouth. Oh, I see. So you are so filial. Well, I am a little filial, but not much. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing were making fun of each other. At the same time, Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng were not idle either. After happily accepting the property keys from their son, they immediately ran to their 3 grandchildren. The 3 little ones are sleeping. They woke up one after another due to the sudden noise, twisting their little bodies and crying loudly. After checking, Song Mei found that the diaper needed to be changed. When Comrade Jiang Dapeng saw this, he volunteered to help change the diaper. Change the diaper? Can you do it? Song Mei asked. What's the problem? It's just changing a diaper. It's not like I didn't change diapers for that brat back then. Jiang Dapeng said as a matter of course, and then changed his grandson's diaper confidently. See, what's so hard about this? Isn't it just about unbuttoning the diaper first, wiping the little butt of my dear grandson, then removing the old diaper and putting on a new one? It's simple, it couldn't be simpler. Ba. You little bastard, Grandpa was changing your diaper, but you peed in his mouth. Filial piety. You are so damn filial. Chapter 33, even the cow would be stunned for 3 seconds after eating it. Jiang Dapeng volunteered to change diapers for the 3 little ones. While changing the diaper, he showed off to Song Mei how easy it was to change the diaper. Unexpectedly, when Song Mei was changing the diaper of the first grandson, he suddenly urinated, and coincidentally, he urinated into Comrade Jiang Dapeng's mouth. Song Mei laughed when she saw this. Isn't this beautiful? Change the diaper and let your good grandson pee in his mouth. You are also a talent. Let's see if you can still show off your abilities. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing couldn't help laughing when they saw it. Jiang Chen had no choice but to pour a glass of water for his father. Jiang Dapeng himself doesn't care. He made two poo sounds and didn't even drink the water Jiang Chen handed to him. Instead, he was in high spirits and did not dislike the good grandson who peed on him. He said cheerfully, "The first time I changed my good grandson's diaper, he peed on his mouth. This shows that he loves me as his grandpa. Besides, what do you know? This is boy's urine. It's good for your health." In short, he looked very indifferent. When the others heard this, they were speechless. Bite. The host's father was peed on by his good grandson. The father is kind and the son is filial. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 30,000 yuan. Jiang Chen was a little confused when he heard the system prompt in his mind. The grandson peed in his grandfather's mouth, and he also got a reward? Speaking of dog system, what kind of logic is this? Bite. Logic is that grandfather is kind and grandson is filial. Ding, the system has issued a random task. Continue to encourage the host's father to change his grandson's diapers. If the goal of a loving grandfather and a filial grandson or a loving father and a filial son is achieved, the host will receive an extra reward. Of course, the host can refuse. There is no punishment or reward for refusal. Jiang Chen. Grandfather is kind and grandson is filial? Kind father and filial son? By the way, this random task issued by the dog system, is it something that humans can do? No, I absolutely won't do it. Jiang Chen made up his mind, so he went up to his father and advised him, "Dad, forget it. Let my mom change the diaper this time." What do you mean, forget it? I've lived to a ripe old age, and the words forget it have never appeared in my dictionary. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Dapeng immediately blew his beard and glared, "I just don't believe it. I'm just changing my grandson's diaper, and I can't do it well. You kid, just watch me and see how I change the baby's diaper beautifully." As he said this, he rolled up his sleeves and started changing again. Unexpectedly, as soon as he started to move, he cried ouch, again. When everyone looked, they saw that Comrade Jiang Dapeng's hands, which were changing the diaper, had used too much force and actually grabbed a handful of the baby's poop. Bite. The host's father grabbed a handful of poop, achieving the mission goal. Congratulations to the host for winning 50,000 yuan. Jiang Chen. Bite. The host's father was not convinced and successfully caught the second handful of poop, and his sleeves were dirty. He was so angry that he almost wanted to chop off his hand and throw it away. The mission goal was achieved. Congratulations to the host for winning 100,000 yuan. Jiang Chen. Before I knew it, it was noon. The excitement of the elderly couple Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng gradually subsided and their stomachs began to growl. "Qingchun, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make you something delicious." Song Mei came over first and asked Su Qingqing for her opinion, because before Song Mei always asked Jiang Dapeng what he wanted to eat when she cooked, and Jiang Dapeng was a little uncomfortable at first. But he reacted quickly. Su Qingchang is her best friend and daughter-in-law, so of course the tigress gives her priority. Ah, the family throne. It seems to be getting lower. It's fine with me. Su Qingchang replied. Okay, today is your first day out of the hospital, so I'll just do something casual. Song Mei said with a smile. They had been good sisters for many years, so she knew Su Qingqing's personality very well. She was not pretentious and meant what she said. She said it was okay, and it really was okay. Of course, as a mother-in-law, Song Mei couldn't just do it casually. There is a fresh food supermarket in the community downstairs. After Jiang Chen bought the ingredients and brought them up, Song Mei started cooking. Jiang Dapeng clamored for help. Song Mei refused without even thinking about it. Jiang Chen chimed in, also not wanting his dad to help with cooking. Faced with the resolute opposition from Jiang Chen and his mother, Comrade Jiang Dapeng had no choice but to shake his head, then looked down at his hands and gave up with self-awareness. Mom, how about I try to cook lunch? Jiang Chen suddenly thought of his god-level cooking skills, which he had never used before, so he wanted to take this opportunity to show off his skills. You cook? Can you do it? Song Mei expressed her doubts. It was not like she had never eaten food cooked by her son before. If the food was not burnt, it was a high praise. As for the taste, it was better not to mention it. Son, it's not dad who is hitting you. Forget about cooking. It's not like you haven't cooked before. The taste of the food is so good that even a dog would shake his head after eating it. Zhang Dapeng spoke, and it was rare for him to be on the same side as his wife. Zhang Dapeng said this. Song Mei and Su Qingqing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jiang Chen held his forehead with his hand. Comrade Zhang Dapeng, you are really good at talking. No matter what food I cook, the dog shakes his head after eating it. It was obvious that the food I cooked was so delicious. It tasted amazing, salty and spicy enough. After eating it, the dog jumped 3 feet high, squeaking and wiggling, and ran away happily. Mom, let me try it once. If I really can't cook well, just keep doing it. Jiang Chen advised Song Mei again. Okay, I'll watch from the side. Seeing that Jiang Chen was sincere in showing off his cooking skills, Song Mei had no choice but to agree and let Jiang Chen enter the kitchen. However, she still didn't trust Jiang Chen's cooking skills at all. The cooking is mainly for Qingcheng, it doesn't matter what we eat. Qingcheng is in confinement now and has to feed 3 children. She must eat well at every meal. I know, Mom. Jiang Chen responded, his hands busy. The first dish he made was home-cooked stir-fried meat. After washing the pork belly, cut it into thin slices, slice the garlic and ginger, and cut the green onions into sections. Thanks to his god-level cooking skills, he now not only has extraordinary experience and skills in cooking, but his speed in cutting vegetables is also extremely fast. The technique was so fast that it became an afterimage. Song Mei was still chattering about preparing a side dish of fried radish and pork liver. Jiang Chen has already heated up the pan and put in some oil. He puts in the pork belly slices and stir-fries until the oil comes out. Soon, a delicious home-cooked stir-fried meat was ready. Son, Qingcheng is my best friend, I won't nag about this. She gave birth to 3 children for our Jiang family. This alone is not easy. She has made great contributions to our Jiang family. No matter what, we should be nice to her. To do otherwise would be heartless. While Song Mei was nagging, she put the prepared side dishes next to Jiang Chen. But when he looked up, he found that Jiang Chen's home-cooked stir-fried meat was already ready, and he also slapped a cucumber. You finished it so quickly? Song Mei was surprised. Yeah, Mom, try it. Jiang Chen handed over a pair of chopsticks. Song Mei took the chopsticks and tasted a bite of the home-cooked stir-fried pork. As soon as it entered her mouth, she felt unbelievable. The taste is so delicious that it is hard to describe. To put it in one sentence, I have never eaten such delicious stir-fried pork in my decades of life. Then, I tried the smashed cucumber, and the taste was equally bizarre. It's just smashed cucumbers, which cannot be simpler. But she tasted something divine. This. How did that bastard do it? Mom, how is it? Is it delicious? Jiang Chen saw his mother tasting the dishes without saying anything, and for a moment he doubted his own god-level cooking skills. Song Mei quickly took another chopstick to smash the cucumber to satisfy her craving, and then she said vaguely, delicious. It's too delicious. Son, how did you become such a good cook? Well, I've been self-taught lately. Self-taught? Come on, you little brat, you're pretending again. Song Mei scolded with a smile, son, your cooking is good. I'll bring this smashed cucumber over and let your dad have a taste. Yeah, okay. Jiang Chen continued to cook, stir-fried pork liver with radish, steamed mandarin fish, beef brisket with tomatoes, boiled shrimps, one dish after another came. But just when he was getting into the cooking, Song Mei came over in a hurry, son, please have another smashed cucumber. Your dad has already snatched all the smashed cucumbers before the meal even started. Ah, this. Jiang Chen smiled. Comrade Zhang Dapeng was letting himself go more and more as he got older. If he had done this when he was a child, he would have been beaten up by Zhang Dapeng. It's okay after eating, I'll take another one. By the way, Mom, what did my dad think of the dish I cooked after he tasted it? Jiang Chen asked again. That's what your dad said. He said that before, even a dog would shake his head after eating the dishes you cooked, but now even a cow would be stunned for 3 seconds after eating the dishes you cooked. Chapter 34 Steamed Mandarin Fish, Tomato Beef Brisket. The child was born, Xingqiang was discharged from the hospital, and moved into a new home. It's double happiness. With Song Mei's help, no, with her watching, Jiang Chen cooked a large table of dishes. There are home-cooked stir-fried meat, stir-fried pork liver with radish, steamed mandarin fish, beef brisket with tomatoes, boiled shrimp, stewed pork knuckle with soybeans, fungus and eggs, stir-fried spinach, seaweed egg soup, and 2 smashed cucumbers. Zhang Dapeng's eyes lit up when he saw it. If Song Mei hadn't been watching, he would have started eating and drinking long ago. Xingqiang, today is our first meal together. Song Mei said to Su Xingqiang with a smile, all the dishes on this table are made by Xiaochen. Come and try them. I promise you will want to eat more after you try them. Just now when Jiang Chen was cooking, Su Xingqiang went to the bedroom to take a nap. When he came out, he saw that all the dishes on the table were made by Jiang Chen. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Jiang Chen and said in a surprised tone, "Ah? You made all this?" Because all the dishes on the table looked very sexy. Just looking at it, it looks delicious. Of course, try it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Su Qingqing nodded, picked up the chopsticks and tasted a bite of spinach. As soon as it entered her mouth, she felt it was fragrant and delicious. Saliva started flowing instantly. After that, I couldn't help but try the fried pork liver with radish, steamed mandarin fish, and beef brisket with tomatoes. Each one is fresh and delicious, exploding your taste buds. It tastes so good that I almost swallow my tongue. Well, not bad. It's really delicious. Su Qingqiang was not a greedy person, but after tasting the food made by Jiang Chen, she inexplicably felt high. After tasting it for a short period of time, she ate several chopsticks in a row. Even so, I couldn't stop using the chopsticks in my hand. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect your cooking to be so delicious. It's really impressive. Su Qingqing couldn't help but praise him. Jiang Chen was not modest at all. I've said it before, I don't have any other problems, I just have a lot of advantages. Xingqiang, if it's delicious, eat more. We are all family, don't be polite. That's right, Xingqiang. It's rare that you like the food cooked by that brat, so eat more. To tell you the truth, the food that brat cooked before was so delicious that even dogs would shake their heads after eating it. But now it's different. Even cows would be stunned for 3 seconds after eating it. Come, try this shrimp. Although it is boiled, the taste is different. Seeing that Su Qingqing liked to eat, the old couple Song Mei and Zhang Dapeng were very happy. They kept picking up food for Su Qingqing and soon filled the small plate in front of Su Qingqiang. Thanks. Thank you. If you add more, I can't finish it. Su Qingqing couldn't resist her sincerity and tried hard to deal with the plate full of delicious food. In the past, she would have been in great trouble. But now, she estimated that not only could she finish it, she could also have another plate, no, maybe even 2. Over there, although Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng kept picking up food for Su Qingqiang, they were actually enjoying their meal so much that comrade Jiang Dapeng even took over 2 plates of smashed cucumbers and enjoyed himself to the fullest. There was no way around it, this was the most delicious smashed cucumber he had ever tasted in his life. I feel like the past few decades have been wasted. As a chef, Jiang Chen feels a great sense of accomplishment when he sees the family devouring his dishes with gusto. Of course, my chopsticks were not idle either. I was busy all morning and was indeed a little hungry. Try a piece of steamed mandarin fish first. Not bad, not bad. The food I cook myself is so delicious. Oh. When the family was concentrating on eating, Su Qingqing suddenly shouted, covering her chest and frowning. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked. No, nothing. Su Qingqing said as she stood up, gestured to Jiang Chen, pointed to the cribs where the 3 babies were, and hurried to the bedroom. Jiang Chen understood Su Qingqing's meaning immediately. But in my heart, I still couldn't believe it. No way. Speaking of this talent, it's simply amazing. Jiang Dapeng was concentrating on eating when he suddenly heard Su Qingqing call out and go into the bedroom. Then Jiang Chen also stood up and pushed the crib into the bedroom. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. What happened to Qingqiang? Did something happen to her? Before he could finish, Song Mei interrupted him immediately. Eat well, what does it have to do with you? Oh. Jiang Dapeng responded, knowing that it was something he shouldn't care about. So I continued to eat. Chapter 35 I treat you as my best friend, but you want to be my mother. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen, Su Qingqing and their 3 babies came out of the bedroom. The three babies naturally fell asleep after eating. Lying side by side in the crib, both sleeping in the surrender position, they looked so adorable at first glance. This scene immediately attracted Song Mei, and she loved it very much. At the same time, this also confirmed her guess that Su Qingcheng should have gone into the bedroom to breastfeed the baby at that time. Qingcheng, come and continue eating. The food is still hot. Song Mei greeted them warmly. Since Su Qingcheng and Jiang Chen brought the children into the bedroom, she basically kept all the dishes on the table for Su Qingcheng, except for 2 plates of smashed cucumbers for Jiang Dapeng to feast on. I also carefully heated it in the microwave. Su Qingcheng's face felt a little hot. She nodded and sat down. It's true, after what happened in the bedroom just now, she was really a little hungry at this moment, the kind of extremely hungry. In addition, the dishes made by Jiang Chen were not tempting to begin with, so after sitting down, she didn't hesitate and started to eat heartily. Su Qingcheng sat down to eat. Over there, Jiang Dapeng finally got the tigress's permission to pick up his chopsticks again and eat dishes other than smashed cucumbers. However, after Jiang Chen came out, he showed no intention of picking up his chopsticks. I couldn't help but be a little surprised. Son, why don't you eat? There are still so many dishes. Song Mei was also a little surprised. Yes, son, you are a grown man after all. Man is made of iron and rice is made of steel. How can you not eat? I'm not really hungry, you guys eat it. Jiang Chen gave a random explanation. Song Mei, Jiang Dapeng. Everyone doesn't quite understand. However, even though he didn't understand, he didn't think too much about it. After all, his stomach was still craving for so many delicious dishes, so he didn't ask any more questions. He started eating again with Su Qingcheng and concentrated on eating. However, what no one noticed was that while Su Qingcheng was eating, her pretty face was secretly burning. If she wasn't hungry, she would really want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. If all else failed, she would just hide in the bedroom and refuse to come out. For Jiang Chen. This big pig's hoof. Why? Why? My life has really fallen into his hands. Bite. The host's family is reunited, and the couple is harmonious. In order to cheer up the host's happy life, congratulations to the host for winning a special reward, Golden Kidneys, Lucky Draw Gift Pack X1. Jiang Chen was a little surprised when he heard the system prompt in his mind. This is the reward again? Golden Kidneys. Lucky Draw Package X1. Okay. My wife is so talented, how can I, as her husband, show weakness? Jiang Chen thought about this. Immediately received the reward of Golden Kidneys. I suddenly felt a huge force surging in my body, and then, okay, Tongzi is awesome. Lottery. Bite. The lucky draw was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 3 bottles of Mutai and a business message. There is actually business information. Speaking of systems. Is this the next step, to start paving the way for your own business empire? By the way, son and Qingcheng, have you named your 3 grandchildren? Jiang Dapeng suddenly asked while they were enjoying their meal. When he said this, Song Mei also looked over with interest. Not yet. I haven't thought of a good name yet, so I've put it aside for now. Jiang Chen said, it's not urgent anyway. I can just pick a name within a month. How can this not be urgent? Naming a child is a big deal. After all, the child will use the name for the rest of his life. Jiang Dapeng patted his head and said, how about this? I don't care about the name. How about I help you choose a nickname for the child? You? Song Mei immediately expressed her objection. What kind of name can you give yourself? Well, so what? I am an intellectual after all. Jiang Dapeng said embarrassedly. In fact, he had the same idea, but since the tigress had given him a warning in advance, he had to think of something else. The eldest is a boy, so why not give him the nickname Stone? Stone means strong. He has been strong since he was little. The second and third children are both girls. In addition to Xiaochun, my grandmother and I have always wanted to have another girl, but unfortunately we were unable to do so for various reasons. Now we have 2 granddaughters at once, and our wish has finally come true. How about the second and third children? One is called Xinxin and the other is called Nian Nian. Jiang Dapeng simply put down his chopsticks and spoke a lot seriously. The eldest is named Shirtu, the second is named Xinxin, and the third is named Nian Nian. I think it's okay. Song Mei thought about it carefully and said, Xiaochun and Qingcheng, what do you think? Not bad. Jiang Chen nodded. Well, the nickname is indeed good. Su Qingcheng also said. Seeing that everyone unanimously agreed with the nickname he gave the child, Jiang Dapeng was extremely happy. He rubbed his hands and continued, the nickname is now confirmed. It's time for you to come up with the child's real name. Regarding the names of the three little ones, Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng thought about it many times, but neither of them was satisfied. Today, my dad helped me solve the nickname problem. We can't delay giving the child a name any longer. So Jiang Chen took out a big dictionary and looked through it with Su Qingcheng. Song Mei also came over to join in the fun. After looking through it for a long time, the three of them still had frowns on their faces. After looking through it for a long time, Jiang Chen finally got some clues. The eldest is a boy, so why not give him the name Jiang Letian, after Bai Judy's pen name? Jiang Chen said. The second and third children are girls, so why not give them an idiom meaning a smile that makes the whole thing beautiful? The second child can be called Jiang Yishou and the third child can be called Jiang Yanran? Jiang Chen had just finished speaking when Su Qingcheng, who had been frowning and thinking hard, followed suit. Boss Jiang Letian. Second brother Jiang Yi laughs. The third one, Jiang Yanran. Good. Song Mei was muttering to herself, and then she slapped her thigh and cheered. When the tigress cheered, comrade Jiang Dapeng also cheered. However, these three names seemed really good to him. After the family's unanimous agreement, the names of the three little ones were finally decided. Son, do you have any wine? There are so many happy events at home today, how can we not celebrate? Jiang Dapeng said excitedly. Wine. Yes. Jiang Chendao, the system didn't he just reward me with 3 bottles of mutai? He pretended to go to the bedroom, took out the 3 bottles of mutai, and placed them on the table. Jiang Dapeng's eyes lit up when he saw it. It's Mao 80? This is good stuff. 1 bottle costs tens of thousands. Where did you get this, son? Just bought it. Jiang Chen said. Just bought it? Jiang Dapeng was surprised. Just when he was wondering if it was a fake, he took a look at the luxuriously decorated living room and immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Buying a fake? You must be kidding. With my son's net worth, he has a car worth 2 million, a house worth tens of millions, and a credit card balance of over $1 million. Drinking Maotai 80, which costs tens of thousands of dollars a bottle, is really a piece of cake. Jiang Dapeng liked wine to begin with, and when he saw the 3 bottles of Maotai 80, he couldn't help himself and was eager to open the bottles. Unexpectedly, Song Mei stopped him immediately. You just had surgery and had an 4 this morning, why are you drinking? Ah, this. Jiang Dapeng slapped his head and realized that he was indeed the one. Wife, how about? I just have a drink, I want to try this Maotai 80. Jiang Dapeng couldn't bear the greed. Indeed, he had never drunk it before, so he begged the tigress again. As expected, the tigress refused unceremoniously. Not even 1 cup. You want to die, but I don't want to be a widow. Jiang Dapeng was speechless. Su Qingcheng saw it and almost laughed out loud. Jiang Chen was used to it. Knowing that his father really couldn't drink, he quickly persuaded him, Dad, forget it, you really can't drink this time. Let's just drink water this time, and I'll drink with you to my heart's content next time. Well, okay then. Jiang Dapeng looked at the 3 bottles of Maotai 80 reluctantly. So Jiang Chen and I drank water as wine, one after the other. Of course, we drank a glass of water and looked at Maotai 80. Song Mei watched from the side for a while, and seeing that Jiang Dapeng had no chance to drink secretly, she left with peace of mind and went to the cribs to see the 3 little babies. Su Qingcheng had almost finished eating at this time, and came over. The 2 of them entertained the child and chatted for a while. Sister Mei, how about I call you Aunt from now on? Su Qingcheng suddenly said. Call me Auntie? Why? Song Mei was surprised. We have been good sisters for many years. Haven't you always called me Sister Mei? It's awkward. Su Qingcheng looked embarrassed and said, Think about it, you are Jiang Chen's mother, I'm Sister Mei, and I call Jiang Chen's father uncle. This doesn't feel right. Song Mei laughed when she heard that. But think about it, they are obviously a couple, but one calls the other sister and the other uncle. It is really awkward and wrong to call each other like this. It's okay, Qingcheng, this address is only temporary, Song Mei consoled with a smile. You can change the way you address me, you can do it when you marry Xiaochen. Ah? When I marry Jiang Chen? Yes. Because I don't want you to call me auntie, I want to hear you call me mom, ha. Song Mei said, and she couldn't help laughing softly. Su Qingchang rolled her eyes unhappily. Well, this is really the case, I treat you as my best friend, but you want to be my mother. Why? Blame it on the big pig's hoof. Song Mei laughed softly for a while, thinking that the young couple would live their own lives in the future, and as the future mother-in-law, she still had to explain some things, so she said, Xinchun, I am very satisfied that you are with my son now, but to be honest, you are older than him, so you should teach him some things. There are some things that need to be taught to him, so teach him? Su Qingcheng didn't react for a moment. Sister Mei, what are you talking about? Ahem. Song Mei was a little embarrassed, but for the sake of their harmonious life, she still reminded them, what can it be? Just the things between husband and wife. Su Qingcheng's face suddenly turned red. I thought it was something else, but it turned out to be this. But I teach a pig's hoof? Ha! Sister Mei, you don't know that I am older than your son, but in this regard, your son knows much more than me. Ah? After Su Qingcheng said this, Song Mei immediately reacted. Really? The young people nowadays are not like they were back then. What don't you understand? What can't you do? There are so many outrageous things in the news. Besides, her eldest son is not a good person at all. Otherwise, how did she have these 3 grandchildren? Forget it, let them do what they want. Song Mei suddenly felt that she was worrying for nothing. Looking at Su Qingcheng, he felt a pity. He said, You little brat, did you save the Milky Way in your previous life? You wish you had such a good wife in this life. After dinner, the family chatted for a while, and then Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng were about to leave. In fact, after Jiang Dapeng finished drinking the wine, he picked up his eldest grandson and granddaughter, and was reluctant to let go for a while. Until Song Mei called him to leave, he still felt a little unsatisfied and was reluctant to leave. Why are you leaving so quickly? You haven't seen enough of your grandchildren. Jiang Dapeng said with reluctance. What are you talking about? Do you want to be a light bulb here? Song Mei immediately retorted, They are your own grandchildren. If you want to see them, can't you come back some other time? Light bulb? Jiang Dapeng was puzzled for a moment, then he glanced at Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng and immediately understood. Got it. The young couple needs their own space. Clear. Comrade Jiang Dapeng then packed up and prepared to go back. For a moment, he even forgot what the light bulb meant and that he actually also had a wife named Tigress. Son, I don't have anything good to take back with me, so just pack those 3 bottles of Mutai 80 for me. After all, you owed me 3 bottles of Mutai back then. Jiang Dapeng said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled, Okay, no problem. But Dad, after all these years, you still remember that I poured your 3 bottles of Mutai into the sewer. Of course. Jiang Dapeng said, I will remember that incident for the rest of my life. I feel regretful whenever I think about it. Regret? Regret for what? Jiang Chen asked, You're not regretting that you beat me too lightly? How is that possible? If I beat you harder, I'm really afraid that I'll hurt you. I regret why I was hiding it at that time. Why didn't I drink the 3 bottles of Mutai earlier? Jiang Chen packed 3 bottles of Mutai 80 and handed them over. The person who took it was of course Jiang Dapeng's wife. After Song Mei took it, she said to Jiang Dapeng, You can't drink now. I'll keep this Mutai for you for 800 yuan. It's Mutai 80, not 800. No problem, honey. My current physical condition doesn't allow me to drink alcohol. I was planning to give this wine to you for safekeeping. Not bad, you're smart. After that, the old couple was about to leave. Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng sent the couple downstairs. Before leaving, Song Mei whispered to Su Qingcheng for a while. Then he pulled Jiang Chen aside and said earnestly, Son, you will live with Qingcheng from now on. You are a grown man, so you should give in to her. Women all have tempers, so don't be so picky. Also, Qingcheng is in confinement after childbirth. Don't be anxious. Take your time. Be considerate of Qingcheng's feelings. Don't bully her recklessly. I know, Mom. If you keep saying that, my ears will get calluses. Chapter 36, Don't even think about practicing a trumpet. Mom, why don't I understand what you are saying? You don't understand, right? Wait a minute, do you understand now? Oh my God. Can you please be gentler? Twist it more gently. Then do you understand? I understand. I understand. Although it didn't hurt at all, Jiang Chen still pretended to rub his ear. I was sweating profusely. This mom, is she my biological child? I've already graduated from college. No wonder Dad kept saying you were a tigress in secret. Oh, you are a real tigress, always resorting to violence and using reason to convince others. At least get my parents into the car. Jiang Chen was just about to walk back, but when he turned around, he found Su Qingqing standing behind him, laughing. What are you laughing at? Laughing just now was so funny. Did my mother pinch me just now? What else is there? Ha, come to think of it, you also had that time. Ha 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 ha. Su Qingcheng said, covering her mouth and laughing, unable to hold it in for a moment. Jiang Chen. It's not this silly woman, my mother twisted my ears, why are you so happy? Just wait. There are times when you cry. Song Mei and Zhang Dapeng drove away. After leaving the Bishuiju community, Zhang Dapeng wanted to go back quickly and take the 3 bottles of Maotai 80 back and hide them. Even though the tigress doesn't let him drink now, he is very satisfied just watching from the side. It would be even more amazing if he could show off and brag in front of his old friend. However, Song Mei, who was driving that 10-year-old Volkswagen, obviously had other ideas. No, wife, where are you going if you're not going home? Where are you going? Of course, Swan Lakeside Community. Swan Lakeside Community? Zhang Dapeng reacted as soon as he heard it. Yes, his son had given him a house by Swan Lake. If he didn't go and see it now, when would he go? The couple had heard of Swan Lakeside a long time ago. The community has a good location and good house layouts. They originally planned to buy a wedding house for Jiang Chen to use when he gets married in the future, and they actually planned to buy it in this Swan Lakeside community. But unexpectedly, it is happening now. Thanks to their son, the old couple actually moved in first in this house in Swan Lake community. Song Mei drove and took Zhang Dapeng straight to Swan Lake. After entering the community, I was first amazed by the greenery and public facilities inside. Although it is not as good as Bishuiju, it is much better than the old and dilapidated house they have lived in for more than 10 years. It is shaded by green trees, full of verdant scenery, flower beds, fountains, a crescent lake, and fitness facilities. It has everything. After entering the room, the couple sighed again. Because the decoration inside is really not much different from the house that Jiang Chen lives in Bishuiju. Am I dreaming? My husband and I have been saving for half our lives to buy a wedding house for our son here, but now our son is giving us one directly. My son has become successful and has grown up. Yeah, it's worth it that we loved him so much. Love him? It's true. As a mother, you hit him at every turn. It's okay to hit me. I've been bullied by you for decades and I'm used to it. But our son just gave us a house and you turned around and twisted his ears. Oh, it really hurts me. What do you know? Am I such a tactless person? I was just pretending to scare him. Do you think I'm really stubborn? We only have this one son, and I love him so much. Since you know your limits, why did you really hit me? Because I treat you differently. Beating is love and scolding is love. Ah. How about I also beat you and scold you as a sign of love? Sure, I'll lend you 10 times the courage, just go ahead and give it a try. While bickering, the couple visited the house with great interest. From the living room to the kitchen and bedroom, they found that the house was fully equipped with furniture and appliances, and it was the kind that they could move into right away. Therefore, when I see it, I like it from the bottom of my heart. TSK, not bad, not bad. Everything is great. When he saw the warm decoration and Simmons' mattress in the master bedroom, Comrade Jiang Dapeng rolled his eyes, looked at Song Mei, and suddenly had some bad ideas. To be honest, Song Mei has a good appearance and figure, and she has always paid attention to maintenance. Otherwise, she would not have given birth to a handsome son like Jiang Chen, and she would not have been able to be good friends with Su Qingcheng. Wife, do you remember what you said about us practicing a trumpet together? I remember. But I just said that in anger. The brat was too naughty at that time and caused a lot of trouble. I was so angry that I didn't want to care about it anymore. I really wanted to practice another trumpet. No need to say those angry words now. Come on, honey, let's practice it now. Ah. Shame on you. What are you thinking about? Your wounds haven't healed yet. It's okay, it's okay. Get lost, you shameless old man. Don't even think about practicing trumpet. Bishuaju, Jiang Chen is home. Soon after Su Qingcheng returned to the house, she felt a little sleepy and went straight to the bedroom to sleep. In fact, on the one hand, she was sleepy, and on the other hand, she was not quite used to it. From now on, she would have to live with a man? However, this man made her pregnant and gave birth to 3 lovely babies. But if you are not familiar with it, you are still not familiar with it. Especially since this person is the son of my best friend. Su Qingcheng slept from the afternoon to the evening, and was still awakened by the crying of several babies. She immediately got up and ran to the crib in the living room, only to see Jiang Chen standing there, comforting them and feeding the little ones with milk powder. Why, are you hungry? Su Qingcheng asked. Well, they've already eaten once this afternoon, and the breast milk in the refrigerator is all gone. This time I have to make them milk powder. Jiang Chen said. Then why didn't you call me? Su Qingcheng complained a little. At this stage, it's better for the baby to drink breast milk than formula. I wanted to, too, but I didn't see you sound asleep. You didn't respond when I called you. Su Qingcheng's pretty face turned red and she said nothing more. She immediately took the 2 babies from Jiang Chen, placed them in her arms, undressed them, and fed one at a time. Jiang Chen was used to this and helped her. Soon, the 3 babies were fed. Jiang Chen put the babies in the crib one by one, then stood up. It's time for dinner. What do you want to eat? Whatever. Anything is fine. Whatever. Anything is fine. Jiang Chen smiled deliberately. How about ordering takeout? Su Qingcheng rolled her eyes speechlessly. I have to feed my child. If you are willing to give up your child, it's okay to order takeout. That's right. You're still in confinement after childbirth, so you should be more particular. Jiang Chen said generously, tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you myself. Because Jiang Chen showed off his cooking skills at noon, the food tasted really good, much better than what Su Qingcheng remembered from the state banquet chefs. So when Su Qingcheng heard that Jiang Chen was cooking the food himself, she swallowed unconsciously. Besides, I was indeed hungry by then. I've been craving for fish lately, so let's have some sweet and sour fish. Just a sweet and sour fish? Not enough? How about some garlic shrimp? Just another garlic shrimp? 2 dishes are not enough? Forget it, let's have a seafood soup. This way 2 dishes in 1 soup will be enough. I can't finish anymore. Su Qingcheng was afraid that Jiang Chen would make too much and waste it, so she hurriedly explained. Then, I thought about what Guang said he wanted to eat. I hadn't asked Jiang Chen yet, so I asked him out of concern. What about you? What are you having for dinner? But as soon as I asked, I regretted it in my heart. What would the big pig eat at night? Just kidding, he is not hungry at all. Jiang Chen didn't think so much. Because he was still sighing that this silly wife was really honest. She actually ordered 1 dish for dinner at the beginning, and only added another dish and a soup after he asked her in return. It seems that he is afraid that he can't support her or something. Since there was not much food left at home, Jiang Chen went downstairs and bought some more. Su Qingcheng saw Jiang Chen coming back with a lot of bags and couldn't help but ask in confusion, you bought so much, how many dishes are you going to cook? It's not for this meal. Eat less at night, so just make a few simple ones. After Jiang Chen bought the ingredients, he started to cook. Thanks to his god-level cooking skills, he cooked very quickly. After more than an hour, dinner was ready. Come out for dinner. Su Qingcheng came to the dining table and was shocked by the sumptuousness of the dinner. In addition to the sweet and sour fish, garlic shrimp, and seafood soup she ordered, there were also stewed lean meat with daylily, stir-fried meat with shredded lettuce, steamed egg with minced meat, stewed chicken with mushrooms, stir-fried green vegetables, etc. There are almost 7 or 8 dishes in total. So you just eat less at night and make a few simple dishes? Su Qingcheng was surprised. With so many dazzling dishes, she was afraid that there was some misunderstanding about eating less and making it simple. My mother said you are in confinement after childbirth, so she asked me to be nice to you. I just made a few dishes. It's okay to eat them. Jiang Chen said calmly. Su Qingcheng saw the dishes on the table, almost all of which were what she wanted to eat. Her appetite was aroused, so she picked up her chopsticks and started eating without hesitation. However, after taking a few bites, she suddenly remembered an important thing. Well, don't you want to eat? Eat. I'll get 2 glasses of honey coconut juice and come over. Oh, okay. Su Qingqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, she really thought that this person was not going to eat dinner again, and was leaving his stomach empty. Wow. A. After Su Qingqing and Jiang Chen finished their dinner, it was time for the three little babies to eat too. This is basically the case for babies. They sleep when they are full, and eat when they are full. They are not awake for very long in a day. As they grow older, the time they spend awake playing will gradually increase. As for the three babies, basically, as long as one of them blows the trumpet, the other two will start crying. It was as if everything was arranged. Anyway, for a while, loud crying sounds came one after another. Many people have no feelings about the crying of babies, and may even feel disgusted and irritated. But to Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing, the babies crying at mealtime sounded like a symphony. It was nothing else but a treasure in the eyes of his parents. Be good, don't cry. You'll be fed soon. Jiang Chen came to the crib first and pushed it to Su Qingqing's side. The two of them worked together and quickly fed the three little ones. It's hot and they're out of the hospital, can we give them a bath later? Well, it's time to take a good shower. Due to the delicate stomach, the baby cannot take a bath right after a meal, so Jiang Chen pushed the stroller and strolled around the living room balcony for a long time. It feels about right. Jiang Chen then took them to take a shower. After dealing with the three little beasts and coaxing them to sleep, it's time to rest in the evening. Su Qingqing couldn't take a shower for a short period of time because of the cesarean section, but the weather was hot and she felt sticky and uncomfortable from the sweat, so she asked Jiang Chen to help her wash her body. Jiang Chen naturally agreed to this request. Before in the hospital, he had only scrubbed the area. But now, of course not locally. Jiang Chen quickly got into work mode, but Su Qingqing suddenly became shy and a little confused. Well, wait a minute, you should close your eyes. You mean, let me close my eyes and help you wipe it? Right. Okay, no problem. Jiang Chen agreed without hesitation. Chapter 37. Maybe this is fate. Su Qingqing was a little too shy to expose her body in front of Jiang Chen, so she asked Jiang Chen to close his eyes and help her wash. Jiang Chen readily agreed. She breathed a sigh of relief. After all, I am naked. What's the big deal about being naked in front of Jiang Chen? Letting him close his eyes would make the scrubbing job more difficult, but it would be less embarrassing. However, what made her extremely surprised was that even though Jiang Chen closed his eyes, the scrubbing work was unusually smooth and without any hindrance. She couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Did you not close your eyes?" "It's closed. If you don't believe me, just look." "But you, since you closed your eyes, you know how to wipe it?" "Of course, I can feel it. I know where it is just by the feel of it." Su Qingqing was stunned at first, but she quickly understood what she felt. By the feel of her hands, it seems to be true. Hey, you big pig's hoof, you are worthy of it. Thinking of this, her face suddenly turned red like a persimmon. But that's the case. She didn't have anything else to say, so she simply closed her eyes and lay down, letting Jiang Chen do whatever he wanted. Because it has 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. In addition to the master bedroom, there are actually 3 more bedrooms, with bedding and sheets already made. However, because he has to take care of 3 babies, Jiang Chen sleeps in the master bedroom at night. Of course, I also sleep in the bed. He was just sleeping at the end of the bed, and most of the bed was occupied by Su Qingqing. So often, he would lie down at the end of the bed and take a nap. Anyway, with my current physical condition, taking a short nap is better than sleeping for several hours before. Why don't you come and sleep over here? It was late at night, and Su Qingqing tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. After all, you still need to adapt to living with someone. In my subconscious, it seemed as if just yesterday I was an innocent, carefree little girl, and suddenly, I became a married woman with 3 children. Unable to sleep, Su Qingqing simply opened her eyes and found Jiang Chen sleeping at the end of the bed. I couldn't bear it, so I shouted softly. Good. Jiang Chen wasn't asleep at first, so after answering, he lay down at the head of the bed. There was enough space at the head of the bed, so Su Qingqing moved to the side a little to make room for Jiang Chen. So you didn't fall asleep either? Well, I don't sleep much. Since you're both awake, why don't you talk for a while? Okay, so what do you say? Whatever, for example, you and your parents. Su Qingqing said, feeling like laughing for some reason. Jiang Chen felt helpless after hearing this, me and my parents? Well, my dad has a bad temper, but my mom has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. When I was little, I was a well-known naughty kid. They beat me in all kinds of ways, singles, doubles, and mixed matches. I was also annoyed with them at that time, and they would always use reason to convince me. But I understand now. They didn't really hit me, they just wanted to scare me, afraid that I would learn bad things. Yeah, I see, Su Qingqing nodded. Although your father has a bad temper, it's your mother who hits you more often. Moreover, there is an obvious difference between your mother hitting you and your mother hitting your father. I wonder if you noticed it. What's the difference? That's right, your mom only pretends to hit you, but when she hits your dad, she really hits him. Ah? I thought they were just pretending. It was the first time Jiang Chen heard this, but after Su Qingqing reminded him, he thought about it again and it seemed to be true. My mom is always very harsh on my dad. Do you know the reason? Su Qingqing covered her mouth and chuckled. I don't know. Jiang Chen shook his head in confusion. Do you know? That's about right. Your mother didn't say it directly, but it's roughly this meaning. That is, she only has this one son, and he can't be replaced or returned, so she can't really hit him. Once she holds a grudge against her, who will take care of her in her old age? But my husband is different. If you really want to get hurt, then just deal with it. If that doesn't work, find another one. Jiang Chen was speechless when he heard this. So this is what my mother thought, no wonder. Why? I can't help but feel sorry for my dad for 1 second. The remaining 99 seconds. At the same time, in his new home by the Swan Lake, comrade Zhang Dapeng, lying on a Simmons mattress, was sleeping happily with his wife in his arms. I was sleeping soundly when I was suddenly awakened by a nightmare. When I saw my wife was still in my arms, I felt relieved. But when I thought of the nightmare, I couldn't help but reach out and touch her. Who knew my wife's response would be? Bang! An unceremonious slap. By the way, how did you and my mother meet? Seeing that Su Qingqing was quite familiar with his mother, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask curiously. That was several years ago. We met in a yoga class together. Su Qingqing didn't hide anything and said directly, because we have similar personalities, we can chat with each other, and then we become good sisters after getting to know each other well. Several years ago? I guess I wasn't in college at that time? No, maybe still in junior high school. Ah. So I was still a little kid back then. Almost. As Su Qingqing was talking, her thoughts went back to a few years ago, when she had just met Song Mei. She felt that she was a generous person who didn't beat around the bush. She even helped her solve problems several times out of loyalty. I was very lucky at that time to have made a good sister. But I never thought that a few years later, I would get involved with my best friend's son, and planted a few seeds that blossomed and bore fruit. And thinking back to when I first met Song Mei. This Jiang Chen is really a little brat. Maybe this is fate. What you think is reality has actually been quietly planted at some point in time a long, long time ago. There was silence. Su Qingqing felt a little sleepy and closed her eyes to try to sleep, but after a while, she still couldn't fall asleep. So he had no choice but to poke Jiang Chen next to him with his arm and said, "Let's talk for a while." What? Jiang Chen was not sleepy at all, thanks to his improved physique. Anything. Well, I told you about me and my parents, you can tell me about yours too. I don't have much to say to my parents, but I can tell you about my personality and hobbies so that you can have a deeper understanding of me. Good. I'm actually quite outgoing, but I prefer quietness to activity and I don't like crowded places. Yeah, that's good. My hobbies are also very simple. For example, I like to take a walk alone, listen to music, read books, sit in a corner of the park and meditate. Also, I like to play the flute. Chapter 38. How about giving him a little sweetness? What? Jiang Chen was excited. Wang Defa? The famous goddess professor of Sihai University, who was multi-talented, could do this? But please. You are a cool goddess. Not really? Su Qingqing was calm at first, but was shocked by Jiang Chen's reaction. Quickly understood. After all, she was an adult. Although she had never been in a relationship, she had never eaten pork, but she had seen pork. Therefore, she knew a little bit. That's not what you think. It's a wind instrument. Su Qingqing realized that she was misunderstood, and it was a misunderstanding of that degree. Her pretty face suddenly turned red and she hurriedly explained. Ahem, why didn't you say so earlier? I thought. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. After all, she is a well-known goddess professor at Sihai University, and she is so cold and aloof. How could that happen? Because of this accident, Su Qingqing suddenly felt a little embarrassed and her face was extremely hot. Fortunately, she couldn't see clearly at night. In order to divert her attention, she quickly asked Jiang Chen a question. But I regretted it as soon as I asked. Can you? No, I can't. I can only whistle. Oh. There was a moment of awkwardness and silence. Su Qingchang would never have thought that she would have such an embarrassing day. She was so fierce and ferocious that she actually bragged in front of a man, even though she didn't think about it in that way. But after all that word, now it has been ruined and it has become unbearable to look at. I have no scruples about this at all, which is wrong. Only, it's worthy of being called a big pig's hoof. Su Qingqing couldn't help but glare at Jiang Chen in shame and anger. What a dirty idea. But let me be frank. Even though it's hard to see clearly in the dark, the pig's hoof's looks are extremely impressive, with sharp edges and full of heroic spirit. Once you take a look at it, you can't help but want to take another look. To be honest, this might be the most handsome boy she has ever seen. Thinking about these days, the big pig's hoof has been taking good care of himself and his children, doing his best. A strange feeling also surged in her heart. Or, how about giving him a little sweetness? Su Qingcheng immediately had some unspeakable shameful images in her mind. After quickly reacting, she was shocked by her own horrible thoughts. When did she become so dirty? Her pretty face immediately turned red again. This, that. Let's take a step back and say that even if you leave everything to that big pig's hoof, even help him with that, it definitely can't be now, but must be a long time in the future. Forget it. I will definitely ignore this pig's hoof for a while. It will save me from feeling upset. At this time, the baby in the crib next to him suddenly started crying. Jiang Chen usually takes care of the child at night, but Su Qingcheng was still awake, so she naturally wanted to check on the child. But just as she was about to get up, Jiang Chen was faster than her and came to the crib in an instant. Maybe he's hungry again. The baby had just been born and needed to be fed at night. Jiang Chen was already used to this. After checking and changing the diaper, he touched the baby's mouth with his finger, and the baby immediately stretched out his mouth to suck. You're still hungry. Jiang Chen smiled dotingly. Su Qingcheng heard this, and because she was still a little embarrassed and angry with Jiang Chen just now, she deliberately didn't want to talk to Jiang Chen. So he came over, picked up a baby, and started feeding him. The baby stopped crying immediately after drinking milk. It seems like the girl is angry? Jiang Chen also noticed it. He shook his head and smiled, but said nothing. So in the awkward silence, the two of them cooperated with each other as usual and fed the three babies. After feeding the babies, Jiang Chen continued to deal with the aftermath, burping each baby and coaxing them to sleep. Bite. The host and his wife lived together for a day, which was perfect and unforgettable. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 100,000 yuan in cash and a lucky draw package. Early in the morning, Jiang Chen was awakened by the sound of the system. Because I stayed up until late at night. Even though Jiang Chen's physical condition had improved, he still woke up a little later than usual. But after hearing the system prompt, I couldn't help but complain. Perfect, that's all. Only something like the wedding night can be called perfect. As for unforgettable, it is really unforgettable. Lottery. Bite. The lucky draw was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning a lucky card. Luck card? Nice one. Afterwards, Jiang Chen got up, checked on the three little ones, and went to wash up and cook. After all, the mother of the children was still in confinement after giving birth, so it was his duty to take the initiative to take care of them. With the blessing of God-level cooking skills, making breakfast is so easy. Get up and eat. He came to the bedroom and shouted. Okay, got it. Su Qingcheng responded. She had just woken up, and because of what happened last night, it was impossible for her not to feel sleepy. He yawned and prepared to get up and wash up. He was indeed hungry at this time. After tasting the meal made by Jiang Chen yesterday, he was looking forward to the breakfast made by Jiang Chen. Of course, for Jiang Chen himself. She felt a little bit reluctant to watch it, but there was nothing she could do. Recently, there were so many things that made her want to crawl into the ground. After washing up, Su Qingchang came to the dining table. On the table, there were scallion pancakes, stir-fried potato shreds, fried eggs, and vegetable porridge. Su Qingchang took one look and felt that the breakfast looked very delicate and delicious. Just as she was about to eat it, she suddenly realized that the portion was actually very small, as if it was made just for her. I couldn't help but ask out of concern, "Have you had breakfast?" "Well, you eat." "I've already had breakfast." Jiang Chen smiled faintly and pushed the baby to the balcony, wanting to let the three little ones bask in the sun. Newborn babies are prone to jaundice, and sunbathing is helpful in eliminating jaundice. Buzz. At this moment, Jiang Chen's cell phone rang. Chapter 39, The water of the senior sister is too deep, you can't grasp it. Jiang Chen looked and saw that it was his classmate Zheng Chang who hit him. "Hey Qianzi, what's the matter?" "Jiang Chen, something happened," Zheng Chang said anxiously as soon as the call was connected. "Something happened." "Who?" "Lu Wei. Lu Wei is heartbroken." "Broken heart?" "It seems like this kid has never been in love before, so how could he be heartbroken?" "Hey, isn't it all because of you?" "Because of me?" "Yeah, forget it, you should check the WeChat group first." Jiang Chen then hung up the phone and opened WeChat. 99 plus messages immediately appeared in WeChat group 303. Jiang Chen browsed through them and finally understood what was going on. It turned out that Lu Wei had actually provoked Feng Rongrong. Feng Rongrong is a senior from the same year. Because of her outstanding appearance and figure, she was once known as one of the school beauties. During her 4 years in college, many boys pursued her. She has had 7 or 8 public boyfriends, and it is said that she has had quite a few too, even though she hasn't acknowledged them in private. As for the lickspittles behind them, there are even more. Unfortunately, Lu Wei is one of the many bootlickers. In the past few years, too much time, energy, and of course money have been wasted on Feng Rongrong. Come whenever you are called, come when you are called and go when you are dismissed. She even did something ridiculous like washing socks for Feng Rongrong's boyfriend. And the result? It could be a smile from Goddess Feng, or it could be having dinner with Goddess Feng, but there would never be any further progress, not even the thought of holding hands. As for that, don't even talk about the operation. Of course you don't even have the right to lick it. This Lu Wei also experienced disappointment again and again. Finally learned from the pain. Wake up from the myth of being a dog licker. But recently, I don't know what happened, or what nerve was disordered, this guy suddenly started licking again, not only spent a lot of money, but also was very brave to confess his feelings in public. The result is no surprise. The gift that cost thousands of dollars and was carefully prepared was thrown directly into the trash can by Feng Rongrong without even looking at it, and she got into a middle-aged man's luxury car in front of him. Now Lu Wei couldn't hold it anymore and felt a little depressed. A few of his friends cared about him and asked him why he was doing this, but he still had a lot of reasons to argue. "I have liked it for so many years, I really don't want to give up. Besides, as the saying goes, as long as you are brave enough, Master will give you maternity leave." With Brother Chen's successful case in mind, he no longer seeks to be a master. He just wants to be bolder and let the senior schoolmate he likes take maternity leave. This request is not excessive, right? It is reasonable, right? Is that a reasonable request? Beaver, very beaver. But, it's still a bit fierce. Jiang Chen couldn't help but hold his forehead and complained a few words after understanding it. In the 303 WeChat group, Zheng Chang and Wu Hao kept persuading Lu Wei. "Weizi, stop it. That Feng Rongrong is clearly teasing you. To put it bluntly, Feng Rongrong has so many boyfriends, both openly and secretly, that's about the same as a bus. Why would you like someone else but a bus? You have a big heart." Jiang Chen also advised, "Weizi, think positively, your senior sister Feng Rongrong is too deep, you can't control her at all." "Yes, Weizi. Senior sister is too deep, you can't grasp it +1. The water is too deep, you can't control it +1. Faced with the advice of several buddies, Lu Wei was still a little unwilling. "Actually, I didn't want to either, but Feng Rongrong took the initiative to ask me out these past 2 days, gave me all kinds of hints, smiled at me, and took the initiative to hold my hand. I have to say that I am a loser. No girl has ever smiled at me like this in my life. I've never touched a girl's hand before. So, I was really confused. I thought someone was interested in me. I didn't expect that in just one day, I was thrown away like a doormat and got into a middle-aged man's car. Why? Wazy. Fong Rong Rong is just using you as a pretext to attract the attention of the real owner. What's interesting to you? Let me put it bluntly, Wazy, you are not allowed to operate anything. We are definitely trying to fool you. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao were filled with righteous indignation, and for a moment they seemed to be back in college. We are all good friends living in the same dormitory and our relationship is really strong. Jiang Chen also gave his own advice at this time. Wazy, do you know the biggest difference between you and Fong Rong Rong's boyfriends? It's not about how handsome they are, but about being poor. So the most important thing for you is to cheer up as soon as possible and become a rich man. Brother Chen is right. Wazy, if you have money, think about it. With Fong Rong Rong's style, she will definitely climb into your bed in the middle of the night and beg you to do it. Yeah, Wazy, cheer up. I also want to be rich, but I don't have the right way. If you don't ask for directions, ask Brother Chen. That's right. If you don't ask for directions, ask Brother Chen. Brother Chen, don't hide it now. Look, you've won the goddess Su, and you have a wife and children. Just show us your secret to getting rich. Lu Wei, Zheng Chang, and Wu Hao all started to make a noise. Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment. Speaking of which, we do have a secret to getting rich. Just lie there and do nothing every day, and you can earn tens of thousands of dollars. But that's because the system is cheating. He scratched his head and thought about it, and suddenly slapped his forehead, and he really came up with a secret to getting rich. Previously, the system rewarded a business message. Jiang Chen initially thought it was a business opportunity or something, but unexpectedly it was a god-level barbecue technology. Actually, it's his current cooking skills. It can also make very delicious barbecue, and the taste is even comparable. But compared with the two, this god-level barbecue technology is more professional, more commercial, and very suitable for large-scale commercial applications. Jiang Chen now has to take care of his wife and children. Since I'm too busy at the moment, this is a good opportunity for them to try their hand at it. But Jiang Chen hasn't said anything yet. Lu Wei, Zheng Chang, and Wu Hao have already started arguing over the so-called secret to getting rich. Hey guys, I'm already in such a miserable state, why are you two still fighting with me? Can you guys have some conscience? Hee Wazy, we also want to be like Brother Chen, to become rich overnight, marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reach the pinnacle of life. Besides, your misery is just that, you just failed to lick the goddess, the key is, you didn't succeed before. Yes, actually you are the worst. You just washed the socks for the goddess boyfriend. To be honest, I have done this kind of thing before. What the hell? Jiangzi, you thick-browed, big-eyed guy, you've done it before, no, licked it? That's so pitiful. Do you think that helping the goddess wash her socks is the worst thing? Wrong. Actually, let me tell you a secret. I have even helped wash the underwear of the goddess boyfriend. Lu Wei's last words immediately dumbfounded Zheng Chang and Wu Hao, who were just fooling around. So much so that they were all stunned. Holy crap! You even helped wash the underwear of the goddess boyfriend. Okay. You are the worst, you are the most awesome. Chapter 40 Delicious, taste buds explode. To be honest, as soon as Lu Wei said that, not only Zheng Chang and Wu Hao, but even Jiang Chen was stunned. No. Even a cow would be stunned for 3 seconds after hearing this kind of thing. Jiang Chen previously thought that helping his goddess boyfriend wash socks was outrageous enough, but now there was someone helping to wash his underwear. What was even more outrageous was that, not bragging, this person was actually his good buddy who had shared a dormitory with him. This great man. It's so miserable. Jiang Chen knew that Lu Wei was a sincere man with a simple and honest personality and no bad intentions. When he found out that he was in such a miserable state, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh for 3 seconds, and then told him the details of his secret to getting rich. Lu Wei agreed readily. Okay then, Brother Chen, I'll find time to visit your home. I've figured it out. Money is a man's courage. I swear to make money, a lot of money. One day, I will let Fong Rong Rong understand that you ignored me in the past, but now you can't afford me. Don't look down on the young because they are poor. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Come on, Wazy, stop talking nonsense. Jiang Chen quickly advised, come over and see if you want to do it first. After talking to Lu Wei, Jiang Chen prepared to make some barbecue first. While going downstairs to buy groceries, I also purchased barbecue ingredients, seasonings, etc. The kitchen at home has barbecue equipment, which saves me a lot of trouble. Since it is a god-level barbecue technology that focuses on commercial applications, speed and batch production are very important, and of course there is no need for the kind of meticulous craftsmanship in pursuit of the ultimate taste. And of course, the texture and taste are unparalleled. The secret lies in the barbecue dipping sauce. Hey, are you making a barbecue? Su Qingcheng was taking care of the child in the living room. She had smelled the fragrance from the kitchen a long time ago and pushed the stroller past the kitchen door several times. When the food was ready, the rich aroma of barbecue filled the air. She couldn't bear it any longer. Just like a kitten smelling the fishy smell and seeing the fish, if it doesn't pounce on it and have a good meal, it will feel itchy and anxious. Come and try it. This is your first time grilling like this. Let's see how it tastes. Jiangchen saw Su Qingcheng coming and immediately picked up a grilled skewer and handed it over. Su Qingcheng was not polite either. After taking the skewer, he didn't care about the heat and took a small bite from the side. After eating it, I was stunned for 3 seconds, and my mind felt confused. Because so delicious. So delicious. It's a taste bud explosion. Su Qingcheng dared to swear that she had never eaten such delicious barbecue since she was born. So a very filling skewer. She ate it all up quickly. Well, can I have a few more? Su Qingcheng felt a little embarrassed about the way she ate just now. She felt that if others saw her, they would think she was starving. But in fact, she had eaten quite a lot in the morning. Sure, you can eat as much as you want. Jiangchen just had a long thought and he understood Su Qingcheng's greedy mood at the moment. So he stretched out his hand and handed over all the dozens of freshly grilled skewers, saying, "Go sit in the living room and eat. There's fumes in the kitchen." Su Qingcheng took it and was about to excitedly take the skewers to the living room to eat, but suddenly reacted, "I took all the skewers away, how are you going to eat them?" "It's okay, take it away. I'm still roasting it. Besides, it doesn't matter whether you eat it or I eat it." Jiangchen kept laughing while holding his hands. "Does it matter whether you eat or I eat?" Su Qingcheng heard the hidden meaning in Jiang Chen's words and couldn't help but give him a good-looking roll of the eyes. Then, she was no longer polite and went to the living room with the skewers and the stroller. Just at this time, Song Mei called via video. I was having a good time video chatting with my bestie while eating delicious barbecue. Song Mei was mainly looking after her eldest grandchildren, so when she saw Su Qingcheng eating the grilled skewers, she was a little surprised for a moment. Firstly, as a good sister, she knew that Su Qingcheng was not a foodie and was not particular about what she ate. Second, the skewers were so tempting. It must have been freshly baked, with a golden color and sizzling with oil. Just watching the video, I couldn't help swallowing. Qingcheng is eating barbecue? This barbecue looks delicious. Yes, your son baked it. Do you want to try it? My son baked it? That's great. I'll go over and try it sometime. No problem. Afterwards, the two chatted about family matters and played with the child through video. Song Mei then changed the subject and asked about Su Qingcheng's recent day and night. "How was it, Qingcheng? Was my son well behaved? Did he bully you?" "It's okay," Su Qingcheng said. But thinking back to yesterday and last night, the pig's trotter seemed to be doing okay, except that he occasionally ate too much at night or during the day. "Fine? That's fine," Song Mei said happily. "I'm really worried that this brat is ignorant and might offend you if he suddenly lives with you. By the way, Qingcheng, what about you? How is your recovery?" Song Mei asked. "Overall, the recovery is pretty good, and the wound doesn't hurt that much anymore." Su Qingcheng replied truthfully, but she rubbed her stomach and complained, "It's just that your son's food is too good. It's only been a short time, and I feel like I've gained weight again." While complaining, he still stuffed the barbecue into his mouth. Song Mei laughed when she saw this. "It's good to be a little fat, because it means you're getting enough nutrition, and enough nutrition means you're going to get enough milk. It seems that the 3 babies will definitely not starve." Su Qingcheng smiled bitterly when she heard this. "Hey, it's more than just sufficient nutrition and milk supply that I have. I feel like I've been eating more and more recently, and I'm almost turning into a pig. What should I do?" Thinking of this, I was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of guilt. So I quickly ate a few more bites of the skewers to calm myself down. After finishing the phone call with Song Mei, Su Qingqing finished eating a dozen or so skewers, but she still felt a little unsatisfied. I want to eat more, but I can't eat anymore. My stomach is so full. You finished them all so quickly? Jiang Chen finished grilling another batch and came to the living room. He saw a pile of bare skewers in front of Su Qingqing and couldn't help but be surprised. There are about 10 skewers in total. Can you bear to finish them so quickly? These words touched Su Qingqing's heart. But to be honest, the skewers were so delicious that after trying the first one, I couldn't stop eating them. It was like I was addicted to them. My stomach is a little uncomfortable, would you like to rub it for me? Okay, but be more careful next time and don't eat so much at once. Okay, next time for sure. Chapter 41. This barbecue dipping sauce is so delicious that even the soles of your shoes will taste good when dipped in it. Lu Wei came in the afternoon. She was carrying a bag of fruit and a rattle for her child. Jiang Chen opened the door and welcomed Lu Wei in. Weizi is here, what are you buying? Hey, it's not worth much, Lu Wei said, this rattle is specially for children to play with. Lu Wei entered the room, put the fruit and the handbell on the table, and greeted Su Qingqing, hello, sister-in-law. Then he teased the child for a while, and excitedly went to the kitchen with Jiang Chen. Brother Chen, what is your secret to getting rich? The thought of a prosperous future and marrying a beautiful, rich woman. Lu Wei was getting a little impatient. But after entering the kitchen, I saw the barbecue ingredients, dipping sauce, and grilled skewers. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Isn't it asking me to learn how to make barbecue? Yes, it's barbecue. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Damn. Lu Wei looked a little embarrassed. After all this time, the secret to getting rich is barbecue? Brother Chen, you are not kidding me, are you? What are you trying to trick you into doing? Don't underestimate barbecue. If you cook it well, it will ensure you have delicious food for the rest of your life. Jiang Chen said, picking up a skewer and handing it to Lu Wei, try it first. Try it? Lu Wei took the skewers skeptically. The skewer in his hand had been grilled for some time and was a little cold now. He expected it to not taste very good. In fact, he had worked in a barbecue restaurant before. I felt the skewers were just so, not that delicious at all. Thinking this, Lu Wei put the skewer into his mouth, took a bite, and chewed it gently. Suddenly the whole person shuddered. What the hell? This tastes so delicious. Fuck. His eyes were wide open with an expression of disbelief. He finished the skewers in his hand in 2 or 3 bites, but he was still not satisfied. He then set his eyes on the skewers on the plate, pounced on them, grabbed them, and was about to eat them, when he suddenly remembered and asked, Brother Chen, can I still eat more? Eat it. It was originally left for you. Jiang Chen said. During the 4 years of college, I had a good relationship with my buddies in the same dormitory. This Lu Wei is particularly good. Jiang Chen got into a dispute with someone while playing basketball. The other side had a bunch of people, all of them were tall and strong, but Lu Wei was not afraid at all. He was the first to rush forward and stand in front of Jiang Chen. One day, Jiang Chen didn't go to class because he had something to do. It happened that the teacher was very strict. If Jiang Chen failed to attend the exam twice, he would be disqualified. Jiang Chen had already missed the class once, so Lu Wei gave up his own chance and took the initiative to answer the questions for him. This allowed Jiang Chen to keep his qualification for the final exam. That's all. Jiang Chen had a reason to lend a hand to his brother. Of course, his brother is also miserable enough. Not only is he a bootlicker, but he also helps wash the underwear for the goddess boyfriend. This is so. It's one of the most miserable things in the world. Lu Wei is a foodie. When he came across something delicious, his eyes lit up and his legs were unable to move. Now he heard Jiang Chen say that they were all reserved for him, so he simply ate all the skewers on the plate in one go. Finally, he wiped his greasy mouth and recovered with satisfaction. Fuck. Delicious. This kebab is so damn delicious. Lu Wei praised it rapidly. Now you understand why this is the secret to getting rich, right? Understood. But Brother Chen, did you cast a spell or use some magical method to make these skewers so delicious? After I finished eating them, they were so delicious that I wanted to cry. It's not that exaggerated. Whether the skewers are delicious or not has something to do with the ingredients, the grilling method, and the heat. But the key to the taste of the skewers I made is the barbecue dipping sauce. Barbecue dip? Yes, this is my ancestral recipe. With this barbecue dipping sauce, it will taste delicious even if you dip your shoe soles in it. Afterwards, Jiang Chen demonstrated to Lu Wei the main contents of the God-level barbecue technology, including the selection of ingredients, barbecue methods, heat control, etc. These contents are actually very simple. Most people just need to watch it twice to understand it. What's more, Lu Wei had worked in a barbecue restaurant before, so learning these things was no problem for him. As for the most critical barbecue dipping sauce, Jiang Chen needs to mix it himself. This is not because Jiang Chen deliberately wants to keep it to himself, but because it requires the use of some techniques and skills of God-level cooking. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to teach him, Lu Wei simply wouldn't be able to learn. Weizi. Just tell me what this barbecue is like? Is there any money to be made? Awesome, so awesome. Of course there is a great financial future. Lu Wei looked excited. As long as this barbecue is released, it will taste just like this. Even gods can't move their legs. I guarantee it will be popular throughout the entire Sihai city. Everywhere, man, woman, old, or young will love it. Lu Wei used to work in a barbecue restaurant. You know what those barbecues taste like? Compared to Jiang Chen's barbecue, it's just garbage. Jiang Chen's barbecue, just come out. No doubt it will be a hit. Take grilled lamb skewers for example. If you sell 1,000 skewers a day for 4 yuan, that is 4,000 yuan a day, or more than 1 million yuan a year. If you sell 10,000 skewers a day, that is 40,000 yuan a day, or more than 10 million yuan a year. Thinking about how much money I can make in the future. Lu Wei was excited and eager to try. Damn it! When I have money. The first thing to do is to use money to throw at Feng Rongrong, hit her in the face, scold her and question her, make her kneel on the ground and cry in regret, preferably for 3 days and 3 nights, and then consider whether to forgive her or not. Thank you, Brother Chen. I was tricked by Feng Rongrong this time, and I'm in a bad mood. I also lost my job. Recently, I feel like there's no way out in life. Weizi, why are you thanking me? We are classmates and good friends, you are being so formal. Besides, we don't know what will happen, you should set up the barbecue stall first. Yeah, okay. Jiang Chen saw Lu Wei off. After I came back, I saw that the child was still sleeping soundly, and nothing was wrong. I went to the kitchen again and prepared some food, such as crayfish with 13 spices, stir-fried clams, fish baked in tinfoil, baked oysters with garlic, etc. This time it was not an experimental dish or anything. It's just that I was greedy and wanted to satisfy my craving. And to be honest, the things you make yourself are really delicious. Jiang Chen was preparing something delicious, and Su Qingchun came over again when she smelled the aroma. Of course, I ate some of everything. Then, as expected, I ate too much again. Why do you eat so much every time? After you're full, you ask me to rub your stomach. Can't you control yourself? Jiang Chen said helplessly. This is all your fault. You said you were fine, so why did you make so many delicious dishes? And you kept changing the way you cook. Before it was grilled skewers, and now you have crayfish, oysters, clams. If you do this, people will commit crimes. Is it a sin that I cook deliciously? Fine, I'll just cook it casually next time. Stop it. I was just kidding you, just behave normally from now on. After a while of bickering, Su Qingqing suddenly became embarrassed, staring at Jiang Chen with a flushed face, which made Jiang Chen feel uneasy. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong? Did I hit you too hard? Did it make you uncomfortable? That's not the case. No, then why are you looking at me like that? Do you think it's possible that the reason I look at you like this is because you rubbed the wrong place for so long? Ah. Jiang Chen looked down and saw that it was true. Ahem, I'm used to it. Don't mind. I'll switch over right now. Chapter 42, Try it out, it's awesome. After Lu Wei returned from Jiang Chen's house, he started to get rich. I got myself a set of second-hand barbecue equipment and a second-hand tricycle, and used Jiang Chen's barbecue dipping sauce. After trying it out once, I felt that the taste was pretty similar, so I thought about setting up a stall. He had no money to open a shop, so he could only set up a barbecue stall first. Zhen Chang and Wu Hao were very curious about what the secret to getting rich was. After finally finding Lu Wei in a food street, I was surprised to find that Lu Wei was actually setting up a barbecue stall on the roadside. Shit! Am I seeing this right? Lu Wei, you got the secret to getting rich from Jiang Chen, why are you setting up a stall? Don't tell me the secret to getting rich is to set up a stall. Lu Wei glanced at the two of them unhappily. What's wrong with setting up a stall? Can't you get rich by setting up a stall? Lu Wei's words immediately confirmed Zhang Chang and Wu Hao's guesses that the secret to getting rich was actually setting up a stall. Fuck, it's true. Weizi, this is the secret to wealth that you got by selling your misery, and this is the result? Damn, Jiang Chen must have cheated you, right? But that's not necessarily true. There are top talents in every profession. Maybe Weizi can really reach the pinnacle of his life and marry a rich and beautiful woman by setting up a stall. Ha ha ha. Lu Wei didn't care about the weird behavior of Zheng Chang and Wu Hao. They had been together in college for 4 years and he knew their personalities too well. So I started making skewers. With the blessing of the god-level barbecue dipping sauce, the grilled skewers on the grill soon began to sizzle with oil and the aroma filled the air. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao, who were standing by, were immediately envious. However, Lu Wei is a stranger. New barbecue stall. Therefore, although there seemed to be a lot of people walking on the street, no one stopped in front of his stall to buy or taste. Some were even attracted by the aroma, but after looking at Lu Wei's barbecue stall, they hesitated and left again. Weizi. Look, no one is buying your barbecue, why don't you let us have a taste? Yes, yes. Let's try it and give you some advice. Okay. It was Lu Wei's first time to set up a stall and he had no experience. Seeing so many people on the food street and many stalls crowded with people, he waited for most of the day but not a single person came. I couldn't help but wonder if the skewers I made were not good enough. You can try as many as you want, but each person can only try 2 skewers at most. No more than that. I'm still doing business here. No problem. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao agreed readily, but when they put the skewers into their mouths, their taste buds exploded. It was so delicious that they exclaimed "Oh my god," again and again, and then they couldn't stop eating. Lu Wei was so anxious that he couldn't open the store. When I turned around, I suddenly found that most of the skewers I had just grilled were gone. Suddenly angry. Damn it! You 2 pigs, you ate all my food. How can I do business? Weizi. Your skewers are so damn delicious. We 2 brothers can't bear it. Suddenly, 4 or 5 beautiful women dressed coolly came to the barbecue stall. Boss, are you selling skewers? How much is one? These beauties are college students from a nearby dance academy. They were shopping together when they suddenly found a new stall selling grilled skewers. The skewers smelled delicious, so after hesitating for a moment, they finally came to the stall. Lu Wei was still pretending to beat up Zheng Chang. Seeing a group of beautiful women coming up to ask, he immediately smiled and said, "Sell. Sell. Each kebab is 4 yuan. Then give me 5 skewers," said the leading girl. Okay. Lu Wei started eating immediately. He had grilled the skewers in advance, firstly to attract customers with their aroma, and secondly to reduce the grilling time since there were customers. However, he saw that the first order finally came. Out of concern, Lu Wei simply baked it again. Sizzle. Sizzle. The 5 grilled lamb skewers soon started to ooze oil, turning golden in color and smelling delicious. 5 skewers. How good are you? Okay. The leading girl took the skewers and distributed them to each girl around her, 1 skewer per person. Because they were so tempting, the girls tried to take a bite without caring about the heat. Afterwards, they all showed expressions of surprise and admiration. So delicious. Boss, 5 more skewers. No, 5 skewers per person. Okay. Lu Wei was immediately overjoyed. It seemed that this first order was a hit. After the first order, which came from a few pleasing to the eye cool beauties, more people immediately followed and came to buy and taste the skewers. Everyone who ate the skewers looked amazed and praised the taste of the skewers. Lu Wei was extremely busy for a while. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao both volunteered to help. It only took Lu Wei 2 or 3 hours to sell out all the skewers. After counting the money and deducting the costs, he made a net profit of more than 800 yuan. Fuck. In 2 or 3 hours, I made a net profit of more than 800. It's much better than working alone. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao were surprised, and Lu Wei was overjoyed. Damn, I'm 1 step closer to using money to hit Feng Rongrong. Then he called and reported to Jiang Chen. Brother Chen. Today's stall was a great success. We sold out all the skewers in less than 3 hours and made over 800 yuan. We'll split it in half, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Chen said on the phone. But never mind the money. You've just started out, and you've earned your money through hard work. Besides, these few $100, do you think I'll be able to see through them? Lu Wei thought about it and realized it was true. The car Jiang Chen drives now is worth nearly 2 million yuan, so he doesn't even look at these few hundred yuan. Okay then, Brother Chen, I'll keep this money in mind. When the time comes, we can work out a profit-sharing ratio. It's not a good idea to just let you suffer the loss anyway. Clear water at home. Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng were in the living room, watching TV together. Su Qingcheng listened to the call Lu Wei made to Jiang Chen just now. You're a pretty good classmate. He sells barbecue with your recipe and gives you a share of the profits. Su Qingcheng said, but from your tone, do you plan to try your luck in the catering industry in the future? That's about right. Jiang Chen said. Ah. You really have this plan. Su Qingcheng's eyes lit up. Then how big do you expect it to be in the future? She also admired Jiang Chen's ability to make money. After all, it was rare to achieve what Jiang Chen did right after graduation. So when she heard that Jiang Chen was interested in starting a business, she was quite interested. Maybe a few trillion. Trillions? Bullshit. Su Qingcheng didn't believe it at all. Actually, Jiang Chen. He didn't believe it either, he was just saying it casually. Let us talk about barbecue. His current plan is to help his good friends since he doesn't have time, and he also wants to try it out to see what the market effect is. If you continue with the next step, it definitely requires more effort. If you have God-level barbecue skills and a system that can unlock cheats, and you open thousands or even tens of thousands of barbecue restaurants that are doing booming business, you should be a beaver, right? But for the time being, he was just thinking about it casually. Now, he cooks delicious food every day, takes care of his wife and children, and earns a lot of money just by lying there every day. His life is very comfortable. It made him work hard and painstakingly to start a business. He really doesn't know how much willingness he has. Chapter 43. How about I let you hold me in your arms as I sleep? The weather forecast for today said it would rain in the evening. Sure enough, at around 8 or 9 o'clock, click. As a huge flash of lightning flashed, a deafening thunder suddenly resounded through the night sky, followed by rumbling thunder, flashing lightning, and heavy rain began to pour down. After days of hot weather, it finally rained. This is a rare rainy night. After Jiang Chen coaxed the 3 little ones to sleep, he sat aside leisurely and watched videos. Su Qingcheng was also not asleep. She was reading a book attentively. She was reading it happily when she suddenly coughed and felt her throat itchy. Then she started coughing violently. It took her a while to recover. Why are you coughing so badly? Are you getting irritated? Jiang Chen asked. Maybe. Su Qingcheng took a sip of water to moisten her throat. I only coughed half a day before, but I don't know why I started coughing. My throat is itchy and a little painful. Come on, open your mouth. Jiang Chen came in front of Su Qingcheng. What for? Su Qingcheng was puzzled. Jiang Chen suddenly made such a request, and it was hard to guarantee that he had bad intentions. Let me check your throat to see if you're really suffering from sore throat. Jiang Chen felt like laughing when he saw the girl being so alert. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Su Qingcheng said this, but still hesitated. Opening her mouth in front of a man was a little ambiguous, not to mention that the other party was a pig's hoof. Open your mouth wider, or I can't see. At Jiang Chen's further request, Su Qingcheng had to open her mouth a little wider, and her pink tongue stretched out a little. Jiang Chen took a small flashlight and shone it inside. He looked at it for a while and then put it down. It's true that he got a sore throat. But fortunately, it's not that serious. I'll make you some special honey and pear water later. I promise you will stop coughing after drinking this. Jiang Chen has a complete set of parenting skills. Although they are mainly used for the care of infants and young children, in fact, it is no problem for him to solve minor daily physical problems. Of course, if Su Qingcheng's cough is more serious, she will have to see a doctor, and she can do nothing about it. I didn't expect you know so much. Su Qingcheng couldn't help but praise Jiang Chen when she saw his calm look. That's right, I am multi-talented after all. Jiang Chen was not modest at all, and continued, by the way, many people get angry because of the food they eat. You have basically not restricted your diet recently and eat a little bit of everything, which is why you get angry. You have to be more careful next time. Because of internal heat, it may be passed on to the child through breastfeeding. I know. Su Qingqing blushed, thinking to herself that this big pig's hoof was obviously young but seemed to know everything. Glad to know. Jiang Chen smiled, and then prepared to go to the kitchen to make honey and pear juice. However, just as he was about to go, he heard a cough from the crib, cough cough. Ahem. Jiang Chen went over to check and found 3 little ones coughing. They obviously had the same symptoms as Su Qingcheng. They were also suffering from a sore throat. See? That's what happened. Jiang Chen said to Su Qingcheng. Su Qingcheng's face suddenly turned red. Suddenly I thought of a more crucial question and blurted out, well, you seem to eat more than the 3 children, why don't you have a sore throat and cough? My face turned red after asking this question, and I felt that I shouldn't have asked this question. Jiang Chen was a little caught off guard by this question. What do you mean I eat more than the 3 kids? I am a decent man, please don't slander my innocence. Well, the reason is very simple. Because I'm an adult. Jiang Chen prepared honey and pear juice. I gave Su Qingqing some to drink, and the effect was immediate. Then the symptoms of itchy and sore throat were greatly relieved. Then I added water to dilute it and fed some to the 3 little ones in turn. The 3 little ones soon stopped coughing and fell into a peaceful and comfortable sleep. Jiang Chen made this honey and pear juice completely according to the recipe given by the system. As for why the effect was so good, he actually couldn't explain it. Anyway, it was a god-level skill. Yes, you are really good at it. Su Qingcheng praised and took the initiative to peel an apple for Jiang Chen. I worked so hard for a long time, and you rewarded me with an apple? What else do you want as a reward? At least it should be like this. Jiang Chen smiled and tapped his cheek with his finger. Su Qingqing's pretty face turned red, and she spat, why don't you just dream? There are all kinds of things in dreams. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. It was Su Qingcheng. Su Qingcheng picked up the phone and looked at it. Her face changed and she looked up at Jiang Chen and said, it's my mom calling. Is it Qingcheng's mother calling? Jiang Chen was a little surprised, because after spending some time together, Qingcheng had gotten used to her own parents, and she didn't contact her family anymore. He almost forgot that Qingcheng also had a father and a mother. Seeing that Su Qingcheng's expression was not good, Jiang Chen thought that there might be something between the mother and daughter that was not convenient for him to hear. So he said, you answer it. I'm going to take a shower. Then he was about to get up. It's okay. You can just listen next to me. Su Qingcheng pulled Jiang Chen back to his original seat and pressed the answer button, Mom. There was a middle-aged female voice on the other end of the phone, her tone full of concern. Qingcheng. How are you and your child doing lately? Are you all doing well? Do you have enough money? Mom, my child and I are fine, and we have enough money. It's good. Hey, you. There was a sigh on the other end of the phone, you and your dad are both stubborn, neither of you will give in to the other. Now your dad is sullen and sighing at home all day long. He obviously cares about you in his heart, but he is stubborn and refuses to admit it. What about you? You are left outside with a child, and you are always being wronged. If your father wasn't in poor health and there wasn't so much work at the company, I would have gone there directly. Mom, you don't have to come. If my dad knew, he would definitely be mad at you. Besides, I'm fine, don't worry. That's what you say, but whose daughter is out there? If a mother gives birth to a child alone, wouldn't she be worried? By the way, how does that guy treat you? Does his family dislike you? No, he and his family are all very nice to me. Su Qingcheng glanced at Jiang Chen. As long as I'm good to you. That's all right, Qingcheng, I won't say any more to you. If you have anything, just contact me on WeChat. I'm calling you now, secretly without your father's knowledge. Once I convince your father, we'll go to Sihai together to see you and the child. Yeah, okay Mom. Su Qingcheng hung up the phone. He looked at Jiang Chen and wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a moment, he didn't say anything in the end. Jiang Chen also had a lot of questions, such as what happened between her and her parents. But since she doesn't want to talk for the time being, I won't force her. Before I knew it, it was already midnight. Su Qingcheng lay on the bed, tossing and turning, thinking about something, but still couldn't fall asleep. In the dark night, she tried to call out to Jiang Chen, who was lying on the other side of the bed. Jiang Chen. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to respond. Unexpectedly, as soon as I shouted, the other side immediately responded, yeah. Ah? You're not asleep. You too, don't you? I couldn't sleep because of the phone call just now. What's wrong with you? I couldn't sleep because I was heartbroken. Feeling bad? Yeah, I couldn't sleep because I felt sorry for you. Su Qingqing burst out laughing when she heard this. Go to hell. She punched Jiang Chen lightly with her fist. She looked disgusted but felt inexplicably happy in her heart. But it's not bad. You know how to care for others. I'll show my love for you as well. How do you want to express it? How about, I let you hold me while sleeping? Chapter 44, The Swollen Mouth is Because of the Dog Bite. What? Let me hold you while sleeping? Jiang Chen was startled, wondering when did this girl become so bold. He actually took the initiative. At this moment, Su Qingqing's face was flushed. To be honest, this was the first time she was so bold and explicit. After she finished speaking, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a place to hide. Fortunately, it was dark at night and I couldn't see his expression clearly. Otherwise, she really felt a little ashamed. Let me hold you in my arms while sleeping? No problem. He certainly wouldn't be polite to the little beast that finally fell into his trap, and he took Su Qingqing in his arms without hesitation. Su Qingqing's delicate body trembled, and suddenly she seemed to be frozen, her body stiff and she dared not move. It took a long time before I gradually recovered. Afterwards, the two pretended to sleep, but how could they sleep in such a state? Let's talk for a while. Su Qingqing said first. What? Jiang Chen replied. Whatever. Tell me what your dreams were when you were a kid. It was my childhood dream. This is actually very simple. I remember when I was in primary school, the teacher asked many children what they wanted to do when they grew up. Some said they wanted to be doctors or scientists, while others said they wanted to be generals or martyrs. It was my turn. I said I wanted to be a swordsman who could fly over rooftops and walls, which made the whole class burst into laughter. The teacher said that we should believe in science. There is no such swordsman as you mentioned in the world. I swear there is, you just haven't discovered it. It's quite strange to say, but for a long time afterwards, I really believed that the world was so big that there must be all kinds of wonders. There must be martial arts, mysterious skills, and the like. I also took it for granted that I would have a strange encounter one day, and that a hermit master would teach me his skills. Because being a swordsman is too pretentious anyway. Whether it's wielding a sword and traveling the world, or picking flowers and leaves, they can all kill people. There is still one person to kill in every 10 steps, and no trace shall be left in 1,000 miles. When the task is completed, I will leave, hiding my body and name. Su Qingcheng listened carefully and couldn't help but interject. Yes, that's right. Anyway, I'm a chivalrous man, helping the weak when I see injustice. So apart from being a hero and doing good, is there nothing else? Su Qingcheng asked again. Yes, it would be even better if there was a female knight accompanying me while I was traveling around the world. Jiang Chen said. You have a nice thought. Su Qingcheng chuckled, so what about you now? Do you still want to travel the world and be a knight? That's definitely not the case. Besides, if I want to be one, there is nothing wrong with that in this world. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Qingcheng in his arms. As for now, I just want to make some money to support my wife and children, and live an ordinary life. When Su Qingcheng heard Jiang Chen talking about supporting his wife, her pretty face turned red again, but she praised him. That's not bad, you still have a conscience. I have to have this, otherwise my mother will help me get it. Jiang Chen, tell me, how did I meet you? After a moment's silence, Su Qingcheng suddenly said slowly. This. Maybe it's fate. Jiang Chen scratched his head. Will you be nice to me in the future? Of course. If I don't treat you well, who else can I treat well? Besides, my mother is here. If I dare to treat you badly, she will kill me first. By the way, we will live together from now on. Do you have any ideas or requests? I don't ask for anything, just stop bullying me in the future. Stop bullying you? So, can I bully you occasionally? Jiang Chen said deliberately. Get lost. Su Qingqing certainly understood what Jiang Chen meant. It's not the bullying you think. Besides, can you bully me in this state? As he said this, he glanced at Jiang Chen with some resentment. This young wife-like look immediately made Jiang Chen unable to bear it. There is no way, it's too awesome. That. I won't bully you, but I can always give you a kiss. This time, Su Qingqing didn't say anything, but her pretty face turned red and she quietly closed her eyes. There was a sudden silence in the room. For a moment, it seemed as if I could hear the sound of my heartbeat. Su Qingqing closed her eyes and waited for a while, but found that the other party was motionless. She couldn't help feeling anxious and disappointed. Oh, this idiot. Why are you so stupid? I closed my eyes and kept silent, which meant I acquiesced. Just when I was feeling a little disappointed, suddenly, a warm breath blew towards me. The next day, Su Qingqing slept until dawn and woke up at around 9 o'clock. Woke up? Wash up and have breakfast. Jiang Chen, who was teasing the child at the side, glanced at Su Qingqing and said with a smile. Su Qingqing nodded. Just as she was about to get up and wash up, Jiang Chen stared at her in confusion and asked, "Why is your mouth swollen after sleeping?" Su Qingqing looked in the mirror and found that it was true. But once I thought about it, I understood what was going on. I couldn't help but give him a resentful look and said, "What do you think? Isn't your swollen mouth because you were kissed by a dog?" Jiang Chen reacted immediately. This. Okay. At that time, he was indeed a little tempted by her beauty, but to be honest, this kind of thing, can't be blamed entirely on him. Just after breakfast, Song Mei called via video again. But before he could even take a few glances at his grandchildren, he was suddenly attracted by Su Qingqing. "Qingqing, what's wrong with your mouth? Why is it so swollen like there are two little sausages hanging from it?" This. My mouth is swollen because I was bitten by a dog. Su Qingqing wrote lightly. Song Mei? Bitten by a dog? The key point is that this brat doesn't have a dog at home. Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind, and I thought of a possibility. My expression suddenly became as exciting as if I had discovered a new continent. Could it be that? Is it a stinky boy? Why? Song Mei secretly sighed for a moment, thinking, why is she so impatient? What if she gets pregnant again before the confinement period is over? What a big deal. Chapter 45, Getting Pregnant Just by Kissing, How is that possible? When Song Mei thought of this, she was surprised and helpless. Thousands of warnings and instructions. Why can't you be patient? Although as a mother-in-law, the more grandchildren the better, but as a good friend, she doesn't want to see Su Qingqing get hurt or even collapse. Qingqing, did that brat bully you yesterday? No, your son is very nice to me. No? Song Mei was a little surprised. Did he force you? That is, you didn't want to do something, but he insisted that you do it, and you had to do it. Oh, there are some things you said. What? Really? Song Mei was excited when she heard this. This brat really didn't take my words seriously. It's okay, Qingqing, just tell me, I'll take care of it. If that brat really does anything to you, don't worry, I'll break his legs. Sister Mei, it's not that serious. It's just that your son always forces me to go to bed on time and eat breakfast on time. Then, what about the others? Others, just recently, my child and I have been suffering from coughing due to internal heat, so your son won't let me eat anything, especially hot peppers. Song Mei was confused for a moment. How is this? Why do I feel so caught off guard and forced to eat so much dog food? I thought to myself, what's wrong with Su Qingqing? And I'm helping you as your best friend, not as your future mother-in-law. Why are you showing off your affection? Could it be that the two of them were in collusion? Is Qingqing also willing? When Song Mei thought of this, she was startled and thought that this possibility could not be ruled out. Her son is so handsome and heroic, and the two of them fell in love with each other over time. Su Qingqing is a grown-up girl, so it is normal that she cannot control herself. So she advised in a tactful tone, Qingqing, I know you young people tend to have hot tempers, but you just had a cesarean section and you have to control yourself. You really can't joke with your body for the sake of temporary pleasure. It's a great relief, but the aftereffects are still huge. For example, there will be inflammation and pelvic inflammatory disease, which will affect your body's recovery. Also, it can easily cause miscarriage. If you want to have a second or third child in the future, it will not be easy. Song Mei gave a sincere exhortation. I feel like I have poured out all my heart, and I hope my good sisters can understand my good intentions. But Su Qingcheng was stunned when she heard it. Sister Mei, what are you talking about? What inflammation causes miscarriage? I don't understand. Don't understand? Song Mei was a little unhappy. Please, we have been good sisters for many years. We used to talk about everything and were very close. Why are you ignoring me and pretending not to understand my earnest advice now? Are you closer to my son or to me, your good sister? Just as he was about to say more, Su Qingcheng suddenly reacted. Oh, I see. Sister Mei, do you think your son and I did that? But how is that possible? I have always been very careful. I am not very familiar with your son. We just kissed. So, you and my son don't have it? Song Mei couldn't believe it. No. Su Qingcheng's tone was firm. So far, we are still in the stage of cultivating our relationship. Last night, we just kissed. Because neither of us is very skilled, my lips were a little swollen when I woke up this morning. It's not what you think. Besides, how is it possible to get pregnant just by kissing? This. Song Mei held her forehead with her hand. Ahem, why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought. Okay, this time it's my fault. I thought too much and misunderstood you too. Su Qingcheng was originally having a video call with Song Mei in the living room, but as Song Mei's words became more and more outrageous, she felt embarrassed to let Jiang Chen hear them, so she went to the balcony. What did my mother tell you? She was so mysterious. Su Qingcheng came back from the balcony after making a phone call, and Jiang Chen saw her and asked. Nothing, just some sisterly talk. Su Qingcheng would never say that Sister Mei misunderstood that she and the pig's hoof had done something, or that she might even be pregnant before the end of her confinement period. A whisper between sisters? Okay. Jiang Chen did not ask any more questions, because it was pointless to ask about this kind of thing unless the other party was willing to talk about it. Don't you want to know what we talked about in secret? That depends on you. If you don't want to talk about it, it's useless for me to ask. Su Qingcheng thought for a moment, and finally revealed something. Your mother just called me and told me about my second and third child. What? Jiang Chen was surprised. My mom is so anxious. Didn't she just have 3 grandchildren and she's already thinking about having a second or third child? Who knows? Maybe your mother still thinks in the old way, thinking that more children means more blessings. Su Qingcheng said, the key is, if I really give birth to a second or third child, what do you think? What else can I do? Just keep him. But I do have a hope. Didn't we have 3 children as the first one? I hope to have 4 children as the second one, and 5 children as the third one. The second litter is 4, the third is 5. Wouldn't that make me a sow? It's okay. If you really become a sow, I won't mind. Get lost. Su Qingcheng gave Jiang Chen a coquettish look. If I'm a sow, then what are you? After the rain, the air is fresh. The weather is not that hot. Su Qingcheng was in confinement after giving birth and had been at home for many days. She felt bored and wanted to go out for a walk, take her child out with her, breathe some fresh air, and get in touch with nature. Jiang Chen saw that Su Qingcheng had recovered well in all aspects. So I agreed. The two agreed to go to a sculpture park near Bishuiju. The sculpture park is a newly built internet-famous park in Sihai City. In addition to sculptures of various shapes, it has an elegant environment and abundant vegetation. It is known as a natural oxygen bar, so many people go there to check in and play. Jiang Chen and his wife had never been there before, so they decided to take the kids there for a stroll. After taking good care of the children, the family of 5 set off and soon arrived at the sculpture park. Due to the good weather, there are many tourists inside. Seeing that Jiang Chen was pushing triplets, many people were surprised and amazed. Wow, triplets! It's the first time I see you. Wow, the baby is so beautiful. My wife gave birth to twins for me, and I felt so happy that my ancestors were so happy. But this guy is amazing, he gave birth to triplets, a boy and a girl. How amazing! That's what we call one-step success. But triplets are good, but raising 3 at once would be a huge financial burden. You are being too narrow-minded, aren't you? These triplets are 2 girls and 1 boy. In other words, they are 1 China construction bank and 2 China merchants banks. You won't need to worry about them. That's right. If I had 3 children like this, I would wake up laughing in my dreams at night. Jiangchen felt so happy when he heard the compliments from passers-by. What father doesn't like his child to be praised? Turning his head to look at Su Qingqing next to him, he felt even more refreshed. She is indeed a top goddess. Su Qingqing is still in the confinement period and is afraid of the wind when going out, so she wrapped herself tightly in long-sleeved clothes, a hat and a mask. But even so, she is still slim with proud curves, and you can tell at a glance that she is a delicate beauty. As the saying goes, beauty lies in the bones, which is absolutely true. Jiang Chen, let's play with that too. After visiting the sculptures for a while, Su Qingqing, who was in high spirits, was not satisfied. She naturally took Jiang Chen's arm and suddenly pointed to a place not far away and said, "Are you sure you want to play?" Jiang Chen glanced over there, a little surprised. Chapter 46 Unexpected Encounter. Hello, counselor. The place Su Qingqing was referring to was an area specially set aside in the park with many playgrounds. She said she wanted to play. It was obviously a group of kids having a lot of fun playing bumper cars. Yeah, Su Qingqing answered immediately after hearing Jiang Chen's question, with a slightly naughty tone. We have nothing to do anyway, let's just play for a while. But that's for kids, or for kids to play with. Are you sure you want to play bumper cars? Jiang Chen glanced at Su Qingqing. Besides, you can't play in your current state, right? Who said I was playing bumper cars? I was letting you play. Su Qingqing blinked. What, I play? Then what are you doing? I'll just watch you play. Are you sure? Sure. Jiang Chen suddenly felt helpless. He was just playing bumper cars, but he actually had such a weird request. He didn't want to play, but just watched others play. What kind of abnormal mentality was this? Bite. The host faces a choice. Choice 1, obey your wife's wishes, make her smile, and get a mysterious gift. Choice 2, reject your wife's unreasonable request, get the title of a straight man, and shorten by 1 centimeter. Jiang Chen? What a choice. No man can tolerate a shortening of 1 centimeter. Choose 1. Jiang Chen said with his mind, then walked to the bumper car ticket office and bought a ticket for 20 yuan. Actually, he hadn't played bumper cars for many years. I'm really excited to play this again suddenly. Anyway, it's full of childhood memories. The bumper car ride lasted for 3 minutes in total. Jiang Chen, who felt like his childhood self, had a lot of fun. Su Qingqing, who was watching from outside, was also very happy. She was so happy that she couldn't help but take a few photos and sent them to Song Mei. Sister Mei, come and see what your son is doing. Does he look like the stupid son of a landlord? Ha 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 ha. Picture. But the silly son and silly wife are a perfect match. Bite. The host obeyed his wife's wishes and made her smile. Congratulations on getting the mysterious gift, ripped stockings. You deserve it. Ripped stockings? This dog is better than the system. Just rewarding some useless and dishonest things. Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain when he heard this. You could at least give a few tens of thousands of dollars as a reward, but you actually gave a pair of stockings, and they had holes on them. Why are you grinning by yourself? After chatting with Song Mei, Su Qingqing recovered from her overjoyed state. Turning back, she saw a strange smile on Jiang Chen's face and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Just now, I bought you a gift online. Jiang Chen said casually. You bought me a gift? Gee, you're so thoughtful, that's great. But, can you tell me what the gift is in advance? This. Hey. You'll know when the time comes. Anyway, it's something you wear on your body. Wear it on? Great. Su Qingqing looked expectant. Jiang Chen glanced at a pair of straight and long beautiful legs, and a certain picture emerged in his mind. Although this was a little bit unauthentic, he couldn't suppress his anticipation in his heart. Oh, the dog system is harming me. Thinking back to the beginning, I was such a serious person, but now. Took a long walk around the amusement park. Even if Su Qingqing didn't want to play, she couldn't due to her physical condition, but she still watched with great interest. Finally, we arrived at one place. Su Qingqing was eager to try. This game is about ring tossing. There are dolls all over the ground. You can take the one that the ring hits. Want to play? Jiang Chen asked. Su Qingqing nodded. Okay, I'll buy you a few hoops. Jiang Chen said. Just put the hoops on while standing and shaking your arms. It doesn't require much exercise, so it's perfect for a girl to play with. There are quite a few people playing around the ring. Everyone aimed at the doll they wanted, posed, and played with it, having a lot of fun. But there are very few who actually wear it. Therefore, the boss was very happy to collect the money, and his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Boss, how do you play this ring? 10 pieces for 10 yuan, whichever one you put on is the one you get. Okay, give me a $20 circle. Okay. Here are 20 circles, keep them. Jiang Chen took the ring and handed it to Su Qingqing. After Su Qingqing took it, she immediately started playing with great interest. It is hard to believe that such a naughty person who plays like a child is actually the cold and aloof female professor of Sihai University. No matter how happy she was, Su Qingqing put on 20 rings in one breath, but didn't catch any dolls. Jiang Chen, I still want to. Su Qingqing turned her head and looked at Jiang Chen pleadingly. Jiang Chen. Boss, 20 more laps. Okay. Here are your 20 circles. I'll give you 5 more. Have fun. The boss said happily as he handed 25 circles to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen handed it to Su Qingqing again. Su Qingqing continued to play with great interest. Result: 25 circles were gone, and still nothing was achieved. Forget it, let's go. Su Qingqing looked at a doll she liked with disappointment and pulled Jiang Chen to leave. She threw 45 circles in one breath, but didn't catch any of them. It seemed that her level was not good enough. It seems like you like that doll very much? Jiang Chen asked. It's okay. I just like its appearance a little bit. Su Qingqing glanced at the doll again. Forget it. It won't fit. Let's go. Let me try. Jiang Chen said, and then bought another 20 yuan circle from the boss. When the boss saw this, he was very happy. He liked people who refused to admit defeat. Okay, there are 20 circles in total, I'll give you 10 more. The boss continued to happily hand over the counted circles to Jiang Chen. It felt like he had picked up another 20 yuan for free. Because he had tried that circle before, and even if he tried it on 100 of them, he might not be able to fit a few. Since Jiang Chen had already paid, Su Qingqing couldn't stop him and could only watch from the side. However, she didn't believe that Jiang Chen could hit the doll she liked. It can't even fit any of the dolls. But a few minutes later, the boss of the ring tossing business almost cried. Damn, that young man had 30 loops in total and put on 30 dolls in one go. That's right, not a single one was missed. Obviously, the young man's technique is very good. Even if the angle is not good and the strength is not enough, he can still hit the target and successfully put the doll inside. Damn it, this is so weird. Su Qingqing was overjoyed. It was impossible for her to take all the dolls away, so she picked out a few that she liked and returned home with a full load. She never thought that Jiang Chen could be so good at nesting dolls. Jiang Chen was also quite surprised. The luck card produced by the dog system is so awesome that it can make the success rate of ring tossing 100%. In one word, so cool. The two of them strolled around the sculpture park for a while with satisfaction and were about to go back. Su Qingqing went to the bathroom, and at this moment, Jiang Chen saw the figure of a familiar girl. The girl obviously also saw Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't hide anymore, so he had to bite the bullet and go forward to greet her. Hello, counselor. Chapter 47, The Master Doesn't Like Men. The girl walking towards him not far away was his college counselor. Her name is Yanli and she is actually not very old. She looked about 27 or 28 years old, about the same age as Su Qingqing, but she had a memorable nickname, that is, the iron-boned old maid, and also had a nickname, the female devil. Anyway, he is not a good person, especially when it comes to playing tricks on others. Back then, Lu Wei and his friends actively applied to join various social activities in order to pick up more girls and get rid of their single lives as soon as possible. They had so much fun that they missed classes for several days in a row. As a result, he was targeted by the female devil from then on. The next few years were a real torture for them. If there is any dirty work, they take care of it all. If there is a benefit, I would feel embarrassed not to take part in it. He is always used as a negative example. Whenever they complained, Yanli would ask them what they had been doing before, that they had impure thoughts and that they spent all day thinking about picking up girls. Such a life was too superficial and too vulgar. They need her, a sole engineer of mankind, to correct them. Then, one winter day, Lu Wei and his friends were caught red-handed for making a mistake and were drafted into the army again. I'm addicted to playing games during the holidays. She called me away to help her clean up. Because the weather was cold and there was no heating, the breath almost turned into ice. Lu Wei was caught off guard and his hands were frozen red. So they made some requests, hoping that Yan Li could be considerate of her subordinates and provide them with things like gloves and hand warmers, otherwise it would be difficult for them to complete the task on time. However, Yan Li immediately patted Lu Wei on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It's okay, the teacher believes in you. You can finish it on time without gloves." Come on. Lu Wei and his friends almost cried when they heard this. Come on? Add your sister. This is a fucking female devil, more like a female king of hell. From then on, Lu Wei, who was full of resentment, stopped calling her the devil and secretly called her old maiden. Compared to the unlucky Lu Wei and others, Jiang Chen didn't do anything weird at that time, so he wasn't bullied by Yan Li. On the contrary, because he is the school idol, he seems to have received a lot of preferential treatment. But even so, Jiang Chen still felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Yan Li in the park. After all, she was his counselor and also the evil woman. Jiang Chen? Yan Li, who was walking towards them, immediately spotted Jiang Chen and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "You're here at the sculpture park too? What a coincidence!" After a casual greeting, Yan Li quickly spotted the baby carriage next to Jiang Chen. There was an immediate exclamation. Wow! 3 little babies. Oh my god, they are triplets. How come they are so cute? Yan Li bent down and used words to tease the 3 babies. While teasing them, she said to Jiang Chen, "These are your relatives' children. They are so cute. Can I pinch their little faces?" "It's better not to," Jiang Chen replied. "The child's facial nerves are still developing, so you can't pinch them, but you can touch them with your hands." "Okay then, I'll just touch their little faces with my hands." Wow, so white and tender, like a porcelain doll. Yan Li looked at the 3 little ones in the stroller with her eyes shining. She gently touched their faces one by one with her hands, looking like a naughty little girl, completely different from the female devil who liked to play tricks on people. After teasing for a while, Yan Li finally stood up with a reluctant look on her face. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Chen, which relatives are these? These 3 little babies are so cute, they're so cute that they'll melt at the first sight. Which relative's child is this? This. Jiang Chen held his forehead with his hand, paused for a moment, and then said, "Teacher Yan, if I say this is my child, do you believe me?" "What? Is this your child?" Yan Li was shocked. He looked Jiang Chen up and down with a look of disbelief. "Jiang Chen, I remember you weren't the kind of person who liked to brag. How come you've started bragging now that you've graduated?" "Teacher Yan, I'm not bragging. These 3 are really my children. Why don't you believe it?" Jiang Chen argued. "I believe you, you idiot. How old are you? You just graduated and haven't even had your hair done, and you dare to say you have 3 children?" Yan Li looked at Jiang Chen again as she spoke. Suddenly, his expression became a little strange. "Jiang Chen, you are not relying on your handsome appearance and being the most popular boy in the school, so you use your child as a shield to reject others and stay away from them, right? If it were another girl, I wouldn't know for sure. But you can rest assured about me. Because I don't like men." Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. He thought to himself, this counselor is a role model for a teacher, so what he said sounded like something a teacher would say. This. Why? No wonder she was called a female devil and an iron-willed old maid. I can't say anything nice. She's even worse than Nun Niju. Which man would dare to marry her? No wonder she was only concerned with playing tricks on people back then, but there was a man chasing her. Well, if you don't believe me, I can't help it. Jiang Chen said helplessly, he really couldn't get along with this female devil. I was just thinking of finding an excuse to say goodbye. Suddenly at this moment, Su Qingchang had just finished using the toilet and walked towards Jiang Chen, still wearing a hat and mask, covering herself tightly. After all, she was still in confinement after childbirth, and it would not be good to go out in the wind. Outsiders can't tell what she's wearing. I only know that she should be a great beauty. But for people who are familiar with her, no matter how tightly Su Qingcheng covers herself up, it is still visible. There is no way, her figure is too proud to be hidden, and when she walks, she is graceful and elegant. although Lin Daiyu is plumper. But when she walks, she inexplicably feels like a weak willow swaying in the wind. Because I'm too thin. There was even a feeling that a gust of wind could blow her away. Therefore, Jiang Chen noticed such an obvious feature at a glance, and Yan Li, as Su Qingqing's colleague, was of course no exception. Xing Cheng. Yan Li immediately went to meet him. I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence today. He immediately enthusiastically grabbed Su Qingqing's hand. Actually, there are two goddesses in Sihai University. One is the real goddess Su Qingqing, and the other is Yan Li, an old maid with a strong character. They are both famous in school. In addition, they are of similar age and have some interactions in school, so their relationship is pretty good. However, due to the short time they have known each other, Yan Li cannot compare with Song Mei, who has been a good sister for many years. But did this stop Yan Li from being excited about seeing Su Qingqing? Can't stop it. What did she say just now? The master doesn't like men. Yes, it's really a coincidence. Su Qingqing said with a smile. In fact, she didn't want to meet her colleagues at this time. After all, she was pregnant before marriage and gave birth to triplets. It would not be good if it got out in the company. Coincidence, right? I told you. Ha ha ha. Xing Cheng. Come, meet my good student and the former school idol of Sihai University, Jiang Chen. Yan Li giggled like a sparrow and pulled Su Qingqing in front of Jiang Chen. He introduced it enthusiastically and eloquently. You don't even know what I'm talking about, Xing Cheng. I was also wandering around this sculpture park and happened to meet this good student of mine. See the triplets in the stroller? They are clearly the children of Jiang Chen's relatives, but Jiang Chen insisted that they were his own children and even swore to me so. The key is how old he is. He became a father of 3 children right after graduation? And the father of triplets? Tell me if it's outrageous or not. Also, what kind of brainless idiot would give birth to a bunch of kids? Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. If you want to be cool, at least find someone reliable. Xingcheng, let me tell you, if these triplets are really this kid's, I will eat my phone on the spot. Chapter 48, Early Marriage, Soul Questioning. Yan Li talked a lot. Su Qingqing listened patiently. As for her expression, it was of course a little strange. Just complain about your good student. But why did you take me along too? Together. Am I the big brainless idiot? I'm giving birth to a child for a fool. Come on, I'm an adult, I've graduated from college, I'm already a big kid, okay? Jiang Chen was also speechless. I could only silently repeat in my mind the female devil, the iron-willed old spinster, and Nun Miju. Why? No wonder no man dares to marry a young woman. Teacher Yan. If you don't believe me, there's no need to bring someone else along. Jiang Chen held his forehead and said to Yan Li, after all, she's the mother of my child. Yo! Jiang Chen, you are addicted to pretending to be cool. The mother of your child has come out. Okay, where is the mother of your child? Come, let me see what she looks like. Yan Li still didn't believe Jiang Chen's words at all. Such a handsome guy actually got married at a young age and had a baby? Why are you so pessimistic? Besides, she really thought Jiang Chen was not that old. In front of her, a counselor, he was just a bunch of little brats who didn't even have all their hair grown up. How dare you pretend to be like that? Teacher Yan. Jiang Chen couldn't stand it anymore and just came clean. Do you think it's possible that the person next to you is the mother of my child? Yan Li was shocked. What the hell? The person next to me is the mother of your child? But there is only Su Qingqing by my side. You don't want to say that Su Qingqing is the mother of your child, or your wife, right? Come on, Su Qingqing is a well-known goddess professor at Sihai University. She wants to be your wife and give birth to your children? You are just daydreaming. But just when Yan Li was about to complain about Jiang Chen again, she suddenly saw the expressions of Su Qingqing and Jiang Chen. She swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth and pointed at Su Qingqing with an incredible look on her face. Qingqing, you. Yes, Jiang Chen is right. The triplets are his children, and I am the mother of his children. Su Qingqing nodded and admitted it openly. What? Holy crap! Are the triplets Jiang Chen's children? Su Qingqing is the mother of Jiang Chen's child? Yenli was suddenly struck by lightning, and the outside was crispy and the inside was tender, sizzling with oil, and golden in color. What a delicious skewer. What a confused person. No way, Ching Chang. Yenli's eyes opened wide, her brain froze for a moment, and she was a little confused. I couldn't believe it. Such an outrageous thing was true. One of my former students actually had an affair with the goddess professor of Sihai University, and she even gave birth to 3 super cute babies for him. Damn it! I am so ashamed that I just laughed so hard. It's so embarrassing now. It's too incredible. Yes, it's true. Su Qingcheng confirmed again. There is nothing much to say about this. If it is, it is. If it is not, it is not. But having said that, when I think about it again, I still feel that, well, it's outrageous, it's really too outrageous. Qingcheng. Come, let me tell you something. Yenli gestured to Jiang Chen and took Su Qingcheng's hand to one side. Of course, what they wanted to say was a private conversation between girls, which could not be said in front of Jiang Chen. When did you two get together? Yenli was shocked and full of gossip. Ahem. Ours was purely an accident. Yenli is a female devil and an old maid in front of her students, but she has a good reputation among teachers. She has helped Su Qingcheng many times before, so when Yenli asked, Su Qingcheng also explained the general situation. Fuck, this is outrageous. It's so outrageous, like a TV drama. Yenli couldn't help but swear. She couldn't imagine that such a thing would happen to her. No, such a thing would never happen to her. So you guys have a child and are living together now? Yeah, what else can I do? I have to take care of the children. Okay. You just said that you met the parents? Yes, I met his parents, but I haven't met my parents yet. It's okay, we'll see each other sooner or later. Yenli said, looking at Su Qingcheng with envy. Jiang Chen is a good guy, he's handsome, you and him are a good match, handsome man and beautiful woman. But who would have thought at that time that some brainless idiot would give birth to a baby for him? Su Qingcheng brought up the past. Ahem, sorry. Yenli apologized quickly, I really didn't mean it. I really didn't think about it at the time. Qingcheng, you said that Jiang Chen looked like a nice guy, but who would have thought that he would actually do such a ridiculous thing? But, to be honest, this kid is pretty good overall. He's handsome and capable, and he was on the school basketball team when he was in school, so he's strong. It's your luck that you got there first this time. Otherwise, one of my friends might do it. A friend of yours? Yes, he is a friend of mine. After chatting so much with Su Qingcheng, Yenli's burning gossip heart was finally satisfied. However, there was still a small question that made her feel anxious until she got the answer. She might not even be able to sleep. Qingcheng, I have another question. You say. That is, you gave Jiang Chen 3 babies. How many times did you have sex that night? Su Qingcheng's face flushed immediately, and she glared at Yenli unhappily. What do you think? We were both drunk at the time, how many times could we have done it? So? Just once? 3 kids at a time? Yenli was shocked, what the hell? Not only did it hit the target with 1 shot, it also hit 3 times with 1 shot, so awesome. Chapter 49, An old maid is also a virgin. Jiang Chen, you are quite amazing. You actually made Qingcheng give birth to 3 babies for you in a short time. Awesome. After whispering to Su Qingcheng, Yenli turned around and said to Jiang Chen. That's true. This was the first time she had seen triplets in her life. What else more? Or it happened to people I know, one is my colleague, the other is my student. To describe it in a more coquettish way, it's like a cow stepping on electric wires, so awesome. Good. Not bad. Jiang Chen said. It's better not to brag in front of the old maid. Besides, who knows whether the old maid's words are true or false? Yo! You're still being modest. Yenli smiled and praised casually. What job do you do now? I don't do any work. I take care of Qingcheng and the kids, and then work part-time at home to earn a little extra money. Good. You are very responsible. Yenli praised again, because she came to the sculpture park just to wander around, and after talking for a while, it was time to go back, so she said goodbye to Su Qingcheng. Goodbye, Qingcheng. I'll come to your house to see you and the baby when I have the chance. Okay, you're welcome anytime. Goodbye, Jiang Chen. Yenli said hello to Jiang Chen and was about to leave, but Jiang Chen suddenly asked, "Teacher Yan, did you forget something?" "What's the matter?" Yan Li asked puzzledly. "Didn't you say at that time that if the triplets were my children, you would eat your phone?" This. Yan Li immediately held her forehead in her hands. It was all because she had said too much at that time. But Jiang Chen was really something. The teacher just boasted at the time. Why did you have to hold on to it? Can a teacher make a mistake? Why? It was a waste that I took care of him for 4 years. Jiang Chen, it's not that I don't want to, but, you see, it's obviously a bit difficult. Yan Li weighed a large-screen mobile phone of the Juhua brand with one hand and said with embarrassment. What's the difficulty? Jiang Chen asked knowingly, thinking to himself, weren't you quite impressive at playing tricks on people back then? Come on, Teacher Yan. That is. This phone is so big, the teacher can't eat it. Alright. We were all joking, Jiang Chen, don't bother with your teacher Yan. At this time, Su Qingcheng came out to smooth things over and rescued Yan Li. That's right. Jiang Chen, I was just kidding. You really made me eat my phone. Besides, you're just a student, why should you bother with me, your teacher? Ha ha ha. Yan Li smiled apologetically while showing off her seniority. Afterwards, Yan Li said goodbye to Su Qingcheng and Jiang Chen. Before leaving, Su Qingcheng suddenly said, Yan Li, please don't tell others about my triplets. I still have work to do in the future. Clear. Don't worry, Qingcheng. Are you still worried about me? I'm famous for being tight-lipped. Looking at Yan Li's back as she skipped away alone. Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng both had some, how to put it, surprise in their eyes. Because it's a bit too similar to Qi Hua. Some say she is heartless like a little girl, and she always shows off her seniority and likes to take advantage of her age. Some say she is an old maid in Nun Miju, but in fact, she is only 28. This Yan Li is quite special. Su Qingcheng tried her best to think of a euphemistic word to describe her. Of course not. She's so special. When she was our counselor, we privately gave her a lot of nicknames. Jiang Chen complained. A bunch of nicknames? Tell me about them. For example, the female devil, Nun Miju, and the iron-willed old maid. This. Su Qingcheng looked surprised, you gave her so many nicknames. Then she blinked and smiled at Jiang Chen, I'll tell her secretly tomorrow. Hey. No need, she knows the nickname we gave her. What? She knows. How does she react? I'm not sure about her specific reaction, but I heard that she didn't seem to be ashamed of it, but proud of it. Why? Because, she thinks that an old maid is also a virgin. Jiang Chen's explanation immediately silenced Su Qingcheng. She didn't know what to say for a moment. An old maid is still a virgin. Okay, that's cold enough. It's been a while since I left home. It's time for dinner. Su Qingcheng had been holding it in for too long, so even though she wanted to stay in the sculpture park for a while longer, she had to go back. Even if she doesn't eat, the baby has to eat. It was really hard for her to feed 3 little ones outside, not to mention that due to her talent, there was also a big pig's hoof who often liked to help with meals. What did you and Yan Li whisper about at that time? Jiang Chen asked on the way back. You guess. I guess it must be about me. Then guess what did it say about you? They said I am handsome and awesome, and that I made you give birth to triplets. TSK. That's not the case. Su Qingcheng said with disdain, but she was slightly surprised in her heart. Well, the big pig's hoof really guessed it right. Only. Talking about something amazing. She had some different opinions. Because scientific research shows that when it comes to giving birth to twins, women are the decisive party compared to men. In other words, it is not the pig's hoof that is powerful, but yourself. Of course, the big pig's trotter is also very powerful in all aspects. Otherwise, I really don't want it anymore. Because the 3 little ones were starving, Su Qingcheng rushed to feed them as soon as she got home without even taking a rest. Of course, according to the usual practice. Jiang Chen's help was indispensable. Nothing happened after that, and it was evening in a blink of an eye. Buzz. At this time, Jiang Chen's cell phone rang. It was Lu Wei calling. Hey Weizi. How's the stall going today? Jiang Chen asked on the phone. Very good. Brother Chen. You have no idea how popular your barbecued skewers are. I made a net profit of more than 1,000 yuan in just one afternoon of selling them. Now you are exhausted like a dog. Lu Wei spoke happily on the phone. Then he reported the situation to Jiang Chen. Basically, the skewers are delicious and the business is booming. Compared with Zheng Chang and Wu Hao, he is very busy and sweats all over, and of course he makes a lot of money. It's just that the urban management comes every now and then. When the urban management officers come, they run away, and when they leave, they come back. Anyway, it's a battle of wits and courage. Just like the guerrilla warfare back then. Brother Chen, you have earned 1,280 yuan since noon. I will keep your share of the money. After all, without your ancestral recipe, I wouldn't be able to make so much money running a barbecue stall. We brothers should settle accounts clearly. Damn it. I won't say any more. The city management officials are here again. We have to run away again. Lu Wei hung up the phone in a hurry before he finished speaking. A barbecue stall earned more than 1,000 yuan in an afternoon? It's profitable. Su Qingcheng, who was standing aside, listened to the entire call between Jiang Chen and Lu Wei and couldn't help but say that, to be honest, based on the time, it was a lot higher than her salary. That's right, don't you see who taught you the barbecue technique? Jiang Chen said. Su Qingcheng immediately gave Jiang Chen an extremely disdainful roll of her eyes when she saw his self-praising behavior. Then, she said with some emotion, however, it's not a big deal for your classmate to be driven away by the urban management all the time. But once I finished speaking, she and Jiang Chen both thought of the same fact. Song Mei is actually an urban management officer. Jiang Chen was away from home for most of the year, and his mother had been transferred back and forth several times, so he almost forgot that his mother worked in the urban management system. As for Su Qingcheng, it was because Song Mei rarely mentioned her work before. As a result, she didn't realize it at first. In fact, Song Mei is not only an urban management official, but also an official in the prison, a fairly high-ranking official. At the same time, near the food street, Lu Wei, Zheng Chang, and Wu Hao, who were pushing a barbecue stall, had just escaped a sudden attack by the urban management officers. At this time, he was hiding in a corner, catching his breath. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao both actually have proper jobs, but ever since they learned that Lu Wei had set up a barbecue stall in the food street, they have been coming here almost every day, ostensibly to help out and patronize their miserable brother. Actually, I was craving for that skewer. Carrot. It's strange to say, but these grilled skewers are so delicious that I get addicted to them once I eat them. That feeling is better than being bored in doing handicrafts at home. And it's making money. In just this afternoon, I made more than 1,000 yuan. Just a bit of a waste. In addition to playing cat and mouse with the urban management, the three of them stood there barbecuing, constantly threading the skewers, grilling them, turning them over, sprinkling the ingredients, and packing them into bags. Because business was so booming, they were so busy that they didn't even have time to drink a sip of water. They were all spoiled before. I can't stand this. In addition, the weather was hot, so at this time, the three of them were sweating all over and their hands were almost cramped from fatigue. This was especially true for the obese Lu Wei, who was now as tired as a dog, gasping for breath. Why? Damn it. I can make money doing this, but to be honest, I've never been so tired doing manual labor 3 times a day before. Chapter 50, Arresting People? A brigade of the Sihai City Urban Management Bureau. A heroic female urban management captain is giving a mobilization speech to many urban management team members for a special campaign to improve the city's appearance. The appearance of a city is the face of a city. The atmosphere of fireworks is the spirit of a city's economy. However, dirtiness and disorder are not the hallmarks of everyday life, but the biggest enemy of urban civilization. Recently, the phenomenon of setting up stalls randomly near Jiefang Avenue in Sihai City has become extremely serious. A food street has even emerged. The environment is terrible, dirty, and messy, and it has seriously affected traffic. The people nearby are complaining. The focus of our special operation this time is the Jiefang Avenue area, and the food street is the top priority. In addition, we have reporters from Sihai TV participating in this operation, and they will cover this operation together. At last. I would like to remind everyone again that although this is a special rectification campaign, we must abide by the law and regulations, enforce the law in a civilized manner, and enforce the law impartially. The TV stations are all recording it live. If anyone uses violence in public and makes things difficult for the people, I will make things difficult for him. The mobilization speech received applause. The female urban management captain who was speaking was none other than Jiang Chen's mother, Song Mei. Outsiders only think that Comrade Jiang Dupang is a henpecked husband. In front of the ferocious tigress, Jiang Dupang often behaves like a mouse before a cat, obedient. Little did they know that back then, Song Mei was also as pretty as a flower, gentle as water, and as docile as a kitten. Otherwise, how could she be dragged into the woods and deceived by Jiang Dupang just after meeting for a blind date? Song Mei is now so fierce and capable. This is also the result of years of work, bit by bit of experience. Okay, let's set off now. Song Mei waved her hand, and a large group of people began to move out, heading straight for Jiefang Avenue. The food street was the focus of their operation this time. It was getting close to evening. The food street was crowded and bustling with people. There are all kinds of snack stalls everywhere, and it is the busiest time of the day. Lu Wei and the other two also pulled the barbecue stall over, chose a better location, and prepared to make more money. According to the current situation, it should not be a problem to earn more than 1,000 yuan. The three of them set up their stall and worked hard no matter how tired they were. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lu Wei suddenly panicked and tried to find a place to hide. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao saw this and also panicked. What's going on? The urban management is here again? No, she's an old maid, said Lu Wei. Ah. It's the old maid. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao hurried to see, and indeed they saw it. Fuck, it's really her. Why is she here? And she's heading towards us. Hide quickly, brothers. The three of them didn't say a word and quickly hid aside. There was no other way, this old virgin was their nemesis. Although they had graduated for some time, the old virgin's power and shadow were still there. But unfortunately, even though Lu Wei and the other two wanted to hide and their movements were very happy, the sharp-eyed Yanli still spotted them at a glance. Lu Wei, Zheng Chang, Wu Hao. What are you three doing? You hide as soon as you see your counselor? Am I that scary? Yanli said with a malicious laugh. Clear water at home. After dinner in the evening, Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing sat on the sofa to rest. Jiang Chen is looking at his phone. Su Qingqing was also looking at her phone. Suddenly Su Qingqing looked up and said in surprise, I was just chatting with Sister Mei. Sister Mei said that she will lead a team to carry out a special rectification activity for the city appearance tonight. The place we are going to is Jiefang Avenue, and the food street is the main destination. Your classmate is done for now. This rectification campaign is very powerful. I hope your classmates will not be arrested. Jiang Chen was also a little worried. It's not necessary to arrest him. He didn't commit any crime. At most, he will be fined. He scratched his head and said, forget it. I'd better talk to Wazy. Chapter 51. This world is too crazy, the mouse is the bridesmaid for the cat. Food street. Just when Lu Wei and the other two saw Yanli coming and were busy trying to avoid her, Yanli had already seen them and smiled with ill intent, which immediately made Lu Wei and the other two feel scared. Teacher, am I that scary? You actually wanted to run away when you saw me. Hey, I've always been kind and courteous to you. Lu Wei and the other two saw that they couldn't escape. There was silence. Come on, are you friendly? Do you treat people with courtesy? Is there anyone as nice and affable as you, to the point of being creepy? Also, you treat people with courtesy, and more importantly, convince them with reason. Hello, Teacher Yin. Hello, Teacher Yin. Seeing that they couldn't escape, Lu Wei and the other two had no choice but to bite the bullet and greet Yanli. Zheng Chang, who was more capable among the three, was embarrassed at first, and then he quickly smiled at Yanli. Welcome, Teacher Yin. By the way, what gust of wind brought you here? Are you interested in visiting the food street? The attentive smile and attentive tone made it hard for people to imagine that Zheng Chang was actually a virgin just now, and her resentment towards Yanli was no less than that of Lu Wei, who was the most abused. I'm just wandering around. Just take a walk outside to relax. Yanli still looked heartless. I just didn't expect that the food street is so lively now. That's right. Zheng Chang agreed. Now this is a popular food stall check-in spot. Then he turned to Lu Wei and Wu Hao and said, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and grill some skewers for Teacher Yin. Didn't you see that Teacher Yin has been standing there for a while? Good. Okay. Zheng Chang's impressive performance stunned both Lu Wei and Wu Hao. After they came to their senses, they quickly started roasting them. Soon, several golden and fragrant sticks were baked out. Give. Teacher Yen, try it and see how it tastes. Zheng Chang enthusiastically handed the skewers to Yen Li. Yen Li is a foodie, the type that can't even walk when seeing food. But when faced with the skewers grilled by her former students, she was still a little hesitant. After all, these 3 students were well-known troublemakers and she had disciplined them many times. What if these 3 students are seeking revenge on me? What if someone poisons the skewers? What if they don't poison it, but pee in it? There's no way, old maid Yen Li, her brain is so strange. She suspected poisoning and urination, but she didn't doubt that the skewers were not delicious, because the skewers looked delicious. Golden color and full of aroma. My mouth starts watering just looking at it. After hesitating for a second, Yen Li finally made up her mind and accepted the skewers. Okay, considering your enthusiasm, I will reluctantly accept your skewers. Ahem. Yen Li was stunned for a moment. What the hell? She knows kebabs are delicious. But I didn't expect that it would be so delicious. I just took a bite and it was so delicious that I wanted to cry. I felt like I was about to be sublimated. It was better than anything else, although I haven't had it once so far. Not bad. The 3 of you set up a stall and the skewers you made are so delicious. Yen Li praised the food while eating with relish. I ate the first skewer in 2 or 3 bites, and then continued to the next one, fearing that if I ate it a second slower, I would let down this delicious delicacy. It's delicious. Teacher Yen, please eat more. Weizi, Howzy, what are you 2 doing? Hurry up and get some grilled skewers for Teacher Yen. Zheng Chang hurriedly greeted them when he saw that Yen Li was almost done eating. Oh, okay. Lu Wei and Wu Hao were both fascinated when they saw Yen Li eating the skewers. Turn out to be. This is how an old maid eats kebabs. After coming to his senses, he quickly grilled the skewers for Yen Li a sizzle. 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 Soon the skewers were ready. Teacher Yen, the skewers are ready. Oh, how can that be so embarrassing? It's okay, please eat. This is a little gift from the 3 of us. Teacher Yen is eating the skewers to give us face. Zheng Chang advised diligently like a lackey. Well then. Yen Li then started eating without any hesitation. Zheng Chang, you guys are setting up a stall here, so you won't be working? I'm at work. Wu Hao and I are at work. Lu Wei was the one setting up the stall, so Wu Hao and I came to help. Oh, I see. Then Lu Wei, do you make money by setting up a stall? Not bad, I made more than 1,000 yuan in one afternoon. Yen Li, who was eating a skewer, asked. I earned more than 1,000 yuan in an afternoon, which is not bad, right? I may not even earn 1,000 yuan after working hard for a week. Therefore, after hearing what Lu Wei said, the skewers in my mouth almost lost their flavor. Okay. Now that I have eaten, it is time for me to go back. Although Yen Li is petite, she can eat a lot. She ate 20 skewers in just a short while. After eating, Yen Li rubbed her stomach with satisfaction, then took out her phone to scan the code. No, Teacher Yen. Consider it our treat. Zheng Chang, Lu Wei, and Wu Hao saw this and hurriedly tried to stop him. After all, they were former counselors, so there was still some affection between them. It's okay, I just want to show my appreciation and scan some 10 or 8 yuan. Yen Li said. Zheng Chang and the other 2. Just a hint? Scan for 10 or $8? Okay, you're so polite. Master is leaving, bye. Yen Li scanned the code to pay, waved to the 3 people, and walked away leisurely. Teacher Yen, take care. Teacher Yen, take care. Zheng Chang and the other 2 sent Yen Li away like a plague god. As soon as Yen Li disappeared, Zheng Chang, who had just been as attentive as a lackey, immediately changed his expression and cursed helplessly. Ah, this old virgin. As expected of her, she is still the same. Wu Hao echoed. Only Lu Wei was staring at the payment information of Zafubo, a little dazed, because the old maid didn't pay 10 or 8 yuan for eating a bunch of skewers as she said, but actually paid 100 yuan. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao soon discovered it as well. Fuck. The sun is rising from the west? There's something wrong with the old maid. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao expressed their feelings. Is it possible that our teacher Yen has always been like this and has always been a good person? Lu Wei said, and his words were immediately refuted by the other 2. Please pull a few more. Who was the one who tried to bully us in the first place? And you, Wazy, the old maid abused you and made you look like a dog, and now you are actually speaking for her? Wazy, wake up. You have to know that the two women who abused you the most in your life were Feng Rongrong and the old virgin. You have to stand firm. How can you be shaken by 100 yuan? But what Zhang Chang and Wu Hao said? Lu Wei seemed to ignore it, scratched his head, and said imaginatively, actually, Teacher Yen has a nice figure and good looks. It would be nice to have a girlfriend like Teacher Yen, right? What? The old maid has a nice figure and good looks. Having a girlfriend like an old maid? Damn it! As soon as Lu Wei said this, Zheng Chang and Wu Hao were both scared to death. I could hardly believe my ears. Chapter 52. If I lose, I'll let you kiss me. Wei Zi, what did you say? You really want a girlfriend like an old virgin? Zheng Chang was shocked when he heard this. Wei Zi, please explain clearly, what the hell do you mean? Wu Hao thought that Lu Wei had said something wrong and did not express his meaning clearly. Unexpectedly, Lu Wei was quite serious. What else could it mean? I mean, I want to flirt with girls. I want to date Teacher Yen and have a romantic relationship with her. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao were both going crazy now. Wipe. It really is witnessing history. I never thought that there would be such a day. Wazy would actually pick up an old virgin. I want to be her boyfriend. He kept calling her Teacher Yen. Wazy. You're dating an old virgin? Are you crazy? You were the one who was most bullied by the old virgin back then. Are you PTSD or something? Yen Li abused you like a dog back then, and you still want to date her? Damn it. Are you tired of living? Besides, as the saying goes, if you have the guts, Master will take maternity leave. Zheng Chen can do it, but if it's you, do you know how to make a key? Apart from anything else, with your IQ, you were devoured alive by that old virgin, and you don't even know what happened. Zheng Chen has a sister-in-law so he can go out for 3 months, but you have an old virgin and you got fucked to death in one night. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao caught Lu Wei and gave him some earnest advice. What I said is from the bottom of my heart. Lu Wei was very moved after hearing this, and suddenly felt that the idea that suddenly popped up in his mind was a bit too outrageous and ridiculous. So he scratched his head and tried to find the solution. Hi. I was just talking nonsense, but you guys took it seriously. How could I possibly pursue that old virgin after she abused me like that before? I'm glad you understand. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. They both felt that the familiar Lu Wei was back, and their efforts to persuade Lu Wei just now were not in vain. However, Lu Wei's next words shocked the two again. But then again, Teacher Yen is really feminine, has a nice voice, and is good-looking. Unfortunately, she is at most a B grade. If she was a C grade or above, I would definitely pick her up. Zheng Chang and Wu Hao. Damn, you, Lu Wei with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually notice such details as the old virgin is at most a bitch? Have to. He is crazy, 100% crazy. But the three of them did not dwell on the issue of insanity for too long. Because there were many diners gathered in front of the barbecue stall waiting to taste the delicious food, and they were already impatient. No matter what, you can't go against money. The three of them then started together. Here are your 10 strings, please keep them. Boss, give me another 20 skewers. Okay. Boss, I want 30 skewers. Okay, wait a moment. Business is booming. Lu Wei was exhausted, but he was still smiling as he received the money. He thought that working with Brother Chen meant he would have a bright future. If he worked harder, he would be able to flirt with Feng Rongrong, or even Teacher Yen, with his money. The day would not be far away. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the crowd. The city management is here. It is said that this time they are serious. It is a special campaign to improve the city appearance, and the focus is on the food street. Everyone should retreat quickly. Fuck, is this a special rectification operation? Withdraw, withdraw. The surrounding vendors were in a panic. Although they are used to fighting wits and courage in guerrilla warfare with the urban management officers in the food street, when they heard that it was serious and it was a special rectification activity, many people were scared and ran away. Lu Wei and the other two were also panicked. Although I don't understand the specific content of this special campaign to improve the city's appearance, just by looking at the literal meaning and the fact that many vendors around were fleeing, I know that the situation is serious and more dangerous than before. so I wanted to slip away. Suddenly Lu Wei's eyes lit up. Look, look. Is that person leading the group Chen's mother? Then he pointed over there. Wu Hao and Zhang Chang were also surprised when they saw it. Ah? Really? I heard from Jiang Chen that his mother seems to be the captain of the urban management team. If she leads the team this time, doesn't that mean she can give the three of us a break? The three of them looked around and saw that many vendors were still setting up their stalls. Suddenly my mind became more active. It makes sense. This barbecue stall is making a lot of money right now, so I'm kind of reluctant to give it up. Suddenly at this moment, Jiang Chen called, and Lu Wei picked up the phone immediately. Weizi, my mom is leading the team this time to conduct a special cleanup operation on the food street. The three of you should stop setting up stalls and run. It's okay, Brother Chen. I see there are quite a few stalls around here. And your mom is leading the team, isn't that even better? We are college classmates and good friends who once lived in the same dormitory. Your aunt is the captain of the urban management team. She should give us some face, right? But Weizi. Don't worry, Brother Chen. The worst that can happen is that your stall will be confiscated and you'll be fined. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. A customer is coming. I'm hanging up now. Clear water at home. After Jiang Chen finished the call, he shook his head helplessly. This Weizi, he had told him everything, but he was still so stubborn. Oh, he was addicted to setting up a street stall. This was... How? Your classmates don't listen? Su Qingqing asked. Yeah. Jiang Chen nodded. Su Qingqing burst out laughing. Now we are going to have a good show. Ha, your classmate didn't listen to my advice, and now he might be in trouble. Seeing the girl so proud and even a little gloating, Jiang Chen couldn't help but have some crooked thoughts. How about we make a bet? Let's bet on whether they will suffer. How to bet? Su Qingqing asked. I bet they won't suffer any harm. If I win, you let me kiss you. Jiang Chen said. Weizi and the others were so stubborn that they would most likely get into trouble, but what if, since his mother loved him so much, she would let them go because they were his classmates? You never know. Besides, it's just a bet and you won't suffer any loss. Su Qingqing blushed, hesitated for a moment and asked, what if you lose? If you lose, Jiang Chen glanced at Su Qingqing and said, I'll let you kiss me. Tisk, isn't that the same thing? Ah. Same thing. How about if I lose, I'll let you sleep tonight? Roll. Chapter 53, Lack of Judgment. Looking at Su Qingqing's pretending to be embarrassed and angry, Jiang Chen felt happy in his heart. Well, this girl is becoming more and more interesting. But regarding the bet with Su Qingqing, although he had a joking attitude at first, after thinking it over carefully, he realized that he was not completely without the possibility of winning. Because he knows his mother quite well. For well-known reasons, the work of urban management has always been difficult. Some things are wrong to do, and wrong not to do them. They often become unpopular with both the public and the government. Since her mother was transferred to the urban management department of Sihai City, she changed some of her previous simple and crude practices and really appealed to people's emotions and reason. In the hottest weather, we help melon farmers sell their melons and vegetable vendors buy vegetables. Therefore, it is very popular among the people. It was for this reason that my mother was promoted to captain of a certain team. As for the food street, just kidding, it was indeed occupying the road for business in the past, but now it has become a big deal, a famous check-in destination for internet celebrities in Sihai City. My mom has nothing to do, so why would she bring people to clean up the place? Isn't that just asking for trouble? And my mother is famous for her gentle working style. It would be good enough if she didn't help sell skewers and candied haws there. Besides, I am her only precious son. My mother has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She may say she dislikes me, but she actually loves me very much. Everything that has happened in recent days has proved this. So, it doesn't make sense that she might help others sell skewers, candied haws, etc., but when it comes to her own classmate, she deliberately makes things difficult for him and doesn't even give herself any face. Of course. Back to the point. I have already warned Lu Wei and the other two in advance, so if they really get into trouble and are fined or have their car confiscated by my mother, they can't blame others. Look at you, do you want to gamble or not? Jiang Chen laughed again. No gambling, Su Qingqing refused directly, because you will be at an advantage whether we win or lose. This. Jiang Chen was helpless. Look at what you said. If I win, you let me sleep for a while. If I lose, I let you sleep for a while. This is obviously fair and reasonable. How can you say that I am taking advantage? Regarding Jiang Chen's lies with open eyes, Su Qingcheng rolled her eyes and said, "TSK. Who wants to sleep with you?" Buzz. At this moment, Jiang Chen's cell phone rang. It was Lu Wei calling. "Hey, brother Chen. I was so damn confident. We saw so many vendors around that we didn't leave, so we three didn't leave either, thinking that the timid ones would starve to death and the bold ones would die of gluttony. Who knew that the authorities would take this matter seriously? I was caught right away, and it was my aunt who brought me here personally. I wondered if my aunt didn't recognize me, so she took the initiative to mention your name. As a result, when this is mentioned, wow. We could have just given her a warning and packed up and left, but after we mentioned it, the auntie fined us 500 yuan and our barbecue stall was also confiscated, saying it was illegal to occupy the road." Jiang Chen heard this. "Well, generally speaking, the feeling is as expected. It's just that my mom loves me very much. After all, I am her only son." Why did Weizi become even worse when he mentioned his name? After saying a few words to comfort Lu Wei, he hung up the phone. Buzz. At this time, Jiang Chen's phone rang again. Seeing that it was his mother calling, Jiang Chen immediately answered the phone. "Mom, my classmate is setting up a stall in the food street." "Did you catch him?" "Well, I caught him. They illegally occupied the road for business and refused to accept rectification suggestions." Song Mei said. "Oh. But Mom, you guys didn't seem to be like this before. Why are you so serious now? Also, aren't we all talking about the city's fireworks now? You still. What else? We didn't take it seriously before because there were few complaints. Now the people around are complaining and the roads are blocked. How can we not take action? Besides, if it's dirty and messy, it's dirty and messy. Does that mean the smell of fireworks is dirty and messy? As for your classmates, I'm a bit bold. I saw that it was not easy for the three young people to set up stalls, so when I checked their location, I was ready to let them go. I thought they didn't want to leave and wanted to continue setting up their stall, so they tried to get close to me by calling me auntie and saying they were your classmates. What do you think I can do? There were so many people watching, including leaders, my teammates, and reporters from TV stations recording the video. If I let those classmates of yours go, wouldn't that mean I'm bending the law in public? Especially since someone recorded their crime on the spot." Jiang Chen was speechless after hearing this. Okay, so that is how it is. From this perspective, it's not unfair at all that Weizi and the other two were caught by their own mother. It's also too ignorant of her. Chapter 54 Yoga Master Skills. But don't worry, little brat. Your classmates are all fine. They weren't really arrested. They were just brought over and asked to fill out a letter of guarantee and then released. The barbecue stall has also been returned to them. Song Mei continued. "Thank you, Mom." "Why thank me? I'm your mother. But you should also tell your classmates that street vendors won't last long. The food street is the focus of the cleanup. Don't even think about setting up vendors there in the future. It would be best if you let them find a store and run their business in a formal manner." "I know, Mom. By the way, I'll transfer 500 yuan to you later, and you can return the money to your classmate." "Is it the 500 yuan fine?" "No, that's a fine. It's all recorded and turned in. This is my own money." "No need, Mom. Just 500 bucks. I'll give it to him." "That's different. What's your fault? I am an elder after all. I confiscated your classmates' money and didn't give you face. It's not appropriate. This money is compensation to them." "Well, that's good. The matter has come to an end here. It can be said to be perfect. However, I can no longer set up a stall in the future. As my mother said, setting up a stall is not a long-term solution. It still needs to be formalized. So the next and most urgent step is to open a store." It just so happened that Lu Wei had accumulated enough experience from setting up stalls these days, and he also had a clearer understanding of the barbecue industry, which is that there is a lot of room for development. Bite. Since the host lost the bet, congratulations on winning the reward, Yoga Master level skills. What? Is this also rewardable? This is so. Other people's sons get rewards when they succeed in doing something, but my son is different. He doesn't follow the usual path and can get a reward even without losing the bet. Tonesy, you've been naughty lately. Bite. Thank you for the compliment. Tonesy will continue to work hard. Good. Jiang Chen praised and received the yoga master level skills. In just a few seconds, he possessed all the experience and skills equivalent to a yoga master. Before, when people mentioned yoga, the first thing that came to mind was women's exercise. But after receiving the master level yoga skills, he instantly felt that a new world had opened up, because yoga can be practiced not only by women but men as well, and the best part is that they can practice together. Why is a person just standing there laughing like an idiot? At this time, Su Qingchen came to Jiang Chen and asked. No. I was just thinking, judging from this incident, my mom is actually quite reasonable. Jiang Chen said after coming back to his senses. That's right, Su Qingqing agreed, Sister Mei has always been reasonable. After saying that, he suddenly blinked his eyes and then continued, you didn't expect it, did you? I actually won the bet this time. Ha ha ha. His pride was evident on his face. Jiang Chen was immediately surprised when he saw this. This girl is only happy. Did you forget something? Well, you seem very happy? I agreed to the bet. Shouldn't I be happy? You should be happy indeed, but according to the content of our bet, it seems that if you win, I will let you sleep for a while, right? Su Qingchang reacted immediately and her pretty face turned red. Pooh. I don't want to sleep with you even if I win. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to practice yoga. After saying that, he walked away as if escaping. Chapter 55 What if the beastly nature takes over? Su Qingchang had practiced yoga before, and she and Song Mei met in a yoga class. This is because I am in confinement. Because I have some excess nutrition, I want to exercise and lose some fat in my belly. Of course, because of the cesarean section, although the wound has almost healed, she can only try to practice yoga and do some simple movements. She will resolutely avoid anything more complicated. Jiang Chen was fine, so he just watched from the side for a while. What are you looking at? Su Qingcheng felt a little uncomfortable and glared at Jiang Chen with a red face. She had changed into a set of yoga clothes at this time. Her beautiful curves and well-proportioned figure were clearly revealed under the thin layer of yoga clothes. Jiang Chen was watching with great interest. No wonder there is such a term as yoga beauty. Wearing yoga clothes really has a different charm compared to wearing nothing or other clothes. And if I didn't know that Su Qingchen couldn't do strenuous exercise because of a cesarean section. He really wants to cooperate with us. After all, I am now a yoga master, so it is more than enough for me to give her some guidance. What am I looking at? Of course, I'm looking at the scenery. To see the scenery, go to the window. The scenery there is great. No, your place is fine, the scenery is unique. Okay, I'll let you see enough later. Su Qingcheng said this last sentence in a low voice. After she finished speaking, she didn't even look at Jiang Chen, and a look of embarrassment flashed across her pretty face. Because Jiang Chen had gained 10 points in physical fitness and had excellent hearing, he was able to hear what Su Qingcheng said. But even after hearing it, he was still a little confused. What did she mean by let me see enough later? Will it be later? What other drama can't be staged? But that's not right. There are only 2 of us at home now. The girl is still in the recovery period and is in confinement after giving birth. The doctor said there is a 42-day deadline. How could there be any big drama? Jiang Chen scratched his head and thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Well, it's not sisterly anyway. It was not until about half an hour later, when Su Qingcheng was sweating from practicing yoga, and he was in the bathroom, helping her take a bath. He finally understood what the girl meant at that time. This is not the first time Jiang Chen has helped Su Qingcheng take a bath. But before? Strictly speaking, just scrubbing. Facing the graceful Su Qingcheng, Jiang Chen was suddenly at a loss for words. The scenery was picturesque, beautiful beyond words, charming, and beautiful. He even felt the need to retract an earlier idea. To be honest, Su Qingcheng's current state is much more beautiful than when she wears yoga clothes. How is it? Is the scenery nice? Nice. Of course it looks good, it's absolutely beautiful. Jiang Chen responded immediately after hearing Su Qingqing's question. Is it better than the yoga I just did? Certainly. So, am I in good shape? Great. Teacher Ozawa is weak compared to you. Ah. Mr. Ozawa. Roll. Neither of them slept well that night. When Jiang Chen closed his eyes, he saw the beautiful white scenery and had all kinds of strange dreams. Su Qingqing was the same, she also had all kinds of strange dreams. When she couldn't sleep at night, she actually wanted to chat with Jiang Chen like before to pass the time. But after thinking about it again and again, I gave up. He had just seen enough of the scenery, and now in the middle of the night he called that big pig's hoof over to chat. What if he misunderstood him? What if he got excited and acted like a beast? Forget it. I can't sleep, so I'd better count sheep alone. Bite. The host and his wife spent an unforgettable night, and their relationship deepened. The host should work harder to give his wife and children a better future. Bite. The system issues a new task: get a shop and prepare for the next barbecue business. Jiang Chen heard the system notification sound early in the morning when he was still half asleep. About the new task. Get a shop. In fact, this was originally within Jiang Chen's plan. After what happened yesterday when his mother led people to raid the food street, it was obviously inappropriate for Lu Wei to continue setting up a barbecue stall and fighting guerrilla warfare with the urban management. We definitely need to set up a shop. To paraphrase my mother, it needs to be formalized. But whether to rent or buy depends on the specific situation. I'm going to go out for a while in the morning to take care of some business at the shop. I'll try to be back at noon, but time is tight, so I may have to. After finishing breakfast together and feeding the child, Jiang Chen said to Su Qingqing, "It's okay to go." Su Qingqing agreed immediately. "If you don't have enough time in the morning, don't rush back. I can cook for myself at noon." "Can you cook?" Jiang Chen asked. "Yes, please don't underestimate me. Although I can't cook as well as you, I can still cook. How about if you come back in the afternoon, I will make you a sumptuous dinner." "Okay," Jiang Chen said with a smile. I thought to myself, this girl has become a good wife and mother so quickly? Not bad, not bad. Jiang Chen drove out of the Bishuiju community. The destination is directly the food street in the university town. Compared with the evil ways of the food street, which is often rated by the Urban Management Bureau, the food street in this university town is the real Sihai City, the most prosperous and popular food center. He had intended to go straight there. But Lu Wei happened to call, and when he heard that Jiang Chen was going to the food street to look for a store, he immediately wanted to go too. Jiang Chen then went to his residence to pick him up and go together. Fuck. BMW X7. After arriving, Lu Wei saw Jiang Chen's car and was filled with envy. It was not like he had never seen Jiang Chen drive this car before, but he was still surprised to see it again. He walked around the car and then sat in it, still praising it. Impressive. Awesome. By the way, when the hell can I drive a car like this? Follow me, and within 3 years, I guarantee you'll be able to drive a car like this, Jiang Chen said. Brother Chen, are you serious? I'm not lying to you. If you work harder, maybe you can do it in a year. It's okay, Brother Chen. You can even lie to me. I'm really dreaming. I want to drive a car like this. As the two were talking, Jiang Chen stepped on the accelerator. With a bang, the car immediately rushed out like a wild beast. Chapter 56, Bargaining to the Heels. By the way, Weizi, my mom didn't make things difficult for you that day, did she? On the way to the food street in University Town, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered and asked Lu Wei. No, it's not difficult at all. Although the auntie arrested us that day, confiscated our barbecue stall, and fined us 500 yuan, but actually, the auntie had a very good attitude. We were taken there to write a letter of guarantee and to give a few more instructions. They let us go and returned the barbecue stall to us. That means you'll be fined 500 yuan, and nothing else will happen, Jiang Chen said, but it doesn't matter. I'll transfer the 500 yuan to you later. You'll give me that 500 yuan? Lu Wei was surprised. You must be kidding me. Besides, I don't need 500 yuan. It wasn't given by me. It was actually my mother's money. She thought that fining you 500 yuan was reasonable, but after all, you are my classmate, and it's not easy to set up a stall, so she transferred the money to me and asked me to give it to you. No need. I haven't given you my share of the money from the barbecue sales yet. Why are you being so stubborn? The split of the money is another matter. This 500 yuan is my mother's money. She asked me to transfer it to you. I can't just swallow the money. Well, okay then. Thank you, Auntie. Only then did Lu Wei agree to take the money. Oh, Weizi, you need to be more discerning when doing things in the future. Yeah, sure. About half an hour later, Jiang Chen and his friend arrived at the food street in the university town. Because it was morning, there were not many people in the food street. After Jiang Chen parked the car nearby, he and Lu Wei observed the situation of the shops on both sides of the food street. Before coming, Jiang Chen also did some homework. I know that the food court has all kinds of delicious food, but there is only one barbecue restaurant. And coincidentally, that barbecue restaurant has put up a sign for transfer due to poor management. So after Jiang Chen and his companion took a quick tour of the food street, they headed straight to the barbecue restaurant. The door of that barbecue restaurant was open. In fact, its location is very good. When you come to the food street, you can basically see its eye-catching sign at a glance. From the external conditions, it is very superior. However, as soon as Jiang Chen and Lu Wei entered the barbecue restaurant, they immediately felt that it was disappointing. At first glance, the interior decoration is of average standard with a few tables. It looks a bit dirty and messy. Anyway, it was obvious that the place was not cleaned up properly, so of course the shop owner might have just been dealing with it. And that's what it comes down to. There can only be one reason: the barbecue restaurant is not doing well, and the boss is not in the mood to serve. Hello, our barbecue restaurant is open in the afternoon. Inside the barbecue restaurant, the owner and his wife were having breakfast, which included pickled vegetable porridge and a few steamed buns. When they saw someone coming in, the owner walked up with a bowl in his hand and said, "We're not here for a barbecue." Jiang Chen turned around and pointed at the word "for sale" on the door. "I saw that your barbecue restaurant is for sale. If it's suitable, we would like to buy it." "You want to buy my barbecue restaurant?" The shop owner was stunned for a moment, then quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks and said enthusiastically, "Great, welcome. We are indeed planning to transfer this shop recently. To be honest, this shop is our hard work. The barbecue restaurant is currently making steady profits, earning hundreds of thousands of dollars every year, easily. We have something urgent to do now. Yeah, if there wasn't an emergency in our hometown, we wouldn't be in a hurry to transfer it." The proprietress put down her bowl and chopsticks and joined in the conversation. "How much is your transfer fee?" Jiang Chen asked directly. "The transfer fee is 300,000, the shop owner said neatly. 300,000 yuan for the transfer fee? Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but Lu Wei, who used to work part-time at the barbecue restaurant, was immediately surprised and asked, "How much is your daily turnover?" "How dare you ask for 300,000 yuan? We say this, of course it's our truth. With a daily turnover of 10,000, after deducting the cost of water, electricity and labor, the net profit is 3,000. For such a popular barbecue restaurant, we only ask for this little transfer fee." "That's right. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. We want 300,000 and it's still less." When Lu Wei heard this, he couldn't help but laugh on the spot. With a daily turnover of 10,000, after deducting the cost of water, electricity and labor, the net profit is 3,000? Are you kidding me? In that case, let me do the math for you. With a daily turnover of 10,000, and each table is calculated at a higher price of 100 yuan, that means 100 tables. But you have less than 10 tables at the moment. In other words, your barbecue restaurant needs to turn over tables more than 10 times to achieve a daily turnover of 10,000. Turning tables more than 10 times, is it possible for a store like yours? This. Lu Wei's words stunned the shop owner and his wife. They thought that the two people who came to visit the shop looked young and should be easy to trick, but they didn't expect that they were so knowledgeable. Turn the table a dozen times, why not? Our business is booming, with customers lining up to dine in every day. Our highest record is 20 table turnovers. Isn't it reasonable that the average is more than 10 times? After the proprietress came to her senses, she started to make specious arguments, even ignoring basic facts. Lu Wei shook his head and laughed. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "That makes sense indeed. Just look at the dust covering the tables in your store. Not to mention an average of 10 turns a day, even an average of 20 or 30 turns is possible. As he spoke, he ran his finger across a table in the corner. The table was immediately covered with a mark of dust, and his fingers were also covered with dust. The shop owner and his wife felt very embarrassed when they saw this. The table is covered with such a thick layer of dust. You said this barbecue restaurant turns over tables 10 times a day on average? No one would believe that. Well, the transfer fee of $300,000 is indeed a bit high. How about you name a price? The shop owner wiped his forehead and said helplessly. In my opinion, the maximum is $150,000, no more. Lu Wei said. $150,000? No, when we took over this store, the transfer fee was $180,000. The store owner cried out in injustice, thinking that this guy was bargaining too hard. He directly cut the price in half. Seeing that Jiang Chen looked like a person who was easy to talk to. So he turned to Jiang Chen and pretended to be generous. My dear brother, please name a price for the transfer fee. Really? If it's roughly the same, I will give you the store at a loss. Jiang Chen directly raised a finger. The shop owner saw it and couldn't help but be surprised. 100,000? I thought about these two young people. They are bargaining harder and harder. The transfer fee of 300,000 yuan was cut in half by the previous one, but this one is even better. He bargained directly to the bottom, 100,000 yuan. Chapter 57. I am willing to do so even if you kill me. Yes, that's 100,000. Brother, you are so cruel. You cut off most of my body in one go. Yes, brother, give us a little more. If you give us a little more, we will give you this store, the boss and his wife advised with an embarrassed look. Seeing that the couple's reaction was not that strong, Jiang Chen had a rough idea in his mind. Then, he walked around the store and said to the boss and his wife, "Is this barbecue shop also yours?" "Yes, because we are in the catering business. After we bought this shop, we simply started the barbecue business," the shop owner said casually. When he heard Jiang Chen ask this, he suddenly had an idea. Could it be that brother wants my shop? "Yes, I want your shop." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Will you sell it?" "What? You want to buy a shop?" The shop owner and his wife were surprised and looked at Jiang Chen. "Sell." Then they asked Jiang Chen and the other man to sit down, served tea and water, and told him about the shop. "I bought the shop 5 years ago. I took out a loan of 2 million yuan. If you don't believe me, I can show you the purchase contract later. The first floor is a restaurant, and the second floor is a warehouse and living space. I thought that since the shop is located in the food street of the university town, whether it is a barbecue restaurant or waiting for the shop to appreciate in value, I can make a lot of money. But I didn't expect that we would encounter a virus pandemic. The pandemic has dealt a heavy blow to the catering industry in the past few years. I won't hide it from you, brother. Now our barbecue restaurant business is not very good, and the value of the shop has also fallen instead of rising. I think my brother is sincere. Well, I won't ask for more. The shop is priced at 1.8 million. As for the barbecue restaurant, I'll just give it to you as a bonus. What do you think? The shop I bought for 2 million. The current asking price is 1.8 million. The barbecue restaurant is just a bonus, in other words, no transfer fee is required. Jiang Chen estimated that the price of 1.8 million was about right, and there was no water in it. Besides, he could afford it, so he decided not to bother with it. Okay, deal. After finishing the shop, Jiang Chen took Lu Wei to a decoration company and finalized the renovation and decoration plan for the barbecue restaurant. The second floor of the barbecue restaurant was originally a warehouse and residence, but Jiang Chen converted it all into a restaurant, adding private rooms and a lounge. After deciding on the renovation plan, Jiang Chen handed the barbecue restaurant's key and the renovation contract to Lu Wei. Lu Wei was startled. "Brother Chen, what are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to work with me? Now that I'm busy, I'll leave the barbecue restaurant to you and run it for me." Leave the barbecue restaurant to me? Yes, just tell me whether you are willing or not. I am willing. I would do it even if you kill me. Lu Wei replied immediately without any hesitation. When he was running the barbecue stall before, he knew that Jiang Chen had some skills in the catering industry. There is definitely money to be made if you follow him. But he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would directly hand over the barbecue restaurant to him this time. Well, we are classmates and buddies, so I'll be frank. I'll hand over this barbecue restaurant to you. There are 2 ways to do it. One is to be my store manager, and the other is to be my co-founder. Which one do you choose? Lu Wei blinked and said, Brother Chen, who has more money? The store manager's monthly salary is 10,000 yuan, and the entrepreneurial partner's monthly salary is 5,000 yuan, plus 5% of the shares. Jiang Chen said. A monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. A monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, plus 5% of the shares. Of course I'll choose the one with more money. Brother Chen, I choose to be your business partner. Lu Wei scratched his head and laughed. Following you and owning 5% of the barbecue restaurant is much better than the 8,000. Okay then, it's a deal. Well, it's a deal. For Lu Wei. Jiang Chen still trusts this classmate and good friend of his for 4 years in college. Two options though. If Lu Wei was greedy for money and chose to be a store manager with a monthly salary of 10,000, Jiang Chen would have been a little disappointed. Fortunately, Lu Wei did not let him down. Finally, he made the choice that Jiang Chen hoped for the most. The two finished their work and were about to go back. Lu Wei's cell phone suddenly rang. I took a look at who was calling. The guy was so mysterious that he hid aside and answered the call. After coming back, he said to Jiang Chen with a playful smile, Brother Chen, can I borrow your BMW X7 for a while today to show off? What are you going to do? Jiang Chen asked. Hey, I just made a date with a girl, and she agreed to go out with me. Fuck, you're on a date? Jiang Chen was shocked. He thought that Wei Zi, the perennial bootlicker, finally got it and finally dated a girl. Awesome, Wei Zi, which girl? Yeah, it's a date. As for which girl it is, Brother Chen, don't ask. He. If Lu Wei hadn't said anything, Jiang Chen's first reaction would have been to the female devil and the counselor, Yan Li. But no. Jockey Nizu. This kid learned and applied it right away so quickly? Chapter 58 God-Level Scar Removal Potion. Since Lu Wei let slip that he was interested in the female devil, Zheng Chang and Wu Hao immediately told Jiang Chen about it. There was nothing they could do as it was too shocking. It's like a mouse being the bridesmaid for a cat. Is that crazy? Jiang Chen was also shocked when he heard this. This is so. Isn't Wei Zi asking for trouble? You have to know that the person who was abused the most by Yan Li was Lu Wei. In the cold winter, Lu Wei, who was playing games to keep warm, was caught by Yan Li to clean the house. Lu Wei's hands were red and he was shivering with cold. He was almost crying because of the abuse. How long did it take to graduate? Lu Wei has forgotten the pain after his wound healed and is actually dating a female devil? This is so outrageous. With Yan Li's means, even though Lu Wei is fat, he is no match for Yan Li. It is possible that he will be eaten up by her without even leaving a bone residue. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but worry about Lu Wei. Wei Zi, can you do this? Teacher Yan is not an ordinary person. Be careful or he will take advantage of you and you won't even know what's going on. Before, you licked Feng Rongrong desperately. It's a good thing that you have changed your target now, but Teacher Yan, it's still too difficult for you. Jiang Chen advised. It's okay, Brother Chen, I know what's going on. Besides, it's not clear who is right or wrong when it comes to taking advantage of someone. Lu Wei didn't care at all. He drove Jiang Chen back to Bishuiju. After Jiang Chen got out of the car, Lu Wei said to Jiang Chen, Brother Chen, I will return the car to you tomorrow morning. You guys are going to spend the night outside? Jiang Chen was surprised. He has little need for the car at the moment, so he can return it the next day, no problem, but Lu Wei and the devil want to stay out overnight? These two are progressing so fast. Right. We agreed to go to the beach and watch the sea together. Lu Wei said excitedly. Jiang Chen suddenly felt something was wrong. But seeing Lu Wei so excited, he didn't know what to say. Possible. This is the boy's fate. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen walked towards home and bought some fresh fruits at the fresh food supermarket downstairs before going back. Bite. The host successfully completed the task of taking care of a store today. Task evaluation, excellent. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 1.8 million in cash and a lucky draw gift package. Oh shit. A reward of 1.8 million? I spent only 1.8 million to buy a shop, and now I am getting a direct reward to make back my investment? Tonzi is awesome. Thank you for the compliment, host. Tonzi will keep up the good work. Tonzi, draw the lottery. Yes, sir. Bite. Host's lucky draw is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of God-level scar removal potion. The God-level scar removal potion can be used for any scar. Once applied, the wound can be completely healed overnight and the scar can be removed perfectly, leaving the skin smooth and new. Special reminder, the scar removal potion is of God level, so it has unexpected effects. Please use it with caution. I actually want a bottle of God level scar removal potion. Jiang Chen instantly thought of the scar on Su Qingqing's belly from her cesarean section. After all, she was his child's mother, so this God level scar removing potion was just right for her. As for the unexpected effects, Jiang Chen didn't take it seriously at all. It's just a scar removal potion, what unexpected effects can it have? It can't be a genetic potion. You're back so soon? When Jiang Chen returned home, Su Qingqing came up to him and said, I was afraid that you would be hungry at noon, so I came back early. Jiang Chen said with a smile. TSK, how can I be hungry when I'm cooking at home? Su Qingqing said, I won't even starve you. So you had a good lunch then? Of course. I made braised chicken, braised pork trotters, and a bowl of seafood soup. They tasted so good that I wanted to eat more after I ate them. Su Qingqing said as if showing off. So, there's a hidden chef in my house. Jiang Chen said with a smile. What do you think? Su Qingqing looked proud, but before anything happened, the smile on her face froze. Because. In front of her, Jiang Chen took out the takeaway bag from the trash can, with the takeaway order still on it. Uncle Yang's Braised Chicken Shop number 007, 1 serving of braised chicken, 1 serving of braised pork trotter, 1 serving of seafood soup, 1 serving of rice. Note, I don't want spicy braised chicken, and I don't want cilantro in seafood soup. Jiang Chen read out the order. So, this is the meal you made, no, ordered for lunch? This, that. Su Qingqing suddenly felt extremely embarrassed, her expression as awkward as a thief who was caught red-handed. Okay. His image as a great chef was ruthlessly exposed. Jiang Chen picked up the takeaway and found that almost none of the dishes were eaten. He asked in confusion, you ordered takeaway, why don't you eat it? Isn't that a waste? It tasted terrible, so I only ate a few bites. Did you cook lunch? I've done it. It's still in the pot. When Jiang Chen heard this, he immediately became interested and wanted to see what the girl was cooking. As a result, he went to the kitchen, opened the lid of the pot, and found a large lump of black stuff with a pungent smell. What is this? It's scrambled eggs. I put too much soy sauce and turned the heat up too high, so it turned out like this. Jiang Chen was speechless when he saw this. It takes a real talent to be able to make a simple dish like scrambled eggs into such a weird look. So today, you cooked first, and then found that the food was not tasty, so you ordered takeout. But then you found that the takeout was not tasty either, so you threw the takeout into the trash can. Do you think I am right? Jiang Chen asked. Right. But actually, this is all your fault. Blame me? Yeah. It's all because your cooking is so delicious that it fills my mouth with greed. Originally, I wasn't particular about food. I could eat my own cooking as long as it was well cooked. But now I'm used to the food you cook, and I can't eat my own cooking anymore. Even my favorite takeout makes me want to vomit after taking a bite. Su Qingqing argued. I cooked delicious food and you blame me. Jiang Chen held his forehead with his hand. Originally, I was looking forward to the sumptuous dinner you mentioned this morning, but now it seems, forget it, I'll do it. What do you want to eat? Just name the dishes. Okay. I want to eat braised chicken, braised pork trotters, seafood soup, boiled shrimps, bok choy, king oyster mushrooms, steamed sea bass, sweet and sour beef tenderloin. Su Qingqing jumped for joy and listed all the dishes she wanted to eat in one breath. So much, can you finish it? Jiang Chen was surprised. Yes. I guarantee I can finish it. Su Qingqing patted his chest and promised. Jiang Chen broke out in a sweat and thought to himself, girl, you must be going crazy from being hungry all day. Chapter 59 3 Little babies are not enough to eat. Jiang Chen went to the kitchen. An hour later, a table full of delicious dishes was prepared according to the dishes ordered by Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing was indeed starving. He pounced on it and ate it with relish, without caring about his image. Jiang Chen watched from the side and couldn't help laughing. I guess from now on, you can only be my wife. Why? Su Qingqing asked while stuffing a piece of beef tenderloin into her mouth. Why do you think I'm hungry? I've only been out for less than a day, and you're already so hungry. If you leave me, do you think you can survive? But if you were my wife, I would definitely not let you starve. I would make sure you're well fed every day. Su Qingcheng glanced at Jiang Chen. That's what I meant. Why does it sound weird? What's with the well-fed thing? Please, she's not a child. But deep down, that's exactly what she meant. A great female writer once said that if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. If you want to capture a woman's heart, you must first capture her something. Her something had already been caught by the big pig's hoof. She even had 3 children. At present, his stomach is tightly grasped by him. It seems like there's no way to escape in this life. Forget it, why think so much now, just fill your belly first. Su Qingcheng ate for a while until she felt full, so she slowed down and asked Jiang Chen about his work today. How is it going? Is everything done? It's done. Just wait to be your boss lady. Are you really planning to start a business? Otherwise, how can I support you and the children if I don't start a business? Su Qingcheng wanted to say, in fact, you don't need to support me and my child, my money is enough. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. Then she changed the subject. By the way, Sister May called me this morning and told me that your father's birthday is coming up soon, and asked us to take the children to their home for a gathering in a few days. Okay. Jiang Chen said. Should we prepare a gift for your dad? Su Qingcheng asked. Su Qingcheng's question stumped Jiang Chen for a moment, because, to be honest, since he was a child, it was always his parents who prepared birthday gifts for him, and he had never prepared birthday gifts for them. Yes, of course we need to prepare it. Jiang Chen said. After all, I have already graduated from college and am now a father. It would be unreasonable if I didn't prepare a gift for my father on his birthday. Then what gift should we prepare? Su Qingcheng asked again. Jiang Chen was also in a dilemma after hearing this. Since I have never given one before, I really don't know what gift to give. Forget it, let's eat first. There are still a few days left. Let's think about it carefully during these few days. Afterwards, the two ate quietly. Although Jiang Chen made this meal for Su Qingcheng, it was almost time for dinner and he was hungry, so he ate with Su Qingcheng. If Su Qingcheng ate alone, she would definitely not be able to finish the meal. But no matter what, Jiang Chen wanted to be a supporting role. But as they were eating, Su Qingcheng suddenly kept urging Jiang Chen to eat more, and even picked up her chopsticks and put food into his bowl. Come on, eat. Eat more, it's better to eat until you are full. Jiang Chen was a little confused. Why do you let me eat so much? Because. Su Qingcheng's face flushed a little. After hesitating for a moment, she tried to organize her words as tactfully as possible and said, the babies have grown a lot. My appetite has also increased a lot. They've been eating more and more recently, and the rations I have here are almost running out. Jiang Chen understood instantly after hearing this. No. That is not enough, what does it have to do with my dad? After dinner, it was almost evening. They rested in the living room. Jiang Chen agreed to Su Qingcheng's request for dinner. He would not snatch it from her anymore, or help her anymore. After resting for a while, Su Qingcheng went to do yoga as usual. In fact, it was just a few very simple yoga moves. This time she ate a lot without realizing it, and she couldn't sleep well unless she did some exercise. Jiang Chen played games on his phone for a while, and suddenly remembered something, the God-level scar removal potion. That. Has the cesarean section wound on your stomach healed? Jiang Chen came up to Su Qingcheng and asked. Su Qingcheng, who was doing some simple yoga moves, heard this and blushed. Didn't you see it that day? It's almost done. The day she was talking about was, of course, the day when Jiang Chen helped her take a bath. Ah, the wound is almost healed, but the scar is still there. I have a bottle of special scar removal potion here. Would you like to try it? Jiang Chen said as he took out the bottle of divine scar removal potion. It was a small bottle of green potion. When Su Qingcheng heard this, she was immediately moved. As she recuperated after the month of confinement, her wounds would gradually heal and her figure would gradually return to normal. However, the ugly and somewhat hideous scar left by the cesarean section on her belly would eventually remain. Can this potion of yours remove scars? Where did you get it? Su Qingcheng took the bottle of green potion and asked curiously. This was given to me by an old man. Jiang Chen made up a story. Anyway, the secret could not be leaked. Ah, it was given to me by an old man. Don't tell me it was from some fortune teller. I tell you, they are all liars. Su Qingcheng immediately refused. Ahem, I just wanted to tease you. Forget it, forget it. Let me tell you the truth. This is the latest high-tech product that I bought online from abroad at a high price. It is very effective in removing scars. Jiang Chen introduced seriously. That's more like it. When Su Qingcheng heard this, her expression relaxed. Afterwards, Jiang Chen helped to carefully apply the scar removal solution on Su Qingcheng's scar. Because he was worried about the effectiveness, he applied it over and over again, and then wrapped it with a piece of gauze. Is your scar removal potion effective? I hope it doesn't work and makes the scar bigger. That would be bad. Su Qingcheng was worried. Don't worry, it will definitely work. Jiang Chen said with a firm tone. Anything produced by the system must be of high quality, and this scar removal potion is no exception. However, in order to achieve a scar removing effect, Jiang Chen applied too much medicine and almost applied the entire bottle of scar removing medicine on the scar. Therefore, during the gauze bandage process, some of the medicine seeped down. Su Qingcheng's face changed immediately. Chapter 60 Unexpected Effects. Is there any problem with your scar removal potion? Su Qingcheng asked. No, no problem. Jiang Chen replied subconsciously, but to be honest, this answer was a bit empty, because this god-level scar removal potion, although it can remove scars, stretch marks, etc., the effect is definitely great. But the key is, when the system is introduced, there is also a special reminder. That is, this potion is of god level, and it will have unexpected effects. The potion leaked downwards, and judging from the girl's expression, there would definitely be an unexpected effect. But what would this unexpected effect be? Jiang Chen actually didn't know either. Are you sure there's no problem? Su Qingcheng asked. Well, there must be no problem. This is a high-tech product that I spent a lot of money to buy. If there is any problem, I dare not let you use it. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and insisted. It's okay, it's really okay. The effect should be seen tomorrow, and then you will know whether this potion is useful or not. But it won't break, right? Su Qingcheng's face was a little stiff, still a little worried. Broken? No, that definitely won't happen. Jiang Chen said this time with an extremely firm tone. But after scratching his head, he still felt a little uneasy. Damn, recently, I just praised the dog system a lot. This time it's a god-level scar removal potion. Damn it, please don't do anything weird. No words were spoken that night. Jiang Chen and Su Qingcheng took care of the three babies as usual, bathing them, feeding them, and coaxing them to sleep. Afterwards, the two of them fell asleep quietly. Except that Su Qingcheng went to the bathroom several times at night, everything was normal. But, well, there was actually one thing that was unusual, which was that Jiang Chen didn't have his usual midnight snack. But that doesn't matter. The three little ones grew rapidly and their appetites became bigger and bigger. Even someone as gifted as Su Qingcheng gradually found it difficult to cope with the food and drink required of the three little babies as time went by. In this situation, it would be totally unreasonable for him to go and grab food and drinks. Early the next morning, Su Qingcheng suddenly exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that as soon as she woke up, she felt a strange sensation on her belly, so after removing the gauze, she found that the scar removal potion was indeed magical. Ah! Oh my god! Such a long scar from the knife actually disappeared. And the stretch marks are gone. This potion is so magical. Su Qingcheng exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Chen heard her voice and came forward to find that it was indeed the case. Not only were all the scars and stretch marks gone, but her skin was also as smooth as new. The god-level scar removal potion is really awesome. However, Jiang Chen did not forget the unexpected effect, so he tried to ask again. Do you feel bad? Su Qingcheng blushed immediately after hearing this and glared at Jiang Chen. No. The blunt answer left Jiang Chen confused. What does this no mean? When he asked again, Su Qingcheng simply said guess, then gave him a very beautiful, charming and meaningful roll of the eyes, then got up and went to wash up. Jiang Chen. I stood there for a while, not sure if I had figured it out or not. Anyway, I shook my head and went to make breakfast. As for guessing, it's impossible to guess. Don't try to guess what a girl is thinking, you won't understand even if you try.